At 6 in the evening, Lipai Fitness Center, the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the running area in a golden hue. Men and women on the treadmills were perspiring profusely as they pursued their individual goals, while the rhythmic music from the spinning room reverberated through the glass. Chen Feng leaned against the water cooler, using a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. After an entire day of toil, he hadn't even had a sip of water. Glancing at the multitude of messages from personal training sessions on his phone, he looked up to see his slightly fatigued reflection in the mirror. He managed to smile. At least he appeared more spirited than he had been when he received his paycheck last month. "Coach Chun," a crisp voice called from behind. Chen Feng turned to see Lin Shui, a young professional in her 20s, who had just joined 3 months prior and attended 3 classes a week. Ms. "Lin, what shall we focus on today?" Chen Feng asked, instinctively smiling as he set his towel down. "Let's work on the core again. I feel my abdominal strength is still lacking," Lin Shui replied, settling onto her yoga mat. Chen Feng nodded, about to approach her when a commotion erupted at the entrance. Make way, make way. "Oh, young Master Zhou is here. Why is young Master Zhou here today?" The receptionist laughed. Chen Feng turned to follow the sound. 3 individuals entered, the one in the middle being a young man of approximately 25 or 26, clad in an expensive-looking blue leisure suit. The watch on his wrist sparkled under the light, flanked by 2 similarly aged men, one bald and the other sporting a small mustache, both in athletic attire, their physiques indicating they were well-trained. "Who is that?" Chen Feng quietly inquired of the receptionist. She lowered her voice. "That's Zhou Mingyuan, the young heir of the Zhou Group. Several establishments in this area belong to his family. He just acquired a black card here last month, 88,000 a year." Chen Feng acknowledged her with a slight nod, not letting it trouble him. Zhou Mingyuan swaggered in, surveying the gym area before his gaze settled on Lin Shui. His eyes lit up as he approached her directly. "Hello, beautiful. Working out alone?" Lin Shui looked up, momentarily stunned, then politely nodded. Zhou Mingyuan crouched beside her, leering as he said, "It's so dull to train alone. I'll join you. I've had professional training, far more than these coaches." He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Feng, who remained silent. After 3 years in the industry, he had encountered all kinds of people. The best way to handle such a privileged individual was to ignore him, allowing him to feel unimportant and leave on his own. Lin Shui looked visibly annoyed and shifted away. "No thanks. I have a coach. Zhou Mingyuan stood, sizing up Chen Feng. "Is he your coach?" Chen Feng wore the gym's uniform. The name Chen Feng, senior personal trainer, emblazoned on his badge. "Bro, what's your name?" Zhou Mingyuan tilted his head, asking. "Chen Feng, Coach Chun, here's the deal." Zhou Mingyuan pulled out a wallet from his pocket, revealing a thick stack of cash, approximately 2,000 or 3,000. "I'll pay for the beautiful ladies session. You can step aside while I train her." Chen Feng glanced at the money, then at Lin Shui. She wore a stern expression and stood up. "I really don't need it." Come on. Zhou Mingyuan interrupted, shoving the cash into Chen Feng's hands. "Take it, brother. We work for money, right? I'm not denying you, am I?" Chen Feng did not accept the money, his hands clenched behind him, knuckles turning white. "Mr. Zhou," he said, striving for calmness, "this is a fitness center, and I am the coach here. Ms. Lin is my client, and we have a designated training process. If you wish to work out, I can arrange for another trainer." Zhou Mingyuan's expression darkened. The bald man behind him stepped forward, his gaze menacing. "What's the meaning of this?" Zhou Mingyuan put away his wallet, his tone shifting. "Are you disrespecting me?" Chen Feng replied, "It's not about disrespect, it's about rules." "Rules?" Zhou Mingyuan chuckled coldly. "You think you can lecture me on rules? Do you know who my father is?" Chen Feng was aware. The head of the Zhou Group held significant sway in this city, but that was irrelevant to him. "Mr. Zhou," he stated firmly, "I do not care who your father is. Here, I am the coach, and she is my client. If you wish to get a membership, the front desk is over there. If you intend to cause trouble, the security is at the entrance." The room fell silent. Everyone working out paused, turning their attention toward the confrontation. Lin Shui anxiously tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve. "Coach Chen, let's just let it go." "Who the hell do you think you are?" Zhou Mingyuan erupted, shoving Lin Shui aside and jabbing a finger at Chen Feng's face. "Just a pathetic worker. How much do you earn in a month? What gives you the right to act tough here?" Chen Feng's brow furrowed. He took a step back, unwilling to escalate the situation in front of a client. "Mr. Zhou, please calm down." "Calm down?" Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward, pointing at Chen Feng. "Do you even know who you're offending? Believe me, I can have you out of this city with a single word." The bald man and the mustached man flanked Chen Feng, trapping him in the middle. Chen Feng's fists tightened, but he endured. He had to endure. Offending such individuals could cost him his job, or worse. He had witnessed too many similar incidents. When a worker clashed with a privileged heir, it was invariably the worker who bore the consequences. That what's wrong. Zhou Mingyuan sneered at Chen Feng's clenched fists. Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me here. He pointed to his chest. Try it, and see if I can't make you rot in jail for life. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, relaxing his fists. Mr. Zhou, there's no need for this. If you have any grievances, you can speak to our manager. I'm off duty now, so I'll take my leave. As Chen Feng turned to leave, Zhou Mingyuan seized his shoulder, yanking him back forcefully. Trying to leave? Did I say you could? Chen Feng stumbled, his back colliding with the water cooler, causing the water jug to wobble precariously. Listen carefully. Zhou Mingyuan's finger almost poked Chen Feng's eye. You love to talk about rules? Fine. I'll come every day just to make your life miserable. Let's see how long you can endure it. As he spoke, he shoved Chen Feng. Once, twice, thrice. Chen Feng's head collided painfully with the wall, producing a dull thud. Not a single soul dared to speak. Chen Feng's mind buzzed, as if something had exploded within him. The moment he opened his eyes, the world seemed to slow down dramatically. Zhou Mingyuan's ferocious expression, the advancing bald thug, Lin Shui retreating with her hands over her mouth, all appeared in slow motion, frame by frame. Chen Feng felt something stirring within him, akin to countless ants crawling through his veins, or each cell igniting in flames. Suddenly, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his hand rose, his body moving instinctively. A punch, a simple, unadorned punch that required minimal force, a mere reflex. The fist landed squarely on Zhou Mingyuan's chest. With a crack, it broke, like stepping on a twig. Zhou Mingyuan's expression froze as he looked down at his chest, then back at Chen Feng, his face contorting in disbelief. He Stagshao Huzi took 2 steps back, his arms tingling, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at him. Chen Feng was enveloped in confusion, staring at his own fists. He was intimately familiar with these hands. For 3 years, he had lifted dumbbells, performed push-ups, and adjusted countless movements for his clients with these very hands. They were merely ordinary hands. Yet that punch just now? The strength exhibited was far beyond that of an average person. You bastard! The bald thug cursed as he charged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng turned and fled. He dashed through the equipment area, burst through the fire exit, and plunged into the stairwell, the sound of heavy footsteps and shouts trailing behind him. Chase him down! Beat him to death! Chen Feng descended the stairs in a frenzy, never having run so fast before. His legs felt as if they were equipped with springs, bounding down 4 or 5 steps at a time. 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor. He burst out of the stairwell, flinging open the door and plunging into the narrow alley outside. The alley was cramped, flanked by dilapidated residential buildings, with refuse piled in the corners. Stray cats leapt from the trash cans, screeching as they scurried away. Chen Feng kept running, weaving through the labyrinthine alley, crossing from one end to the other, then into another passage. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps behind him finally faded away. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, sweat streaming down his forehead. Chen Feng raised his hand, staring at his fist, utterly bewildered. That punch, the sound of cracks still echoed in his ears. That was the sound of bone breaking, sending a shiver down his spine. He had injured someone, and no, that was not the crux of the matter. The true question was how he had inflicted such an injury. Zhou Mingyuan, though not particularly muscular, weighed at least 130 or 40 pounds. How could a mere instinctive motion cause a fracture? Unless, Chen Feng suddenly recalled the sensation from that fleeting moment. Everything had slowed down. The surge of something within him was no mere illusion. Damn it! Chen Feng cursed, at a loss for words to at that moment. The distant wail of a siren pierced the air. Startled, Chen Feng realized he could not remain there. Regardless of the nature of that punch, Zhou Mingyuan was undoubtedly in the hospital now, and the Zhou family would not let him go unscathed. Taking a deep breath, he dragged his weary legs further into the depths of the alley. Nightfall approached steadily. The city lights flickered behind him, resembling countless cold eyes watching him intently. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, at that very moment outside the emergency room, the bald thug was on the phone, his voice trembling as he relayed, "Old master, the young master has been attacked. His sternum is fractured, and the doctor said there might be internal bleeding." "Yes, it's that gym instructor, Chen Feng. Yes, we have already located his residence." Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in an inconspicuous residential building, an elderly man clad in a tattered military coat suddenly opened his eyes, gazing out the window. "Interesting," he murmured softly. "That young man possesses some potential." Chapter 2. The coming of retribution. The following night at 9 o'clock, in a rented room within the urban village, Chen Feng huddled in a space of less than 10 square meters. The curtains were drawn tightly, and his palms were slick with sweat as he clutched his phone. He had not slept a wink since the previous night. After hastily returning to his rented abode, He locked the door and barricaded it with everything movable, tables, chairs, even a rickety wardrobe. Thus, he sat in silence, listening to the sounds from outside until dawn broke. During the day, Chen Feng took a leave of absence, opting not to visit the gym. Suddenly, his phone rang, startling him. It was a call from his boss. Are you planning to quit? If you can't come, just say so. Chen Feng offered no explanation, merely stating he felt unwell. His boss cursed, dismissing him with a warning that he could forego his attendance bonus for the month. Attendance bonus? A bitter smile crossed Chen Feng's face. His concerns lay not with the bonus, but rather with his very existence. The phone vibrated again. Looking down, he saw a WeChat message from a colleague. How? Brother Feng. The Zhou family came looking for you at the gym today. The boss told them you took a leave. They asked where you live, but he didn't divulge. Just be cautious. Those men don't seem friendly. Chen Feng's heart tightened. Thanks, brother, he replied, then silenced his phone. Standing up, he approached the window and cautiously parted the curtains to peer outside. The alley of the urban village was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights. Elderly women sat at their doorsteps, fanning themselves, while children played, their shrill laughter echoing into the night. Everything appeared normal. Yet, Chen Feng knew this tranquility would not last. He turned to survey the scant belongings in his room. A backpack containing his ID and the last 800 yuan, a jacket hanging by the bed, and a fruit knife he had taken from the kitchen, short but sufficient for a stab. Gazing at the knife for some time, he finally stowed it in his backpack. Fleeing? The thought had crossed his mind. A train ticket to another city, adopting a new identity to start afresh. The Zhou family, no matter how wealthy or powerful, could hardly pursue him nationwide for such a matter, could they? But where could he escape to? His younger siblings at the orphanage awaited his monthly remittances. Zhang Lei, that bookworm, had just stabilized himself at a large company and had promised to treat his elder brother to a meal. At 24 years of age, Chen Feng possessed nothing but this debt of gratitude. To flee like this? No. Would he still be human if he ran away? Damn it, he cursed, tossing his backpack onto the floor and collapsing onto the bed. So be it. Let the Zhou family see what they could do to him. At 9:40, the alley fell suddenly silent. Instinctively, Chen Feng became alert. He leapt from the bed, extinguished the only light in the room, and crept to the window to look out. The elderly women had vanished without a trace, and the children were nowhere to be seen. The alley was desolate, save for a few stray cats rummaging through the trash. Something was off. Chen Feng's hair stood on end as footsteps echoed from the end of the alley. He held his breath and peered through the curtained seam. 1, 2, 3, 7 men entered the alley, marching in unison, clearly trained. Leading them was the bald thug from yesterday, wielding a baton, his gaze sweeping over the doorplates of the rentals. Panic surged within Chen Feng. What to do? He instinctively clenched his fists, then suddenly recalled something, glancing down at his hands. That punch last night, was it mere coincidence? Never mind, there was no time to ponder. The bald man and his crew had reached the building's base, gazing up at the dilapidated residential structure. Is it here? One of the taller men inquired. The bald man nodded affirmatively. Second floor, left side room. The old man said to bring him back alive. Bring him back? It's just a gym instructor, is it necessary? Just do him in here, the taller one scoffed. Less chatter, the bald man shot back. The old man wants him alive, so hurry and act. The 7 men ascended the staircase. Chen Feng listened as their footsteps grew nearer, his heart pounding almost audibly. The staircase was narrow and dark, illuminated only at the first floor by a motion sensor light. They were coming. 30 seconds? 20 seconds? Chen Feng's mind raced. To run? The staircase was blocked. To jump? Even if he leapt from the second floor, he would not die, but surely others would be waiting below. To fight? He glanced at his fists. Against 7 professional thugs, even if he were a skilled fighter, he was still just a gym instructor, not a special forces operative. Yet, if he did not fight back, what would become of him at their hands? He recalled the bone he had broken in Zhou Mingyuan's body yesterday. If he fell into their grasp, it would not merely be bones that would break. Desperation seized him. Gritting his teeth, he slung on his backpack. His ID and money were inside. He would take them with him even in death. He then moved the barricading furniture aside and grasped the fruit knife firmly in hand. At that moment, the bald man and his companions reached the doorway. The stairwell remained dark, cloaked in shadows. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng flung open his door without a moment's hesitation. He charged into the fray, throwing punches indiscriminately. The first man was caught off guard, and Chen Feng's fist connected with his face, sending him crashing backward and knocking over 2 others. The 3 tumbled down the stairs in a heap. Damn it! The others quickly reacted, brandishing their batons as they charged forward. Chen Feng felt a flash of pain as a baton struck his shoulder with a resounding thud. Gritting his teeth, he refrained from crying out and retaliated, stabbing at the attacker. The man recoiled in surprise, and Chen Feng seized the opportunity to squeeze past him and dash down the stairs. "Don't let him escape," came the frantic shouts behind him. Chen Feng raced downward, leaping 3 or 4 steps at a time. The chaos of footsteps and shouts echoed behind him. As he burst out of the stairwell onto the first floor, he froze, his heart plummeting. The alley was filled with at least a dozen people, more than just thugs. There were onlookers, but predominantly, there were those clad in black. They belonged to the Zhou family. Chen Feng's heart sank. Behind him, the 7 men had emerged, encircling him. 20 or so people formed a tight ring, trapping him. The bald thug stepped forward, pointing at Chen Feng. "Run, huh? Why aren't you running now?" Chen Feng clutched the knife tightly, his knuckles turning white. He remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on the bald man, his mind racing. "Kid." The bald man took a step closer. "Do you know who you've struck?" "Zhou Mingyuan, the heir of the Zhou family. Your punch put him in the hospital." The doctor said his rib was fractured, nearly puncturing his lung. "I'll tell you this." The bald man's voice grew cold. "The old man has ordered your arms and legs severed, then tossed out of this city." Chen Feng said nothing, maintaining his stare at the bald man and assessing the positions of those surrounding him. There was a gap. On the left, against the wall, only 2 men stood. If he could burst through there and veer into the adjacent alley, he was familiar with that terrain. Still thinking of escaping? The bald man seemed to read his thoughts. "Save it. You won't get away today. Come with us quietly and endure less suffering. Otherwise," before he could finish, Chen Feng suddenly sprang into action. He lunged to the left, thrusting his knife at the first of the 2 thugs. The man was clearly unprepared for such an attack and instinctively stepped back, allowing Chen Feng to slip past him and sprint desperately into the depths of the alley. "Damn it! Chase him! Quick!" Shouts of pursuit erupted behind him, footsteps becoming a cacophony. Chen Feng disregarded everything else and ran for his life. The alley was narrow, flanked by walls on both sides, with only impenetrable darkness ahead. Chen Feng ran as if his lungs would burst, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, yet he dared not stop, nor could he. However, Chen Feng ran too slowly, or rather, the pursuers behind him were too swift. Minutes later, a hand grasped his backpack and yanked fiercely. Chen Feng was pulled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, 7 or 8 men pounced upon him, pinning his limbs down. The bald man crouched beside him, staring at the subdued Chen Feng with a sinister grin. "You're quite the runner. Run again, let me see." Chen Feng struggled but was immobile. Every hand pressing down on him felt like iron clamps. "Let me go?" Chen Feng shouted. "Let go?" The bald man rose and took a step back. "Fine, let him go." He waved his hand. The men restraining Chen Feng released him, stood up, and retreated. Before Chen Feng could get to his feet, the bald man drew a telescopic baton from his waist, weighing it in his hand. The old man said, "1 arm and 1 leg." The bald man's lips curled into a cruel smile as he looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng tried to stand, but his legs were as weak as noodles. He barely raised half his body before collapsing again. The bald man approached, towering over him. "Which arm shall I start with?" Chen Feng's gaze fixed on the baton. His mind blank. He thought, this is the end. At that moment, a shadow darted from the side and collided with the bald man, taken by surprise. The bald man staggered several steps backward, the baton flying from his hand. Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The assailant was a wild cat, the very stray that scavenged by the trash bins during the day. Now its fur bristled as it stood before Chen Feng, hissing warnings at the thugs. Everyone was stunned. The bald man steadied himself, staring incredulously at the cat. What the hell is this? No one spoke. Yet in those few seconds of hesitation, Chen Feng found opportunity. Within him, the force that had emerged the previous night surged once more, not by his will, but his body moving autonomously. Countless cells ignited and screamed, evolving. Chen Feng's vision sharpened astonishingly. In the darkness, he could clearly see every face. The bald man's furious expression, and the slow-motion arc of the baton as the bald man bent to retrieve it. Each trajectory distinct and deliberate. Chen Feng did not know how he rose, only that when the bald man lunged again, he slipped aside and landed a punch on his belly. A muffled thud resounded. The bald man's eyes bulged as he curled like a shrimp, spitting sour liquid, collapsing to the ground. Chen Feng was stunned, staring at his own fist, and then at the crumpled figure before him. That power had returned. Let us finish him. The remaining thugs recovered and swarmed Chen Feng. He had no time to think. His body responded instinctively. He leapt aside to evade the first swinging baton, rammed his knee into the second assailant's abdomen, eliciting a scream as the man doubled over. A third man's fist grazed his face. Chen Feng turned his head, delivering a backward elbow to the nose of the man behind. Blood splattered. Chen Feng did not comprehend his actions. His body seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Each punch, kick, and dodge executed with terrifying precision. The opponent's movements slowed and became crystal clear. He could track their fists' trajectories and anticipate their next moves. Within 20 seconds, more than a dozen men lay defeated. Chen Feng stood amidst the groaning heap, panting heavily, sweat streaming down his face. His hands trembled, not from fear, but exhilaration, mingled with bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, distant clamor rose. More people were approaching. Chen Feng had no time to ponder and fled. This time, no one could catch him. His speed was astonishing, each stride spanning 2 or 3 meters until he vanished deep within the alley. The wind roared past his ears. He felt as though he had never run so fast before, not merely swift, but transformed, as if an ordinary man had become a wild beast. Half an hour later, on the city's opposite side, Chen Feng leaned exhausted against a low wall, gasping like a bellows. He did not know his location, only that he was far from the city's village quarters. He had run in a random direction until he could run no more. Silence enveloped the area. It resembled an abandoned factory, strewn with rusted machinery and rampant weeds. Chen Feng slid to the ground, back against the wall, gazing at the starless night sky. He raised his right hand, inspecting the back of it. Several scratches marred the skin, their origin unknown. Apart from that, his hands were indistinguishable from the day before. Yet just moments earlier, those very hands had dispatched professional thugs in mere seconds. Chen Feng clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly. Suddenly, he struck the nearby wall with a fist. The wall trembled, fragments scattered. A faint imprint of his punch remained. He stared in shock. He had barely exerted any force, just a casual strike, yet the wall bore the mark. Retracting his hand, he observed his knuckles dusted with wall debris, the skin unbroken. Chen Feng fell silent. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, What exactly am I? The surroundings were utterly still. The night breeze whispered through the ruins, carrying a mournful sound. Chen Feng closed his eyes, curled like a wounded beast in the corner. He was utterly fatigued, physically and, even more so, mentally. Unconsciously, he drifted into sleep. Unbeknownst to him, somewhere else, a pair of eyes observed him through surveillance monitors. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stood before a colossal screen divided into numerous smaller frames, each depicting a corner of the city. One frame displayed the recent events in the alley of the village quarters, Chen Feng's movements crystal clear. The elder's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest. After a moment, he spoke, intriguing. A subordinate bowed respectfully. Master, shall we dispatch more men? The elder remained silent, watching the young man curled amid the ruins on the screen. A subtle, meaningful smile crept across his lips. No, he finally said. Let us observe a while longer. I want to learn more about this boy's true nature. Suddenly, on the screen, Chen Feng's eyes snapped open. He raised his head sharply, gazing skyward as if sensing something. The elder's smile froze. The image abruptly dissolved into static, signal lost. The elder sprang to his feet, staring intently at the snowy screen. Master, one behind him exclaimed. The elder raised a hand to silence him. A rare excitement flickered in his eyes. Interesting, he repeated softly, his voice tinged with an ineffable emotion. Then he turned and walked toward the door. As the elder approached the door, he halted his steps and, without glancing back, instructed. Investigate every detail about this young man, his birth, parents, education, employment, and his experiences from childhood to the present. Leave no stone unturned. Understood, replied the subordinate. The elder paused momentarily and added, Do not inform the young master about today's events. The person behind him was taken aback, questioning, Do you mean? The elder offered no response and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Beyond the threshold, the night deepened. Inside the abandoned factory, Chen Feng gazed at the darkened sky, his heart racing. In that fleeting moment, an odd sensation washed over him, a feeling of being observed. It was not the kind of gaze from outside, but rather a distant, eerie scrutiny, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on him from across mountains and rivers. Yet now, that sensation had vanished. Chen Feng sat up and looked around. There was no one, nothing but the sound of the wind rushing by. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the situation. Was it merely an illusion? He could not tell. However, one thing was certain. From this day forth, his life would never return to its former state. What lay ahead? Chapter 3. The counterattack at 3 in the morning. Within the derelict factory grounds, Chen Feng felt particularly alert. After the sensation of being watched dissipated, he attempted to rest but found his mind a tangled mess. Rendering sleep impossible, he opted to sit upright against the wall, retracing the events of the night. In mere seconds, he had taken down those assailants. It was utterly absurd. A myriad of thoughts raced through Chen Feng's mind. Was he ill? Had he encountered something supernatural? Or perhaps, akin to tales spun in online novels, had he awakened some latent power? He chuckled bitterly, He had never subscribed to such notions. Concepts like golden fingers, systems, or rebirth were mere fabrications of the idol, concocted to lure clicks. How could a penniless dropout from middle school, working at a gym, possibly be involved in such nonsense? Yet, what did disbelief matter? The reality stood before him. He inhaled deeply and resolved to put it aside. Regardless of the peculiarities of his body, the most pressing concern was survival. The Zhou family would not let him off easily. That bald man and his thugs were merely the opening act. Far worse awaited him. Chen Feng rose, stretching his limbs. His legs felt slightly sore, yet significantly better than before. He attempted a few jumps, feeling as if he might take flight. Damn it, Chen Feng muttered. At least escape was feasible. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed a sound, faint, distant, yet undeniably present. Footsteps. Many of them. Chen Feng's hair stood on end. He crouched low, holding his breath, straining to listen. The footsteps approached from the direction of the factory entrance, drawing closer, no fewer than a dozen, moving with stealth. The Zhou family was on his trail. Had they caught up so quickly? With no time to spare, Chen Feng turned and dashed deeper into the factory. This vast complex had once been a chemical plant, abandoned for many years. Rusted reactors and collapsed buildings littered the space, with wild grass towering above him. Even in daylight, one could easily lose their way. At night, it resembled a labyrinth. With no clear destination, he ran toward the darkest, most chaotic areas. Behind him, the footsteps grew ever nearer. The pursuers were swift and seemed to know precisely where he was. No, something was amiss. Chen Feng abruptly halted, concealing himself behind a crumbled low wall, listening intently. The footsteps were indeed converging on his position, but rather than scattering to search, they pursued him with unmistakable intent. As if they could see him. Suddenly, he looked up, stunned. In the pitch-black sky, a small red dot hovered, a drone. Damn it, a drone. Chen Feng cursed under his breath, scrambling to his feet and running. Just a few steps in, beams of flashlight illuminated the area. There he is. Surround him. The frantic cries echoed. Chen Feng pivoted, rushing in another direction, but soon found more flashlights illuminating the space. 1, 2, 3, surrounded on all sides. He was trapped in an open area, encircled by crumbling buildings and abandoned equipment, with his only escape route blocked. The blinding lights made it difficult for him to see. Run? A voice called from the crowd. Chen Feng squinted and saw a middle-aged man in dark athletic wear, unarmed yet exuding a presence starkly different from the previous thugs. The bald henchman behind him had tissue stuffed in his nose, seething with rage at the sight of Chen Feng. Tiger, it's this brat. The middle-aged man ignored him, scrutinizing Chen Feng. To injure my men and escape this far, you possess some skill, he remarked slowly. Chen Feng remained silent, fixated on him, contemplating his next move. My name is Zhou Hu, the man continued, the external steward of the Zhou family. The one you struck is my nephew. Chen Feng swallowed hard, but said nothing. However, rest assured, Zhou Hu chuckled, I am not here to exact revenge for him. He is a fool who deserved the beating. I come at the behest of the old master. The old master, the term echoed in Chen Feng's mind, recalling that the bald man had mentioned it as well. This was presumably the true authority within the Zhou family. The old master wishes to meet you, Zhou Hu stated. Come with me. Chen Feng's expression shifted to one of caution as he took a step back. Zhou Hu raised an eyebrow. What? Are you unwilling? Chen Feng spoke, his voice hoarse. I have nothing to discuss with the Zhou family. Nothing to discuss? Zhou Hu laughed. You struck Zhou Mingyuan and my brothers, yet claim there's nothing to discuss? Boy, do you still not grasp the situation? He advanced a step. Chen Feng's nerves tensed. In that instant, the world seemed to slow down. Zhou Hu's movement, the instinctive step forward of his men, the drone's hovering trajectory, all became strikingly clear. Chen Feng noticed that as Zhou Hu stepped with his left foot, his right foot hesitated ever so slightly, a preparatory motion before an attack. He intended to strike. Chen Feng's body reacted instinctively. He darted sideways, just in time to evade Zhou Hu's grasp. Zhou Hu missed, momentarily taken aback, but his eyes lit up. Not bad, he said. You dodged quickly. Without further ado, Zhou Hu lunged at Chen Feng. The latter, unwilling to linger, turned to flee. He was no fool, even with his newfound strength. Facing 20 opponents alone was an impossibility. Yet Zhou Hu was astonishingly quick. After only a few strides, Chen Feng felt a gust of wind at his back. Instinctively, he rolled aside, narrowly avoiding Zhou Hu's fist that smashed into a nearby metal pipe with a resounding clang, bending it upon impact. Chen Feng's pupils dilated. This punch bore far greater force than the one he had delivered to Zhou Mingyuan that night. Zhou Hu retracted his fist, flexing his wrist, a grin spreading across his face. You claim to be quite the fighter? Come, let us have a match. Ignoring him, Chen Feng scrambled to his feet and continued to run. Zhou Hu's smile faltered. then quickly returned as he pursued. The two weaved through the abandoned factory grounds, with Chen Feng leveraging the terrain, darting into collapsed buildings and vaulting over rusted equipment, choosing the most treacherous paths. Yet Zhou Hu clung to him like a stubborn shadow, growing ever faster in his pursuit. Chen Feng began to feel the strain. He was nearing his limits. It was not a matter of speed, but of stamina. After running so far and engaging in a fierce fight, now, in a frantic escape, his body protested. As the weight in his legs grew heavier, his breath became increasingly labored, and his vision began to blur. Zhou Hu's voice echoed from behind. Kid, can't run anymore? I may lack in many areas, but my endurance is commendable. I could accompany you in running all night without issue. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, remaining silent. After a few more minutes of running, Chen Feng finally could not hold on any longer. His foot stumbled, and he fell forward. He rolled into a heap of debris, the metal shards cutting into his arms and face, blood streaming forth. Zhou Hu approached slowly, standing over him with a condescending gaze. Have you had enough? Chen Feng struggled to rise, but his legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, rendering him immobile. Zhou Hu crouched beside him, observing. Kid, I'll say this once more. Come with me. The old man isn't a bad person. He wants to help you. If you run again, the next punch won't be aimed at a metal pipe. Chen Feng, gasping for breath, glared at him. Help? He beat me and then claims he wants to help? Is your Zhou family out of your mind? Zhou Hu frowned. You little brat, refusing to take advice. Before he could finish, Chen Feng suddenly moved. Instead of standing to run, he sprang from the ground, crashing into Zhou Hu's chest. Caught off guard, Zhou Hu staggered back several steps and fell heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng scrambled to his feet and continued to run. Yet, after just a few steps, he halted. Ahead, the group Zhou Hu had brought had encircled him, forming a semicircle, effectively blocking his escape. Behind him, Zhou Hu stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His smile entirely vanished. I gave you a chance, he said, his voice as cold as ice. Chen Feng stood still, panting heavily. He glanced ahead, and then behind him. Over 20 individuals surrounded him, leaving no room for escape. It was over. There was nowhere to flee. He clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Then let us fight. Even if I die, I'll take a few down with me. Taking a deep breath, he assumed a fighting stance, the kind taught by his fitness instructor. Amateurish. But it was all he had left. Zhou Hu shook his head. You don't know your limits. He waved his hand. The 20 or so people surged forward simultaneously. Chen Feng was momentarily engulfed in darkness as countless fists and feet rained down from all directions. He dodged desperately, retaliating with punches, but there were simply too many. Just as he evaded a punch from the left, a kick from the right struck his waist, as he knocked down one assailant in front of him. Two more from behind lunged to grab him. In 5 seconds, merely 5 seconds, and Chen Feng found himself pinned to the ground, his face pressed against the gravel. Blood and dirt filling his mouth. Zhou Hu approached, squatting beside him. Kid, do you think you can take on a group after taking out a few? This world isn't as simple as you think. Chen Feng remained silent, lying on the ground with his eyes fixed ahead. Zhou Hu stood up and waved his hand. Take him away. A few individuals lifted Chen Feng, preparing to drag him out. At that moment, the sensation returned. Those cells, the ones that had burned earlier that night, reignited with greater intensity. He felt a surge of warmth erupting from deep within, coursing throughout his body. Every muscle trembled, and each vein swelled. Then he moved. The two who were holding him were caught unawares as Chen Feng slipped from their grasp like an eel, simultaneously elbowing one in the ribs. A crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed. The man cried out and collapsed. The other froze for a second, but Chen Feng's fist had already struck his face. Blood splattered. The man fell backward, stiff as a board. Chen Feng hit the ground, gasping for air, his eyes bloodshot. Zhou Hu was taken aback. You. Chen Feng did not give him the chance to speak, immediately lunging at the nearest opponent. A punch. A kick. An elbow strike. A headbutt. His movements lacked any technique, driven purely by instinct. Yet each blow was remarkably precise and infused with astonishing power. In 3 seconds, 3 men lay on the ground. Only then did the remaining thugs react, rushing towards Chen Feng. But the Chen Feng now was a far cry from the one before. He was like a wild beast, barreling through the crowd. His fists, feet, elbows, knees, head, every part of his body became a weapon. His speed was astonishing, his strength terrifying, and his reaction seemed almost prophetic. In 10 seconds, 10 men lay defeated. The remaining 10 or so finally panicked, beginning to retreat. Covered in blood, his own and that of others, Chen Feng stood amidst the crowd like a god of slaughter. Zhou Hu's face turned pale. As a trained fighter, he could discern the sudden, immense rise in Chen Feng's strength. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. He opened his mouth to speak. Chen Feng ignored him, charging directly at Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu instinctively raised his hand to block, but the force behind Chen Feng's punch exceeded his expectations. Bang! Zhou Hu was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a bone-cracking thud. Lying there, he stared at Chen Feng, disbelief etched across his face. Chen Feng did not continue the assault. He stood still, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, every muscle in his body trembling. The others dared not approach, only circling at a distance, gazing at him with terror in their eyes. Chen Feng lifted his head and scanned them. They all took a step back in unison. Without a word, he turned and fled. This time, no one dared to pursue. He stumbled into the darkness, leaving behind a scene of moaning victims and stunned assailants. Zhou Hu struggled to sit up, watching the direction in which Chen Feng had vanished. Murmuring to himself, "What the hell is this monster?" Chen Feng had lost track of time as he ran. All he knew was that he had to keep running until he reached a safe place. But where was that safe place? He was uncertain. His consciousness began to fade, footsteps growing increasingly erratic. Eventually, he could no longer hold on, and he toppled forward, rolling down a slope. He rolled for what felt like an eternity. When he finally came to a stop, he had entirely lost his sense of direction. Darkness enveloped him, silence reigned. It felt like a valley or a ditch. Tall weeds concealed him completely. Chen Feng lay on his back, gazing up at a narrow strip of sky. Dawn was approaching. A pale light emerged in the east. Chen Feng gasped for breath. Every inch of his body ached. Yet, more than the pain, what tormented him was the exhaustion. It seeped from his bones, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. He longed to move, but his body refused to obey. He wished to cry out, but no sound emerged. He lay there, watching as the sky grew brighter. His consciousness began to fade, just as Chen Feng was on the verge of losing consciousness. A faint sound of footsteps reached him, slow and light. His heart raced. Damn it, could it be them again? He tried to struggle, but his body was unresponsive. The footsteps drew nearer. Then, a face appeared in his line of sight. It was an old man, his visage lined with wrinkles, skin darkened by the sun, hair peppered with white, clad in a tattered military coat. A scavenger. The thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind. The old man crouched down, looking at him with an indescribable expression. "Kid," he spoke, his voice hoarse, "what happened to you?" Chen Feng opened his mouth, attempting to respond. But only a faint wheeze escaped. The old man stared at him for a long time. Then, he extended his hand and pressed it against Chen Feng's chest. At that moment, Chen Feng felt a warm current emanating from that rough palm, flowing into his body. A gentle, warm current of air flowed over Chen Feng's aching muscles and bones like soothing warm water. Wherever it passed, the searing pain that had torn through him lessened considerably. Chen Feng widened his eyes, staring at the elderly man. The old man said nothing, merely closing his eyes as he concentrated on channeling that stream of energy. After an indeterminate length of time, he withdrew his hand and exhaled deeply. "You've got a tenacious life force," he muttered, then bent down and hoisted Chen Feng onto his back. Chen Feng tried to resist, but not even his fingers could move. Step by step, the old man carried him away. Chen Feng's vision blurred increasingly, and before losing consciousness, he heard the man say, "There's something intriguing about you." Meanwhile, at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Hu knelt on the ground, head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of the man seated in the grand chair before him. The elderly gentleman, clad in a Zhongshan suit, was in his 60s, with graying hair and a lean face, but his eyes shone with startling brightness. This was Zhou Batong, the true master of the Zhou family. Zhou Hu's arm was bandaged, sweat beading coldly on his skin from the pain, yet he dared not utter a word, waiting for the elder to speak. After a moment, Zhou Batong broke the silence. He ran again. Zhou Hu lowered his head further. "Yes. That boy suddenly went berserk and single-handedly took down over a dozen of us." Zhou Batong said nothing. Zhou Hu gathered courage and continued, "Old master, that boy is abnormal. His strength surged abruptly during the fight, not a gradual increase, but a sudden transformation." Zhou Batong's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. "A sudden surge? Interesting." Zhou Hu glanced up cautiously. "Old master, shall we dispatch more men? He must still be in the city." "No need," Zhou Batong interrupted. Zhou Hu froze. Zhou Batong stood and walked to the window, gazing at the brightening sky. "Let him rest for a couple of days. People like him cannot be pressured too harshly." Zhou Hu was puzzled. "But young master's situation, I will handle the young master's affairs," Zhou Batong said without turning back. "You may leave now." Zhou Hu dared not ask further, rising and retreating. Alone in the room, Zhou Batong lingered by the window, a faint smile curling on his lips. "Cellular evolution," he murmured. "Fascinating indeed." Turning, he approached his desk and picked up an old-fashioned telephone, dialing a number. A deep voice answered. "I have found the kind of person you mentioned." Silence followed for a few seconds. "Are you sure?" the voice inquired. Zhou Batong nodded, though unseen. Certain. He defeated over 10 opponents alone. His strength surging mid-battle, just as you described. Another pause, then a sigh from the other end. Bring him to me. Zhou Batong smiled. No rush. He needs to recover first. When he is ready, he will come to me. Are you so confident? I am, Zhou Batong said, gazing intently out the window. Because I know what he is. And he will soon understand it himself. Outside, the sun rose at last, its golden rays bathing the city and illuminating every corner, including the dilapidated shack beside the suburban garbage dump. Inside the shack, Chen Feng lay unconscious on a bed fashioned from scrap materials. Beside him sat an elderly scavenger, clutching a chipped enamel bowl, sipping poor-quality liquor. He gazed at Chen Feng's face, his murky eyes flickering with a mysterious light. Finally, you have arrived, he whispered. Chapter 4. The scavenger Chen Feng awoke, drawn by a fragrant aroma. It was a humble, primitive scent, the smell of rice porridge. He had not smelled this for a long time. As a child in the welfare home, breakfast was often porridge, plain white rice porridge, sometimes with sweet potato or greens. Steaming hot, warming him from mouth to stomach. Chen Feng's stomach growled. He opened his eyes to an unfamiliar scene. Above him was a roof made of asbestos tiles, patched haphazardly with plastic sheets and wire where holes had formed. Sunlight filtered through the cracks, casting mottled patterns on the floor. Around him were neatly stacked piles of various discarded items, crushed soda cans, bundles of cardboard, rusty wires, worn bicycle wheels, and plastic chairs missing legs. Though aged, the place was clean, with only faint scents of rust and cardboard, none of the expected stench of garbage. Chen Feng lay on a wooden bed, cushioned by thick layers of old clothes, surprisingly soft and comfortable. A faded, patched quilt covered him, spotless and scented faintly with soap. Where am I? Chen Feng tried to recall. The night before, or rather, 2 nights ago, he had escaped from the Zhou family's men, tumbling down a hillside, when suddenly an old man appeared. The man was dressed in tattered clothes. Chen Feng tried to sit up abruptly, but was pierced by pain from his wounds, gasping sharply and collapsing back onto the bed. Awake? A hoarse voice came from nearby. Chen Feng turned his head to see an elderly man in a worn military coat sitting by a stove fashioned from a scrap metal barrel. On the stove rested a blackened pot, bubbling with steaming porridge, the source of the inviting aroma. The man appeared to be in his 70s, hair gray and disheveled, his face deeply wrinkled and sun-darkened from years outdoors. Yet his eyes were bright and clear, not clouded as one might expect in old age, but sharp and spirited. Chen Feng recognized the face. Before losing consciousness, it was this man who had pressed his hand to Chen Feng's chest, channeling that warm current of energy to ease his pain. Chen Feng, he rasped, voice rough as sandpaper. The old man did not look up, but ladled porridge from the pot into a chipped enamel bowl and handed it to him. Drink. Chen Feng accepted the bowl, filled with thick, well-cooked white rice porridge, grains bursting open, sprinkled with a few salt crystals. Simple, yet steaming hot and fragrant, the aroma filled his nostrils. Chen Feng was famished, unsure how long he had been unconscious. His stomach felt hollow and desperate. Ignoring the heat, he took a long sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, and a comforting warmth spread through his body, from stomach to limbs, as if a gentle hand were soothing his weary frame. He drank half the bowl at once before pausing and looking up at the old man. Thank you. The old man said nothing, merely sitting beside him and pulling from his pocket a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He extracted a wrinkled cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and began to smoke slowly. The smoke curled around the shack, carrying the acrid scent of low-quality tobacco. Chen Feng continued drinking until the bowl was empty. Feeling nourishment return to his body and vitality rekindled. He set down the bowl and looked at the man. Old sir, did you save me? The old man exhaled smoke and nodded. Why? Chen Feng asked. The old man glanced at him, but said nothing. Where's this place? Chen Feng pressed. The man finally spoke, his voice hoarse. North of the city, beside the garbage dump. North of the city? Chen Feng calculated mentally. He had fled from the abandoned factory district in the east, running an unknown distance, only to find himself in the northern sector, at least 20 or 30 li away. How long have I been unconscious? A full day and night. Chen Feng was stunned. A day and night? So he had lain here the entire previous day? He instinctively touched his body. The clothes he wore had been changed. They were not his original attire. Lowering his gaze, he saw himself clad in an old, faded shirt and a pair of noticeably oversized pants. I changed your clothes, the old man said. Your original outfit was soaked in blood and could not be cleaned. Chen Feng fell into silence, gazing at the elderly figure, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. He was a stranger to this man. Yet the old man had saved him, provided him with new attire, cooked porridge, and offered him a place to rest. Are there truly such kind-hearted individuals in this world? Elder, Chen Feng said earnestly, "My name is Chen Feng." The old man nodded but did not respond. "What do you go by?" "Old Wei," the elder replied. "Everyone calls me Old Wei." "Thank you. Wei to Yi," Chen Feng stated. "I will remember your kindness. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Old Wei glanced at him, his lips curling into a faint smile. "First, you must heal," Old Wei remarked. "Your injuries are severe. 2 ribs are fractured. Your left arm is dislocated, and you have numerous bruises. Had it not been for your youth, you might have perished." Chen Feng looked down at his left arm, which was still wrapped in bandages, secured against his chest. He attempted to move his fingers. They responded adequately. "Wei to Yi," Chen Feng suddenly recalled. "Did you treat my injuries?" Old Wei nodded. "You possess medical skills?" Chen Feng inquired, to which Old Wei nodded once more. As Chen Feng observed him, a vivid memory flashed through his mind. The night he lost consciousness, the old man had pressed his hand to Chen Feng's chest, and then that warm flow of energy. It was not an illusion, it was real. Chen Feng's heart raced. "Wei to Yi," he fixed his gaze on the old man's eyes. "What did you do to me that night?" Old Wei paused his smoking momentarily, turning to Chen Feng, his eyes shimmering with something inscrutable. "Did you feel it?" he asked. Chen Feng nodded. Old Wei remained silent for a time, extinguishing his cigarette but against the sole of his shoe and tossing it into an empty can. Then, he stood up and walked to the entrance of the makeshift shelter, peering outside. Before him lay a refuse station, heaps of garbage, and a few stray dogs rummaging for food. In the distance, the sound of machinery echoed as workers toiled. Sunlight glinted off the debris, casting a chaotic reflection. Old Wei returned, closing the door, merely a piece of scrap metal, before sitting across from Chen Feng. "Young man," he said, "I have a few questions for you. Answer honestly." Chen Feng's heart raced faster, sensing that what was about to be revealed might be the most significant matter of his 24 years of existence. "Please ask." Old Wei fixed his gaze upon him. "That night, when you were fighting, did you feel any change in your body?" Chen Feng's heart tightened. "How do you know?" "Answer me." Chen Feng inhaled deeply and nodded. "Yes. What changes did you experience?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng organized his thoughts. Suddenly, the world seemed to slow down. The movements of those around me became exceedingly sluggish, and I could discern each action clearly. It felt as though something was stirring within me, like countless ants crawling, or perhaps like a fire burning. Then, I became incredibly strong and fast. As he spoke, Chen Feng instinctively clenched his fists. Old Wei listened in silence, his stillness stretching into a lengthy pause that made Chen Feng increasingly uneasy. "Wei to Yi?" Old Wei lifted his gaze to meet Chen Feng's, his expression a blend of surprise, nostalgia, and something else that Chen Feng could not decipher. "Young man," Old Wei said, "are you aware that there exists a type of individual in this world known as a wuxia?" Chen Feng looked bewildered. "Wuxia? I've only encountered that term in films and novels. In the real world, how could there be wuxia? Are you referring to martial artists?" Old Wei shook his head. "Not the flashy kind. True martial artists." He stood, moving to a corner of the shelter where several worn-out woven bags were piled. Bending down, he retrieved an object from beneath the bags. It was a brick, an ordinary red brick identical to those found on construction sites. Holding the brick in his hand, Old Wei looked at Chen Feng. "Watch closely." He gripped the brick with his right hand, his fingers gradually tightening. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Crack! The brick shattered, breaking apart. Not from being struck, but from Old Wei's fingers crushing it with sheer force. Fragments tumbled from the gaps between his fingers, landing on the ground with a soft sound. Chen Feng's mouth hung open in disbelief. Old Wei opened his hand, revealing the brick now in several pieces, each edge marked by the impressions of his fingers. "This is Ming Jin," Old Wei explained, "the strength of the flesh. When honed to perfection, it can shatter stone and sever iron." Chen Feng was utterly astonished. He glanced from the broken brick to Old Wei's hands, which appeared no different from those of an ordinary elderly man, rough skin, covered in calluses. Yet it was these very hands that had just crushed a brick. "How did you do that?" Old Wei did not respond, but continued. "Above Ming Jin is Jin, and Jin allows for the internal energy to be projected outward, harming others from a distance." He walked to the stove, picking up a dark pot. Half filled with porridge, it had cooled. He extended a finger, hovering it an inch above the surface of the porridge, and then gently flicked it. With a splash, the porridge erupted, scattering everywhere. Chen Feng clearly saw that Old Wei's finger had not touched the porridge, yet it had burst forth. His mind reeled. And Jin, internal energy projecting outward, harming from a distance. Wasn't he this the stuff of martial arts novels? How could such things exist in reality? Above Jin is Hua Jin, Old Wei continued, the mastery of the energy field, commanding energy with intent. At that level, even plucking leaves or flowers can inflict harm. Old Wei returned and sat before Chen Feng. "Young man, there are far more wuxia in this world than you can imagine. They simply remain hidden. and an ordinary person may never encounter them. Chen Feng stared at him in a daze. After a long moment, he asked, "Are you a wuxia?" Old Wei nodded. "Then why are you here scavenging?" Old Wei paused, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "That is my own affair," he said. "You only need to know that my ability to save you is not a coincidence." Chen Feng was taken aback. "Not a coincidence?" Old Wei's gaze deepened. "That night, when you were fighting in the alley, I sensed it. I felt the energy emanating from you, even from several kilometers away." Chen Feng's mind was in turmoil. While he was fighting, this old man was several kilometers away. He sensed him? "You mean you could feel me?" Old Wei nodded. A wuxia's perception. Upon reaching a certain level, one can sense the presence of others of their kind. When your power erupted that night, the energy radiating from you shone like a torch in the dark. Chen Feng was rendered speechless. He struggled to digest this information, his mind a chaotic whirl. Wuxia, Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin. Perception, energy. These concepts had never graced his ears in 24 years. Yet now, someone was revealing to him that they were indeed real. Moreover, it appeared he was somehow part of this world. "Wait a ye," Chen Feng raised his head to meet Old Wei's gaze. "Then, what am I?" Old Wei regarded him for a long while before shaking his head. "I do not know." Chen Feng was taken aback. "You do not know?" Old Wei replied. "Your situation is quite unique. Ordinary wuxia developed their skills step by step, Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, in a gradual progression. But you are different. You have not trained, yet have suddenly acquired the power of Ming Jin, and perhaps even more." Old Wei paused before continuing. "When you erupted that night, the energy I sensed was already approaching in Jin. And Jin." Chen Feng recalled Old Wei's demonstration of the porridge exploding from a distance. That was in Jin. He, a person who had never practiced before and was utterly unfamiliar with such matters, was on the verge of achieving the elusive dark energy. How could this be possible? Lao Wei shook his head, expressing his own confusion. "This is why I asked you. Do you wish to uncover the truth?" Chen Feng gazed at him, inquiring if he could assist him in this endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Wei replied that he could teach him certain fundamental techniques, particularly breathing exercises and methods to cultivate energy. The extent of his progress would ultimately depend on Chen Feng himself. Instantly, Chen Feng's heart raced with excitement. Was this an invitation to become his disciple? He instinctively considered kneeling to express his gratitude, but a sharp pain in his ribs made him wince. Lao Wei raised his hand to stop him, advising him not to move and to focus on healing first. Once he was well, they could discuss other matters. Chen Feng lay back down, panting, yet his eyes sparkled with astonishment. "Lao Wei," he asked, "why do you wish to help me?" Lao Wei regarded him with a complex expression. "Because you remind me of someone I once knew," he said, referring to an old acquaintance. Chen Feng was about to ask further, but Lao Wei had already risen and walked to the door. "Rest well," he instructed. "There's porridge in the pot. Serve yourself when you're hungry." With that, he exited the room. Lying on the rickety bed, Chen Feng stared up at the asbestos-tiled ceiling, his emotions surging like a roller coaster. A martial artist, dark energy, an old acquaintance, everything felt surreal. However, the pain in his body confirmed that this was not a dream. It was indeed reality. Suddenly, he recalled Lao Wei's mention of that acquaintance. Who could it be? What connection did he have to him? Why had Lao Wei come to his aid upon sensing his presence? Chen Feng found himself perplexed. Yet, he understood that from this day forward, his destiny had irrevocably altered. Bidding farewell to the past, he closed his eyes, attempting to attune himself to his body. The pain in his ribs persisted. Yet it was significantly less severe than upon waking. His left arm could move slightly, and there was that familiar sensation, the warm, tingling feeling reminiscent of battle. It lingered, albeit faintly, hidden deep within him like a slumbering beast, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Chen Feng attempted to capture it, but it eluded him. He recalled Lao Wei's breathing technique. Yes, he would start with breathing. Adjusting his position for comfort, he began to take deep breaths. Inhale deeply, hold, and exhale slowly. Once, twice, thrice. Gradually, he entered a peculiar state. His breathing slowed, yet became effortless. His mind cleared of all distractions, leaving only the act of breathing. Then, that warm sensation resurfaced. It rose from his lower abdomen, a slender thread ascending through his body. It traversed his chest and throat, reaching the crown of his head, before descending back down to his abdomen. 1 circuit, 2 circuits, 3 circuits. Chen Feng became immersed in this extraordinary feeling, losing track of time. Eventually, he heard a sound at the door. Lao Wei had returned. Chen Feng opened his eyes to find that darkness had fallen outside. Had he really closed his eyes for several hours? Lao Wei entered and cast a glance at him, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. "You practiced?" he asked. Chen Feng nodded. Lao Wei approached, placing his hand on Chen Feng's chest to sense the energy, then withdrew his hand, his expression a mixture of complexity. You have developed a sense of energy, he stated. Achieving this in a single day indicates your talent exceeds my expectations. Chen Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. Do not rush, Lao Wei interrupted. Having talent is advantageous, yet it can also be detrimental. Advancing too quickly can lead to a downfall. He seated himself beside Chen Feng, producing a cigarette and lighting it. The smoke curled in the darkness. Let me share a story with you, he said. Chen Feng listened attentively. 30 years ago, I had a brother. Like you, he awakened suddenly. His talent was extraordinary. By 30, he reached the pinnacle of dark energy. Everyone said he was a once-in-a-century genius. Lao Wei's voice remained calm, but Chen Feng could discern the underlying emotion. And then he died, Lao Wei replied. He perished in a battle he should never have been a part of at the age of 32. Chen Feng fell silent. Lao Wei continued. Before his death, he was captured by an organization that specialized in researching martial artists, seeking to understand the source of their power. They imprisoned him, extracting blood, taking samples, and injecting various substances. He managed to escape, but his body was already devastated. He lasted 3 months before succumbing. Chen Feng clenched his hands tighter. Is that organization still active? Lao Wei regarded him with a serious look. Yes, and it is larger than before. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette before exhaling slowly. Therefore, you must keep your existence a secret. Aside from me, do not let anyone else know. If that organization discovers you, they will stop at nothing to capture you for their research. Chen Feng felt a tightening in his throat. I understand. Lao Wei nodded and stood. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, I will teach you the true martial arts. He walked to his own bedding and lay down, falling silent. Chen Feng remained in that dilapidated bed, staring at the dark ceiling, unable to find rest. Martial artists, organizations, death, these thoughts weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, amidst this heaviness, another feeling surged, excitement and anticipation. Chen Feng finally understood his identity. Although he was not entirely clear about everything, he at least had a direction. Outside, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the asbestos tiles, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Chen Feng closed his eyes and resumed his breathing exercises. Inhale deeply, hold, exhale once, twice, thrice. This time, that warm sensation returned more swiftly. It coursed through his body like a gentle serpent, rising and falling with his breath. Chen Feng became enveloped in this sensation, gradually drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, atop a high-end office building, Zhou Batong stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below. Behind him, a young man in a black suit was reporting. We have gathered information. Chen Feng, 24 years old, raised in a welfare home in the north of the city. He dropped out of middle school and has taken various odd jobs. For the past 3 years, he has worked as a trainer at the Lipai gym. No criminal record, no bad habits, and he sends money to the welfare home each month. Zhou Batong remained silent as the young man continued. Parental information, unknown. Records from the welfare home indicate he was abandoned at the doorstep, approximately 3 days old. There were no items to verify his identity. Zhou Batong's fingers lightly tapped on the window frame, repeating the word abandoned. He turned to face the young man. What is his blood type? The young man hesitated. Blood type? That is currently unclear. Find out, Zhou Batong instructed. Confirm it. The young man nodded and turned to leave. But Zhou Batong called him back. Also, he said, send someone to monitor the northern part of the city. If his whereabouts are discovered, do not alert him, report immediately. After the young man departed, Zhou Batong returned his gaze to the city outside. The night was illuminated with countless lights. A faint smile crept across his lips. Abandonment is intriguing, he murmured. If he is indeed that person's child, he left the thought unfinished. But a glimmer of something flickered in his eyes. Anticipation mingled with greed. End of Chapter 4, next chapter preview, Survival. Chapter 5, Survival. 3 days later, in the dilapidated shelter, Chen Feng lay on the rickety bed, staring at the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the asbestos tiles, counting the days. 3 days had passed. For a full 3 days, Chen Feng had scarcely left the bed except to use the bathroom. Lao Wei forbade him from moving, insisting that his bones needed time to heal, and that he must rest for at least a week. Chen Feng was not one to sit idle. Forcing him to lie still and do nothing was more agonizing than ending his life. Yet there was no alternative. The broken ribs inflicted genuine pain. Even the slightest movement caused cold sweat to break out on his brow. Though his left arm had been set, he dared not exert it. He was utterly incapacitated, reduced to little more than eating and sleeping, turning over with utmost caution. Every morning, Lao Wei would depart and return by nightfall. During the day, Chen Feng was alone in the shack, staring vacantly at the heaps of scraps surrounding him. He attempted to converse with Lao Wei, but the elder spoke sparingly, responding only to questions without ever volunteering information. When Chen Feng broached the subject of martial artists, Lao Wei merely urged him to focus on healing his injuries. Chen Feng swallowed his curiosity. Fortunately, though taciturn, Lao Wei was attentive in his care. He changed Chen Feng's dressings morning and evening, and began adding unfamiliar herbs to the porridge he prepared. The bitter taste was unpleasant, but once swallowed, it left a comforting warmth spreading through his body. When Chen Feng inquired about the concoction, Lao Wei simply said it was medicine to mend bones. Chen Feng asked no further. After 3 days, the pain in his ribs had lessened considerably, and his left arm gained slight mobility. His spirits brightened. He no longer felt as dazed as when he first awoke. That day, sunlight filtered through the cracks of the shack, casting mottled patterns on the floor. Chen Feng lay on his side, watching the shifting light while his mind wandered. He thought of the Zhou family. They had not come looking for him in 3 days. Had they abandoned the search, or were they merely biding their time? He contemplated the gym. Surely the owner had dismissed him. This month's wages were lost. Would any members remember him as their trainer? His thoughts turned to Zhang Lei, his close friend, who must be frantic. Zhang Lei's calls had gone unanswered since Chen Feng lost his phone 3 days ago. Finally, his mind returned to Lao Wei. Who was this enigmatic old man? A martial artist, he claimed. Yet why did he reside beside a junkyard, scavenging refuse? With his abilities, surely he could pursue a more dignified livelihood. Moreover, he said Chen Feng resembled an old acquaintance of his. At dusk, Lao Wei returned, carrying a large woven sack bulging with unknown contents. He set it by the door and busied himself lighting a fire to cook. Chen Feng propped himself against the wall. Master Wei, how was today's haul? He asked. Without turning, Lao Wei replied curtly, not bad. 2 words, as usual. Chen Feng, accustomed to this laconic style, pressed on hesitantly. Master Wei, could you tell me more about martial artists? The fire-making paused briefly. Lao Wei neither turned nor spoke. Just as Chen Feng prepared to give up, the old man suddenly said, What do you want to know? Energized, Chen Feng replied, Anything. How martial artists come to be. How they train. The difference between Ming Jin and Hua Jin. Lao Wei fell silent for a moment, then completed the fire and set a pot on it before sitting opposite Chen Feng. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and began. A martial artist, he explained, is simply someone who has attained a certain level of martial skill. The difference lies in purpose. Ordinary people practice martial arts to strengthen their bodies or fight. Martial artists train to transcend. To transcend? Chen Feng echoed. Lao Wei nodded. To surpass the limits of the human body. Strength, speed, endurance, all have ceilings. Martial cultivation is the relentless breaking of those ceilings. He gestured to his hand. Take Ming Jin, for example. An ordinary punch might exert tens of kilograms of force. A Ming Jin strike can deliver hundreds. When I crushed that brick with my hand, that was Ming Jin at work. Chen Feng recalled that scene, still awestruck. And in Jin, Lao Wei said, is the projection of internal energy. Ming Jin relies on muscular power, and Jin channels qi from within the body. This qi can manifest beyond the flesh, injuring from a distance. When I flicked that bowl of porridge, that was in Jin. Chen Feng pondered this. And Hua Jin? Lao Wei fell silent again. Hua Jin is the mastery of qi through intention. At that stage, qi no longer merely emanates from the body, but merges with the external energy field. A leaf falling, a flower drifting, each can be weaponized. It even allows brief suspension in midair. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Suspension? Like Qigong? Does that really exist? Lao Wei glanced at him, a subtle smile twitching his lips. Not the acrobatic feats you imagine, but by harnessing qi, one can jump higher, run faster than normal humans. That much is achievable. Chen Feng's imagination raced. Leaping higher, running swifter, striking harder, and attacking from afar. It sounded like a superhuman ability. Then how does one reach these levels? He asked. Lao Wei exhaled smoke slowly. Training requires 3 things: innate talent, relentless effort, and opportunity. None can be lacking. He fixed Chen Feng with a penetrating gaze. You have talent. That outburst the other night proved it. But talent is merely the ticket. How far you go depends on yourself. Chen Feng's heart quickened. As evening deepened, Lao Wei commenced formal instruction in breathing techniques. Not ordinary breathing, but the martial artist's method he had mentioned before. This is the foundation of all martial arts. Lao Wei said, where does qi arise? From breath. If your breathing is flawed, all training is in vain. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the tattered bed, following Lao Wei's guidance. Inhale, exhale, slowly, much slower than normal. This is the Guishi method, Lao Wei explained, imitating a turtle's breath to prolong and deepen qi into the dantian. Chen Feng struggled, often holding his breath too long or slipping back into normal breathing. Lao Wei patiently corrected him repeatedly. Inhale fully, hold, exhale slowly, don't rush, then inhale again. Gradually, Chun Feng began to sense something, a subtle warmth, a faint presence moving with his breath. He could feel the air entering through his nostrils, descending the trachea, settling in his lower abdomen, which gently expanded and contracted with the rhythm. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Slowly, an unusual state enveloped him, something intangible yet undeniably beneficial. After an indeterminate time, Lao Wei's voice broke the silence. Enough for today. Chun Feng opened his eyes, slightly dazed. Outside, darkness had fallen. Had 2 hours really passed in that moment? Lao Wei sat by the stove, a pot bubbling with herbs. How do you feel? Strange, Chun Feng admitted. Like something is moving inside me. Lao Wei's eyes gleamed briefly, but he said nothing more. That night, Chun Feng drank the herbal porridge and lay in bed, his mind replaying the breathing exercises. He attempted to recapture the sensation, but failed. Lao Wei reassured him it was normal. The feeling comes and goes at first, but stabilizes with persistence. Chun Feng closed his eyes and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The following day marked the beginning of his formal regimen of healing and training. Lao Wei departed early and returned late, but always prepared Chun Feng's medicine and meals before leaving. Chun Feng remained in the shack, practicing breathing, lost in thought, occasionally moving gently. His recovery progressed swiftly. Uncertain whether it was the efficacy of Lao Wei's medicine or the benefits of practicing breathing techniques, Chun Feng, who was initially advised to remain bedridden for a week, found himself able to rise and move about by the 5th day. The pain in his ribs had subsided, and he could move his left arm with ease. He attempted a few gentle jumps without issue, even throwing a light punch that generated a gust of wind. Unlike any ordinary breeze, it was a forceful rush that stirred excitement within him. He gazed at his hand, a surge of exhilaration flooding his heart. He had truly grown stronger. It was no mere illusion. On the evening of the 6th day, when Lao Wei returned, Chun Feng was outside the makeshift shelter, stretching his limbs. Lao Wei glanced at him and nodded, indicating that he was nearly recovered. Thanks to your medicine, Chun Feng smiled. Lao Wei did not respond, instead entering the shelter to set down his woven bag before sitting by the stove to kindle a fire. Chun Feng followed him inside and sat beside him. Lao Wei, Chun Feng said, I have a question. What is it? Will I have to keep hiding like this forever? Yes, Lao Wei replied. Focus on your training to enhance your abilities. One day, when you are strong enough to protect yourself, you will no longer need to hide. Chun Feng remained silent for a long while, recalling the Zhou family and the hunters pursuing him. Were they connected to this organization? He did not know. Later that night, lying on the rickety bed, he found himself wide awake, contemplating Lao Wei's words from days past. Awakening-type warriors, organization, experiment, death. These terms spiraled in his mind. Refusing to settle, he turned his head to look at the sleeping Lao Wei, who was curled among a pile of old clothes, breathing steadily, seemingly at rest. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the asbestos tiles, illuminating his wrinkled face, which appeared particularly aged in that moment. Chun Feng suddenly felt that the burdens Lao Wei bore were far heavier than he had imagined. He turned his face to the roof of the shelter, then closed his eyes and resumed practicing his breathing. Inhale, hold, exhale, a cycle repeated once, twice, thrice. Gradually, the warm sensation returned, this time more pronounced than before. Immersed in this peculiar feeling, Chun Feng lost track of time. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation creep along his back, a potent reminder, akin to the feeling of being watched in the ruins. Chun Feng's eyes flew open. Inside the shelter, everything appeared normal. Lao Wei was still asleep, and outside, only the sound of wind rustling through the refuse could be heard. Yet, Chun Feng sensed something approaching. He held his breath and listened intently. Faint footsteps, distant, but drawing nearer. More than one person. His heart raced. He gently sat up and reached to shake Lao Wei awake. Lao Wei. As Lao Wei opened his eyes, his murky gaze transformed into one of sharp clarity. He had heard it too. They exchanged a glance, words unspoken. The footsteps grew closer, then halted outside the shelter. A voice rang out. Lao Wei, I know you're in there. Care to come out for a chat? Chun Feng's heart sank. He recognized that voice. It was Zhou Batong. Chapter 6. The underground fighting arena outside the shelter, the moonlight was cold and stark. After Zhou Batong's words, the world fell into a profound silence. Chun Feng sat frozen on the bed, his heart nearly leaping into his throat, gripping the old clothing beneath him, palms slick with sweat. Zhou Batong, the true leader of the Zhou family, had come to find him. Instinctively, he glanced at Lao Wei, who had already sat up, his face devoid of any panic, merely furrowing his brow as he stared at the dilapidated iron door. Lao Wei, after so many years, you wouldn't deny me entry, would you? Zhou Batong's voice returned, laced with amusement. Lao Wei's voice was hoarse as he replied, Zhou Batong, what brings you to my humble abode at this hour? I simply wish to chat. Zhou Batong replied, and perhaps meet someone. Chen Feng's heart tightened. Meet me? Zhou Batong was here for him. Lao Wei fell silent for a moment before standing and walking towards the door. Chen Feng wanted to stop him, but Lao Wei had already pulled open the iron door. Moonlight flooded in, revealing a figure standing outside, flanked by several henchmen. The man was in his 60s, with graying hair, dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit. His slender frame standing straight. A smile graced his lips, yet it did not reach his eyes, which gleamed with an unsettling sharpness as they traversed over Lao Wei and settled on Chen Feng. Zhou Batong, Chen Feng thought, locking eyes with him, feeling as if he had been pricked by something sharp. That gaze was too piercing, as if it could see right through him. Indeed, you are here, Zhou Batong remarked with a grin. You made it easy for me to find you. Chen Feng remained motionless and silent, his muscles taut, ready for a fight. However, Zhou Batong quickly shifted his attention back to Lao Wei. Lao Wei, will you not invite me in to sit? Lao Wei blocked the entrance, showing no intention of yielding. If there is something to discuss, let it be here. Zhou Batong sighed. Lao Wei, you are still as stubborn as ever. Very well, we shall speak here. He stepped back, hands clasped behind his back, regarding Lao Wei. I have come to ask for your assistance. Lao Wei's brow furrowed deeper. Assistance? Yes, Zhou Batong continued. I have taken an interest in this young man. I would like to invite him to stay with me for a few days and have a chat. However, he seems to harbor some misunderstandings about me and refuses to come. Thus, I seek your help in persuading him. Chen Feng's fists clenched tightly, his mind racing. Stay for a few days? Chat? What nonsense. Lao Wei remained silent for a moment before responding. If he does not wish to go, no one can take him. Zhou Batong's smile faltered. Lao Wei, are you really going to protect him? Lao Wei did not answer, his body firmly blocking the door. Zhou Batong scrutinized him, the smile slowly fading from his face. Lao Wei, how long have we known each other? 30 years. I know your capabilities and understand you wish to avoid involvement in such matters. Yet this young man is very important to me. If you allow me to take him today, I will owe you a favor. You may call upon me whenever you need. Lao Wei shook his head. No. Zhou Batong's eyes narrowed. Lao Wei, are you certain you wish to turn against me for the sake of a stranger? Lao Wei met his gaze, calm and steady. He is not a stranger. Zhou Batong was taken aback. What do you mean? Lao Wei offered no explanation, merely stating, you should leave. I will pretend tonight's events never occurred. Zhou Batong studied him for a long moment before suddenly laughing. Lao Wei, you remain as obstinate as ever. He shook his head. Very well, I will grant you this favor today. However, I will not abandon my pursuit of this young man. He took a step back, casting a glance at Chen Feng. Young man, you are fortunate to have Lao Wei protecting you. But remember, the debts you owe to the Zhou family will eventually need to be repaid. With that, he turned and disappeared into the darkness, his entourage following suit. The sound of their footsteps faded into the distance, and the silence outside the shelter returned. Lao Wei stood at the door, gazing in the direction Zhou Batong had vanished, unmoving for a long while. Finally, Chen Feng broke the silence, his voice hoarse. Lao Wei. Lao Wei turned and walked back, sitting down by the stove. He pulled out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a slow drag. It is over, he said. He will not return tonight. Chen Feng looked at him, his mind racing with countless questions, yet he was unsure where to begin. Lao Wei spoke first. Do you wish to know about my relationship with him? Chen Feng nodded. Zhou Batong, Lao Wei remarked, 30 years ago, we were once companions in the same circles. Eventually, he chose a different path and became the steward of the Zhou family, a significant force in this city. Chen Feng's heart sank. 30 years ago together? Lao Wei seemed to read his thoughts and shook his head. Do not overthink it. I have long since withdrawn from that life. Now, I am merely an old man collecting scraps, offending no one. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng asked, why did he come to find me? Lao Wei gazed at him, his expression complex. Because the person you fought that night was the young master of the Zhou family. You struck one of their own, and naturally, they seek retribution. However, the fact that Zhou Batong himself came signifies that he desires more than mere retaliation. Chen Feng was bewildered. What could he possibly want? Lao Wei did not respond. After finishing his cigarette, he tossed the butt into the fire. Sleep now. Tomorrow, I will teach you some real skills. The next time you encounter him, at least you will be able to escape. Chen Feng wished to ask more, but Lao Wei had already lain down, turning his back to him and falling silent. Chen Feng returned to his bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to find sleep for a long time. The look Zhou Batong had given him lingered in his mind. It was not the gaze of an enemy, but rather that of a predator eyeing its prey. 3 days passed. Chen Feng's injuries had nearly healed. His ribs no longer ached, and he could move his left arm normally. He even attempted a few push-ups. Though it was somewhat strenuous, he managed just fine. Throughout these 3 days, Lao Wei had not mentioned Zhou Batong again. He left early and returned late each day, teaching Chun Feng breathing exercises and occasionally sharing knowledge about martial arts. Chun Feng refrained from asking further. Yet, he understood deep down that Zhou Badong would not simply let things be. One evening, Lao Wei returned earlier than usual. He set down a woven bag and sat across from Chun Feng. Are you healed? Chun Feng nodded, nearly recovered. Lao Wei scrutinized him for a moment before stating, it is time to work. Chun Feng was taken aback. Work? Lao Wei continued. You have been living off me for half a month. It cannot continue like this. Moreover, practicing martial arts requires funds. Medications, supplements, and techniques all cost money. Do you have any? Chun Feng fell silent. He indeed had no money. The 800 yuan he once possessed had long since vanished. Now, he was penniless, even wearing the underwear given to him by Lao Wei. Should I seek employment? Lao Wei shook his head. Employment? A few thousand yuan a month. What would that suffice for? By the time you save enough for medication, it would be too late. He pulled out a crumpled envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chun Feng. Upon opening it, Chun Feng found a note with an address and a name written upon it. Heihu Quanchong. Find Heihu. Chun Feng looked up at Lao Wei. A boxing venue? Underground boxing, Lao Wei clarified, a place where illegal fights occur. Winning a match can yield anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands. It's quick money and a way to hone your skills. Chun Feng's heart raced. Underground fighting. He had heard of it. It was a place where lives were truly at stake. You want me to participate in underground fights? Lao Wei regarded him. Are you afraid? Chun Feng hesitated for 2 seconds before shaking his head. It is not fear. It is that I have never fought before. Lao Wei chuckled, a rare, genuine laughter. That night, you took on over a dozen opponents. Wasn't he that fighting? Chun Feng was momentarily stunned. That was different. I was forced into a corner and fought chaotically. If you could fight like that, Lao Wei replied, imagine what you could do if you trained properly. Chun Feng found himself at a loss for words. Lao Wei stood, patting his shoulder. Go on. Heihu is an old acquaintance of mine. He will take care of you. Consider your first visit as a trial. If you can fight, then fight. If you cannot, concede quickly. Do not be stubborn. He thrust the envelope back into Chun Feng's hands. Tomorrow night at 8, do not be late. Chun Feng clutched the envelope, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. He raised his head to look at Lao Wei. Wait a ye. Why are you being so kind to me? Lao Wei turned towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused. Because you call me Wei Yi, he said simply. Then he pushed the door open and left. Chun Feng stood there, gazing at the swaying metal door, frozen in place. The following evening at 7:30. In the eastern part of the city, Chun Feng followed the address to the location. It was an abandoned factory area, reminiscent of the site where he had been chased days earlier. The surroundings were littered with collapsed buildings and rusted machinery, overgrown with weeds, a desolate sight. However, unlike the previous encounter, this place was bustling with people. Chun Feng followed the crowd and arrived at what appeared to be a large warehouse. At the entrance stood 2 burly men, bare-chested, adorned with various tattoos, clearly the bouncers. Chun Feng presented the note. One of the men glanced at it, scrutinizing Chun Feng from head to toe. New here? Chun Feng nodded. The man returned the note to him, stepping aside. Go in. Look for Heihu. Taking a deep breath, Chun Feng pushed the door open. As he entered, a wave of heat enveloped him. Inside was an expansive space, at least 300 square meters. In the center stood a boxing ring surrounded by a chain-link fence, roughly the size of a small room. The area was packed with spectators, men and women, young and old. In suits and t-shirts, a diverse crowd. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, smoke, alcohol, and a faint metallic tang of blood. Cheers, whistles, and shouts reverberated, causing his ears to ring. Chun Feng stood at the entrance, overwhelmed by the scene before him. Although he had heard tales of underground fighting, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. It was far more primal, savage, and visceral than he had imagined. New here? A voice called from beside him. Chun Feng turned to see a middle-aged man in his 40s standing next to him. The man was short yet robust, clad in a floral shirt, a cigar in hand, and a cheerful smile on his face. Heihu? Chun Feng inquired tentatively. The man nodded. Are you introduced by Lao Wei? Chun Feng handed him the note. Heihu glanced at it and nodded. I owe Lao Wei a favor. He pocketed the note and gestured for Chun Feng to follow him. He led Chun Feng through the crowd to a small room partitioned off beside the boxing ring. The room was sparse, containing only a table and a few chairs, with walls adorned with photographs of fighters, some victorious, some defeated, and some who had perished. Heihu took a seat behind the table and motioned for Chun Feng to do the same. Have you fought before? Chun Feng shook his head. Heihu took a puff of his cigar, exhaling slowly. Lao Wei mentioned you are a novice. Novices have their own rules. In your first match, your opponent will not be too strong, allowing you to gauge your abilities. If you win, you receive 3,000. If you lose, you receive 1,000 for medical expenses. Are you willing? Chen Feng nodded. Heihu regarded him with amusement. You're not afraid, huh? Very well, then it's settled. He stood and called out to the outside. Old K, take this kid to get ready for the third match tonight. Someone outside responded affirmatively. Heihu turned back to Chen Feng. Kid, remember, once you step into the ring, no one will care for your life. Either you knock your opponent out, or you get knocked out yourself. Conceding is allowed, but do it quickly. Some people don't get the chance to surrender before it's too late. Chen Feng's heart raced even faster. Yet he did not waver. He rose to his feet, looking at Heihu. I understand. Heihu nodded, patting his shoulder. Good. Now go. At 9 o'clock, the third match commenced. Chen Feng stood beside the boxing ring, awaiting his turn. He had already changed into the shorts and gloves provided by the venue. The gloves were thin, akin to a layer of skin, quite different from the thick boxing gloves seen on television. Lao Ke informed him that this was bare-knuckle fighting, more ferocious and prone to injury. Chen Feng flexed his wrist. Feeling relatively fine, the surrounding crowd had grown increasingly frenzied. The previous 2 matches had concluded, with rumors of a broken nose and a lost tooth circulating. Yet the audience cared little, they craved the thrill. Third match. The host, hoarse from excitement, announced. Red corner, Crazy Dog. 5 consecutive victories. Tonight, aiming for 6. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. A tall, gaunt man emerged from the opposite side. In his 30s, lean and covered in scars, a wild light danced in his eyes. He raised his arms and roared at the crowd, which responded with even more frenzied screams. Chen Feng's pupils constricted slightly. Crazy Dog, an apt moniker. Blue corner, newcomer. First appearance. No name. The crowd jeered. Chen Feng steadied his mind and ascended the ring. Crazy Dog eyed him and grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. A newcomer? Lucky you. I'll go easy on you. Chen Feng remained silent, fixated on him. The host exited, and the wire gate clanged shut. The bell rang. Crazy Dog wasted no time. Lunging at Chen Feng with astonishing speed, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Chen Feng instinctively sidestepped, the punch grazing his ear and whipping up a gust of wind. Crazy Dog paused for a moment, then laughed. Hey, kid, you're quite nimble. Before he finished his sentence, a second punch was already on its way. Chen Feng dodged again. The third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch, Crazy Dog unleashed a flurry of strikes, each aimed to incapacitate, yet all found their mark empty. The crowd began to stir. Come on, Crazy Dog, can you keep up? The newcomer is just toying with you. Crazy Dog's expression darkened. He halted and fixed a dangerous gaze on Chen Feng. Kid, is dodging all you can do? Chen Feng remained mute, observing Crazy Dog intently, noting every subtle muscle contraction, every shift of footwork, every change in expression. To him, everything slowed down, remarkably slow, reminiscent of that fateful night. Chen Feng sensed it, the power was returning. Crazy Dog charged once more. This time, Chen Feng did not evade. He met the attack head-on. A single punch, unadorned and straightforward. Yet its speed was so rapid that Crazy Dog could hardly comprehend it. Bang! The fist collided with Crazy Dog's abdomen. His eyes bulged, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. He toppled backward, crashing onto the ring, motionless. The arena fell into an immediate hush. Everyone was stunned. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then, the host rushed forward, crouching beside Crazy Dog, checking his eyelids and pulse. He rose, incredulity lacing his voice as he declared, KO. Blue corner wins. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Yet, Chen Feng was oblivious to it all. He stood still, staring at his fist. One punch, just one punch, and a seasoned fighter with 5 wins fell. Was this his strength? Was this the essence of a warrior? In a small room, Heihu observed the surveillance screen, nearly dropping his cigar in shock. He stared for several seconds, then abruptly leapt to his feet, rushing to the door, yelling, "Bring that kid to me, now." Minutes later, Chen Feng was ushered into the small room. Heihu scrutinized him, disbelief etched on his face. Are you some kind of monster? Chen Feng remained silent. Heihu circled him twice, assessing him. One punch to take down Crazy Dog? Though not elite. He has fought for 5 years without being knocked out once. Have you trained? Chen Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. Just a few days of practice. Heihu's lips twitched. Just a few days? Chen Feng nodded again. Heihu fell into a long silence before suddenly bursting into laughter, his mirth booming. Old Wei, what treasure have you sent me? He returned to his desk, retrieved a stack of money from the drawer, and tossed it to Chen Feng. This is your prize, 10,000. 3,000 as a base, 7,000 as a bonus. Chen Feng accepted the hefty bundle, feeling a complex wave of emotions swell within him. This was the fastest money he had ever made in his life. One punch, 10,000 yuan. Heihu grinned. Kid, stick with me, and you'll make a fortune. 1 match a week, 10,000 each time. That's 40,000 a month. A year. I'll think about it. Chen Feng interrupted. He Hu paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, consider it. Come find me when you're ready. Chen Feng pocketed the money and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he hesitated and looked back. Brother He, can we keep tonight's events to ourselves? He Hu raised an eyebrow. Why? Chen Feng replied. I prefer not to draw too much attention. He Hu scrutinized him for a moment, then nodded. Fine. For Old Wei's sake, I'll grant you that. Chen Feng nodded and exited. Outside, the night was deepening. As he walked home, clutching the 10,000 yuan, his thoughts were a whirlwind. One punch, 10,000. Was this the world of warriors? No, this was merely the beginning. Chen Feng raised his head, gazing at the sparse stars in the night sky. Old Wei was right. He needed money, lots of money, to buy medicine, supplements, and techniques to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he survive, protect himself, and cease to evade. Chen Feng quickened his pace towards the northern part of the city. Meanwhile, within the Zhou family villa, Zhou Batong sat in his study, a document laid before him, inscribed with the name Chen Feng. He leafed through the pages, noting the tale of abandonment, growing up in an orphanage, dropping out of middle school, working as a laborer, and becoming a gym instructor, a narrative of an exceedingly ordinary lower-class youth. Yet, Zhou Batong knew he was anything but ordinary. For that night, he had witnessed the surveillance footage with his own eyes. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an average person. Turning to the last page, he read the line, blood type test results, no match with any known blood type. A smile gradually crept upon Zhou Batong's lips. No match, just as it should be. He closed the document, leaning back in his chair, gazing out at the night. Old Wei, Zhou Batong murmured, you've hidden for so long. Yet it seems you finally slipped up. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Hello? Zhou Batong said, help me investigate a person. Old Wei, 30 years ago he was involved in the underworld, then vanished. Find out what he has been up to all these years, and whom he has associated with. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice replied, Uncle Zhou, that person is difficult to trace. Zhou Batong chuckled. Difficult to trace is precisely why we must pursue it. A generous reward awaits for whoever finds him. He hung up, turning his gaze back to the window. In the night, the city's lights twinkled like stars. In Zhou Batong's eyes, a glint of greed sparkled. Awakening-type warriors, he murmured, only a handful emerge in a century. Old Wei, you may deceive others, but not me. This kid, I will secure. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. 3 consecutive victories when Chen Feng returned to the shanty. Dawn was approaching. Old Wei was still awake, seated by the stove, mending a tattered garment under the dim light. Upon seeing Chen Feng enter, he lifted his eyelids for a glance before returning to his work. Did you win? Chen Feng nodded and placed the stack of money before Lao Wei. 10,000. Lao Wei glanced at the pile, remaining silent. Chen Feng sat beside him, hesitating briefly before asking, Grandfather Wei, was my punch too heavy? Lao Wei paused his needlework. What's the matter? Chen Feng replied, that fellow called Mad Dog fell with just one punch. When I saw him being carried away, his face was pale. I wonder if he will survive. Lao Wei interrupted him. At He Hu, there are doctors who specialize in treating this. At most, he'll be bettered in for a few months. Chen Feng acknowledged with an O. Lao Wei continued mending his clothes, stitching slowly yet steadily. Is this your first time hitting someone? Does it feel uncomfortable? Chen Feng pondered before admitting. Yes, a bit. Lao Wei lifted his gaze to meet Chen Feng's. Remember, once you step onto the boxing ring, it's either you or him. If you show mercy, he will rise and make it his first priority to finish you off. In the world of martial artists, there is no room for sympathy. Chen Feng fell silent. Lao Wei lowered his head and resumed his sewing. Keep the 10,000 for yourself, he said. Medicine and supplements cost money. You will need them in the future. Chen Feng hesitated. Do you not want it? Lao Wei shook his head. What would I do with the money? Picking up scraps is enough for my living. Observing the stooped elder, warmth surged within Chen Feng. He took the stack of money, withdrew half, and placed it into Lao Wei's hand. Then I'll give you half. Lao Wei regarded him without refusal, silently accepting it. Get some rest, Lao Wei instructed. We need to train tomorrow. In the days that followed, Chen Feng adopted a disciplined routine. He practiced during the day and boxed at night. The breathing technique taught by Lao Wei was practiced by Chen Feng for 2 hours each morning and evening. The warm sensation became increasingly tangible, slowly flowing within him. Lao Wei remarked, this is called guiding qi into the body, the first step for a martial artist. Many take a year to grasp this, yet you achieved it in a week. Your talent is indeed remarkable. However, Lao Wei cautioned him. Moving quickly does not equate to moving steadily. Without a solid foundation, complications may arise later. Chen Feng listened intently as Lao Wei began to teach him some fundamental boxing techniques. These were not flashy routines, but rather the most basic punches, straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, elbow strikes, and knee strikes. A martial artist's punches differ from those of ordinary people, Lao Wei explained. Ordinary people rely on muscle power, while martial artists harness qi. When the qi reaches the fist, it becomes powerful. Without it, no matter how fierce the punch, it is futile. Chen Feng endeavored to comprehend this. He threw a punch, while simultaneously channeling his qi, attempting to let that warm sensation surge from his dantian to his fist. His initial attempts were unsuccessful. The same was true for the second and third tries. After 3 full days of practice, Chen Feng finally delivered his first qi-infused punch. It struck the wall, leaving a shallow imprint. Lao Wei nodded. "You've succeeded. Now, practice until it becomes instinctive." Clenching his fist and gazing at the mark on the wall, an indescribable exhilaration welled up within Chen Feng. He was indeed growing stronger. This was not an abstract sensation, it was a tangible enhancement. That evening, at the Heihu boxing arena, Chen Feng fought 3 matches within a week. The first was against Mad Dog, whom he knocked out with a single punch. The second was against a robust man named Bulldozer, weighing 100 kilograms, who was rumored to have been on a weightlifting team. Chen Feng used 3 punches, bringing him to his knees. The third match was against a seasoned Muay Thai fighter named Viper, who was quick and vicious with his legs. This bout lasted 3 minutes. And though Chen Feng received 2 kicks, he ultimately landed a punch that knocked Viper unconscious. 3 matches, 3 victories, all by knockout. Heihu regarded him with increasing fervor. "Kid, are you here to smash the place up?" After the third match, Heihu summoned him to a small room and handed him a stack of money, 20,000. "This is for your last 2 fights." Chen Feng accepted the money, counting it to confirm the amount was indeed 20,000, along with the first match's 10,000. He now had 30,000. "Will you fight again next week?" Heihu inquired. Chen Feng contemplated briefly. "Yes." Heihu grinned. "All right. I'll arrange a tough opponent for you next week to broaden your horizons." Chen Feng remained silent, collecting the money and turning to leave. As he reached the door, Heihu called out to him. "Kid, Lao Wei was once like you." Chen Feng paused and turned back. Heihu, puffing on a cigar, had a complex expression. He too started from underground boxing, undefeated in 30 matches, all by knockout. Then he abruptly quit, claiming something happened. Chen Feng's heart raced. "What happened?" Heihu shook his head. "I don't know. He didn't say, and I don't ask. But I know he changed after that." Heihu exhaled a puff of smoke, fixing his gaze on Chen Feng. "Lao Wei is good to you. Don't let him down." Chen Feng remained silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand." Upon returning to the shack, Chen Feng placed the money before Lao Wei. 20,000. For the last 2 matches. Lao Wei glanced at it, but said nothing. Chen Feng sat beside him, hesitating before asking, "Grandfather Wei, did you fight underground boxing too?" Lao Wei paused his work, lifting his gaze to Chen Feng. "Did Heihu tell you?" Chen Feng nodded. Lao Wei remained silent for a while before finally affirming. "I did." "How many matches did you fight?" 30 matches. "All victories?" Lao Wei did not respond, but Chen Feng deciphered the answer from his silence. 30 wins. "What does that signify?" Chen Feng couldn't fathom it. "Then why did you stop?" Lao Wei lowered his head, continuing his task. Something happened. Chen Feng awaited further explanation. But Lao Wei remained quiet. He realized the topic was closed. Late at night, Chen Feng lay on the rickety bed, practicing his breathing while staring blankly at the ceiling. After 3 matches, he had won 30,000. This amount could purchase a considerable quantity of medicine and supplements, but it was still insufficient. Lao Wei had mentioned that as a martial artist progresses, expenses escalate dramatically. A single pei yuan dan could cost over 100,000, and a good martial arts manual could range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Chen Feng's 30,000 was hardly enough to fill the gaps. He required more money, more fights, and to grow stronger. Only in this way could he survive and cease to hide. With his eyes closed, Chen Feng prepared to sleep. Just then, he felt a sudden palpitation, the same sensation as that night before Zhou Batong's arrival. Chen Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Inside the shack, everything appeared normal. Lao Wei lay nearby, breathing steadily. Outside, only the sound of the wind rustling through the garbage heap could be heard. Yet, Chen Feng sensed something was watching him. He quietly sat up, holding his breath and listening intently. No footsteps, no voices. Yet, the feeling of being observed intensified, emanating from just outside, very close. Slowly rising, Chen Feng approached the door and peered through the gap in the dilapidated metal door. Under the moonlight, the garbage dump lay silent. No one was there. Nothing at all. But the sensation lingered. The hair on the back of Chen Feng's neck stood on end. He inhaled deeply and suddenly flung the door open. Outside stood an empty expanse, with only a stray cat rummaging through the refuse. However, on the ground lay a cigarette, but, still smoldering, freshly extinguished. Chen Feng crouched down to pick it up. The filter bore a character, Zhou. Zhou family's special supply cigarette. Chen Feng clenched his fist. They had come again. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8. The invitation from the Zhou family. Chun Feng stared at the cigarette, but in his hand for a long time. The character Zhou on the filter was particularly glaring under the moonlight. The Zhou family's cigarette. Someone from the Zhou family had been here, just moments ago. Chun Feng suddenly lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. The garbage dump lay silent under the moonlight. The only sounds being the cries of wild cats and the wind's lament as it swept through the ruins. There was no one around, not a soul. Yet, they had been there. Chun Feng turned and rushed back to the makeshift shelter, shaking Old Wei awake. Wait a ye, the Zhou family has been here. In an instant, Old Wei's bleary eyes sharpened with keen alertness. He sat up, without inquiring how Chun Feng had come by the information, and took the cigarette but from his hand to examine it. They just left, he stated. Chun Feng's heart sank. They had returned. Wait a ye, should we flee? Old Wei interrupted him. Do you think we can escape? Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback. Old Wei stood and approached the entrance, gazing into the dark night. Zhou Batong is no fool. He sent someone tonight, not to capture you, but to remind you that he can come for you at any moment. Chun Feng clenched his fists tighter. Then why doesn't he act directly? Old Wei turned to face Chun Feng. Because what he desires is not you as a person, but the secrets you possess. Chun Feng opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. Old Wei returned to the stove, sitting down to roll a cigarette. Get some sleep, he advised. Nothing will happen tonight. Chun Feng was agitated. Wait a ye, they could come at any time. How can I sleep? Old Wei took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling slowly. They will come, but he won't make a move tonight. What he wants is for you to come to him willingly. Coercion is futile. Chun Feng was bewildered. Old Wei regarded him with a complex expression. Kid, do you think Zhou Batong is just anyone? He is the steward of the Zhou family, commanding hundreds of men. He has ways to capture you, yet he has not. He has personally come and sent people to watch, indicating he is in no rush. Why? Chun Feng shook his head. Because he wants you to seek him out. Old Wei explained. Why would I do that? Because you can, Old Wei replied, and soon. Chun Feng wished to inquire further, but Old Wei had already lain down, turning his back to him, and ceased speaking. Chun Feng remained rooted in place, clutching the cigarette, but for what felt like an eternity. The next morning, Chun Feng was jolted awake by a series of knocks. It was not the door of the shelter, but the large iron gate of the garbage dump. Someone was knocking. Chun Feng bolted upright and looked at Old Wei, who had already risen and approached the door to peer outside. Hey Hu, he announced. Chun Feng was momentarily stunned. Hey Hu? What is he doing here? Old Wei opened the door, and Hey Hu stepped inside. He wore a floral shirt and held a cigar, but his expression was unlike his usual carefree demeanor. Old Wei, he said, there's trouble. Old Wei regarded him in silence. Hey Hu glanced at Chun Feng. Kid, the 3 matches you fought last night caught someone's attention. Chun Feng's heart tightened. Who? Hey Hu took a puff of his cigar, slowly exhaling. The Zhou family. Chun Feng immediately tensed. Hey Hu continued. After you finished your 3rd match, someone from the Zhou family came looking for me. They inquired about your situation, where you came from, and who referred you. I didn't divulge anything. He looked at Chun Feng, his gaze serious. But kid, the Zhou family is not to be trifled with. They control this territory. You need to come with me. I can help you find a place to hide until things calm down. Chun Feng remained silent, looking toward Old Wei. Old Wei stood at the door, facing away from them, gazing outside. Wait a ye? Chun Feng called out. Old Wei did not turn back. After a long silence, he spoke, his voice hoarse. You cannot escape. Hey Hu was agitated. Old Wei, are you out of your mind? If we let this kid stay here, what will happen when the Zhou family comes knocking? Old Wei turned to face him. If they come knocking, then let them come. Hey Hu was taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. Old Wei, are you protecting him? Old Wei remained silent. Hey Hu stared at him for a long time before exhaling a heavy sigh. Fine. You've spoken, Old Wei, but I'm washing my hands of this. However, kid, he turned to Chun Feng. If the Zhou family seeks you out, be cautious. They are not kind. Chun Feng nodded. Hey Hu turned to leave, pausing at the door. Old Wei, he said, that matter, it has been 30 years. You should let it go. Old Wei did not respond. Hey Hu shook his head and exited through the door, leaving the shelter in silence. Chun Feng looked at Old Wei, a torrent of questions swirling in his mind, unsure of where to begin. Old Wei returned to sit across from him. What do you wish to ask? Chun Feng hesitated before speaking. Wait a ye, did you have a connection with the Zhou family in the past? Old Wei remained silent for a moment before nodding. 30 years ago, I was with Zhou Batong. Chun Feng's heart raced. Together in what way? Old Wei did not answer directly, instead pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. At that time, one man ruled the underworld of this city. His name was Wei Qingtian. Chun Feng's mind raced. Wei Qingtian, the surname Wei? Is that you? Old Wei nodded. He is my father. Chun Feng's mind reeled. Old Wei's father was the ruler of the underground world of this city? Then what about you? Old Wei continued. At that time, Zhou Batong and I were both under his command. I was his son, and Zhou Batong was an adopted orphan. We grew up together, trained together, and fought for our place in the world. Old Wei took a puff of smoke, exhaling slowly. Then, something happened. Chen Feng held his breath. Old Wei's gaze grew distant, as if he were peering into a far-off past. My father was assassinated. Overnight, all territories were seized. Zhou Batong and I escaped, living in hiding for 3 years. Old Wei lowered his head, staring at his hands. 3 years later, we returned for revenge. We avenged ourselves, but Zhou Batong had changed. He no longer wished to live in hiding. He wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to the Wei family in his own name. Chen Feng understood. So Zhou Batong betrayed you? Old Wei shook his head. Not exactly betrayal. He sought survival. I sought closure. No more discussion. He tossed the cigarette, but into the fire. In any case, from then on, we walked different paths. He became the steward of the Zhou family, while I became an old man rummaging through refuse. Chen Feng was stunned. He had not expected this elderly man, living beside the garbage dump, to have such a past. So Zhou Batong came looking for me because... Old Wei looked at him. Because you are like my brother. Your brother? Chen Feng inquired. Old Wei nodded. My brother, the second son of Wei Qingtian. He too awakened suddenly. Possessing extraordinary talent, he reached the pinnacle of dark strength before turning 30. Zhou Batong witnessed his power firsthand. Chen Feng's heart raced. So Zhou Batong wants to capture me too. Old Wei interjected, to study you. He wants to know why you have awakened and whether this power can be replicated. With such power, he could. He left the thought unfinished. But Chen Feng understood. With such power, Zhou Batong could truly dominate the underground world of this city, and even more. So your brother was killed by him? Yes. He was killed by Zhou Batong. Chen Feng's mind went blank. What? Old Wei bowed his head and fell silent. Yet, Chen Feng had already grasped the truth. Zhou Batong sought to study awakened warriors, and Old Wei's brother was the first test subject. He either succeeded or partially succeeded. Then, that genius perished. Now, Zhou Batong had found a second subject, Chen Feng. That night, Chen Feng did not go to Heihu's boxing venue. He sat in the shelter, contemplating for a long time. The words of Old Wei weighed heavily on his heart. Zhou Batong desired him, not because he had fought Zhou Mingyuan, but because of his very being, an awakened warrior. Such beings were rare, appearing only once in a century. Research is possible, replication is feasible, and one can indeed create even stronger warriors. Chen Feng was uncertain of the intentions of Zhou Batong, yet he had witnessed the fate of Old Wei's brother. He had perished, tortured to death. Chen Feng would not allow such a fate to befall him. Absolutely not. He rose, approached the door, and gazed into the night. Under the moonlight, the garbage station lay in silence. Yet, Chen Feng sensed that someone was watching him from a shadowy corner. He took a deep breath and spoke, "Come out." There was no response. Chen Feng continued, "I know you are there. Is it sent by Zhou Batong? Let him come himself." The darkness remained silent for a long while. And then a figure emerged from behind a pile of refuse. It was not Zhou Batong. It was a middle-aged man, around 40, clad in dark clothing, with a robust physique. He stepped into the moonlight and regarded Chen Feng. "Uncle Zhou has requested that you join us," he stated. Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon him. "What if I refuse?" The man smiled coldly. "Uncle Zhou insists that you will comply." A heaviness settled in Chen Feng's heart. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to see 2 individuals at the entrance of the makeshift shelter, holding someone captive. It was Old Wei. Chen Feng's eyes instantly reddened. "Old Wei." The elder raised his head and looked at him. Blood stained his lips, yet his gaze remained calm. "Kid," Old Wei said, "don't go." The middle-aged man approached and stood before Chen Feng. "Uncle Zhou has assured me that if you go, he will be unharmed. If you do not, he will not survive the night." Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. He glanced at Old Wei and then at the middle-aged man. Old Wei was restrained, unable to move, but he looked at Chen Feng with eyes that seemed to say, "Don't worry about me. Run." Chen Feng understood his gaze. Yet he did not flee. He looked at the middle-aged man and spoke deliberately, "Lead the way." The man smiled, "Clever." He waved his hand, and the 2 individuals dragged Old Wei backward. Chen Feng followed them into the darkness. Under the moonlight, the garbage station returned to its silence, the only sound being the wind rustling through the debris, akin to a sigh. Chapter 8 concludes Chapter 9. Inch power. Chen Feng followed those men, traversing through the night for an extended period. They passed through the garbage station, through abandoned factory zones, and through dark alleys. He was oblivious to their destination, merely moving mechanically, his eyes fixed on Old Wei, who was being held captive. Old Wei moved slowly, stumbling slightly. In the moonlight, Chen Feng could see the bloodstains on his back. They had assaulted Old Wei. Chen Feng's fists turned white with tension, his knuckles cracking audibly. Yet he remained still. Acting now would not save Old Wei, but rather jeopardize him further. He He needed to wait. To wait for an opportunity. Move faster, the middle-aged man barked without looking back. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. After several more minutes, they arrived at a desolate construction site. Surrounding them were unfinished buildings, their exposed steel rebar resembling white bones in the moonlight. The ground was littered with construction debris, broken bricks, cement bags, and rusty scaffolding. They halted. The middle-aged man instructed Chen Feng, "Wait here." He, along with the two others, dragged Old Wei into one of the half-finished buildings. Chen Feng stood still, watching their figures vanish into the darkness. The night breeze swept through, carrying the taste of dust. Chen Feng's heart raced. What would become of Old Wei? What were Zhou Buotong's true intentions? He was uncertain how long he stood there, perhaps just a few minutes, perhaps longer. Then, footsteps resounded from the darkness. Many people. Chen Feng lifted his head. A dozen figures emerged from the half-finished building, led by Zhou Buotong. Dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, and a faint smile gracing his face, he was flanked by a dozen henchmen, all robust and fierce-eyed. Old Wei was being led along at the rear. Chen Feng's gaze bypassed Zhou Buotong and settled on Old Wei. The elder looked up at him, his lips moving. Though no sound emerged, Chen Feng understood. He was saying, "Leave." Chen Feng did not budge. He locked eyes with Zhou Buotong and declared, "Release him." Zhou Buotong chuckled. "Release him? Do you have any idea how long I have awaited this moment?" He approached Chen Feng, halting a few steps away. "Do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? 30 years. Since the awakening of Wei Qingtian's son, I have been anticipating the next one. I never expected that after 30 years, it would be you." He scrutinized Chen Feng with a fervent gleam in his eyes. Awakening-type warriors are rare, emerging perhaps only once in a century. Do you understand how precious you are? Chen Feng tightened his fists. Precious? Just as the one you captured years ago? And what became of him? He died. Zhou Buotong's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned. That was an accident, he explained. At that time, the technology was not yet mature. Now it is different. We have superior equipment, better methods. You will not die. You will become a more perfect existence. A wave of nausea surged within Chen Feng. A more perfect existence? Merely a specimen. I will not go with you, Chen Feng asserted. Zhou Buotong sighed. I anticipated you would respond this way. He stepped back and waved his hand. The henchmen simultaneously moved, encircling Chen Feng. Zhou Buotong stood outside the circle, grinning. No matter. I have ways to make you compliant. He glanced at Old Wei. My apologies, Old Wei. This kid is far too important to me. Old Wei struggled to speak, but those beside him restrained him. Chen Feng glared at the henchman, all his muscles tensed. One of the henchmen lunged first, throwing a punch at Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng sidestepped, countering with a punch to the man's gut. Thud. The assailant's eyes bulged as he crumpled to the ground. Yet others closed in. 2, 3, 4. Blows rained down from every direction. Chen Feng fought desperately to evade and retaliate, but there were too many. For every one he knocked down, 2 more surged forward. Chen Feng's punches grew slower, his breaths heavier. The assailants were well-trained, coordinated, giving him no chance to recover. Thud. A punch landed squarely on his face. Chen Feng staggered back, still regaining his balance when a kick struck his side. He was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Hit. Old Wei's voice echoed from afar. Chen Feng struggled to rise, but a foot pressed down on his back, pinning him firmly to the ground. Zhou Buotong approached, crouching before him. Kid, why the struggle? He said. If you comply, you will suffer less. I assure you, it won't be too painful. Chen Feng lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon him. Blood at the corner of his mouth, yet a fire burned in his eyes. In your dreams. Zhou Buotong sighed and stood. Beat him, he ordered. Keep hitting him until he listens. Blows fell like rain. Chen Feng curled on the ground, using his arms to shield his head, enduring the onslaught of strikes. Pain. Exquisite agony. Yet he gritted his teeth, uttering not a sound. He would not cry out. He would not beg for mercy. He would not grant them satisfaction. Thud. A punch struck his already fractured rib, which had just healed, sending waves of fresh pain coursing through him. Crack. Something snapped. Chen Feng let out a muffled groan. Darkness encroaching at the edges of his vision. But he did not fall. Gritting his teeth, he silently recited the breathing technique Old Wei had taught him. Inhale to the limit. Hold. Exhale. That warm energy flowed within him. Though slow, it did not cease. The assault continued. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. 1 kick. 2 kicks. 3 kicks. Chen Feng's consciousness began to blur. Yet, he did not relinquish his breath. Inhale deeply. Hold. Exhale. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a torrent of warmth surge from his dantian. It was not a gentle, soothing flow. It was a mighty deluge. A torrent that surged through his entire being. The warmth spread instantly, causing every muscle to quiver and every blood vessel to expand. That sensation had finally arrived. Identical to that night. The world around him slowed once more. Chen Feng opened his eyes. The movements of those around him appeared languorous, exceedingly slow, allowing him to discern the trajectory of each person's fist from the moment it was thrust until it landed. Chen Feng moved. The individual preparing to kick him missed entirely. Losing his balance, Chen Feng delivered a punch to his chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. The man screamed as he flew backward, colliding with two others behind him. The remaining onlookers were momentarily stunned. Chen Feng stood amidst them, drenched in blood, his eyes a fiery red, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Come on, he rasped, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. The group exchanged glances before surging toward him simultaneously. Chen Feng met them head-on. A punch, a kick, an elbow strike, a headbutt, every part of his body became a weapon. His movements lacked any discernible pattern, driven purely by instinct. Yet, each blow was unfailingly accurate, imbued with astonishing force. One thug fell, then 2, 3, 4. 5 seconds passed, 5 opponents down. 10 seconds elapsed. 10 adversaries dispatched. The remaining few began to retreat, their eyes brimming with fear. Chen Feng, bloodied and gasping, stood among a heap of groaning bodies. Zhou Buotong's expression shifted dramatically. He took a step back and shouted, "Everyone, attack! Get in there!" From the derelict building emerged a dozen more individuals. Chen Feng regarded them, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bring it on. The more, the better. He charged forward, unleashing fists, feet, elbows, knees, and headbutts. Each strike was a flurry of ferocity. 1, 2, 3, 4. He lost track of time and the number of adversaries he felt, driven only by the urge to fight until none dared to approach him again. When he finally halted, the ground was littered with the fallen, over 20 in total. Chen Feng stood amidst them, panting heavily, his muscles trembling. He lifted his gaze to Zhou Buotong, who stood at the entrance of the dilapidated building. The smile on his face utterly vanished. Zhou Buotong stared at Chen Feng, his eyes reflecting shock, fear, and an insatiable greed. Interesting, Zhou Buotong remarked, remarkably interesting. Your near-death awakening and surge in power are more remarkable than I anticipated. He retreated a step, vanishing into the darkness. Chen Feng attempted to pursue, but faltered, his legs giving way, nearly collapsing. He steadied himself against a nearby steel bar, breathing heavily. His body protested. He could feel that strength waning. Gritting his teeth, he moved step by step toward Old Wei, who lay discarded on the ground, the others having fled. Chen Feng crouched beside him, lifting him gently. Old Wei, he called. Old Wei opened his eyes, blood staining his lips, yet a spark of light lingered in his gaze. You did it, kid, he whispered faintly. Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Don't speak. I'll take you home. He helped Old Wei up, moving slowly toward the exit. Behind them, the ground was strewn with groaning figures. Ahead, darkness loomed with unknown entities awaiting them. Yet, Chen Feng felt indifferent. As long as they were alive, there was hope. Upon returning to the makeshift shelter, dawn was approaching. Chen Feng laid Old Wei on the bed and retrieved herbs to treat his wounds. Old Wei was severely injured, with at least 2 broken ribs and internal injuries from the impact. Nevertheless, his resilience kept him conscious. Old Wei, Chen Feng said, I will find a doctor. Old Wei grasped his hand. No need, he replied weakly. I want to die. Chen Feng regarded him, a swell of indescribable emotions rising within. Old Wei had endured such harm for his sake. Had he not entered the He Hu Quan arena, had he not fought those 3 matches, had he not exposed himself, but without Old Wei, he would have perished long ago. I'm sorry, Old Wei, Chen Feng murmured. Old Wei shook his head. Foolish boy. He replied, I have brought you trouble. Chen Feng was taken aback. Old Wei's gaze held complexity. Zhou Buotong has sought me for 30 years. He believes I know the secret of Awaken warriors and that I can help him find more. I have been evading him all these years to avoid being found. Old Wei paused, coughing softly. In the end, he found me, and you were drawn into this. Chen Feng tightened his grip on Old Wei's hand. It's not your fault, Old Wei. You saved me. Old Wei looked at him, something flickering in his eyes. Listen, kid, he urged. Chen Feng nodded. Old Wei continued. Zhou Buotong will not give up. He may have fled today, but he will return tomorrow. He desires you and will not rest until he obtains you. Chen Feng's heart sank. Then I will run. Run far away, Old Wei advised. Do not let him find you. Chen Feng was stunned. Run? What about you? Old Wei smiled, a rare and genuine smile. I'm an old man. I've lived long enough. If he cannot find me, he will seek you out. If you flee, he will have no target. Chen Feng shook his head. No, I cannot abandon you. Old Wei's expression turned stern. Listen to me, kid. Your life is more important than anything. You must survive to become stronger. When you are strong enough, you can return. He did not complete his thought. But Chen Feng understood, return to seek vengeance. Old Wei closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. Chen Feng sat beside him, observing his wrinkled face. A tumult of emotions welling within. Run? Where to? He had lived in this city for 24 years and had never ventured beyond its confines. He was unaware of the world outside. Yet one thing was clear, he could not abandon Old Wei. Never. He rose, walked to the doorway, and gazed at the sky outside. Daylight had arrived. The sun rose in the east, casting golden rays upon the refuse. A new day had begun. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, turned, and returned to the shelter. He began to gather his belongings, not items for fleeing, but for battle. Zhou Batong sought him. Then let him come. He would no longer flee. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Batong sat in his study, a figure clad in black standing before him. Did you find out? He inquired. The figure nodded. Yes. Old Wei is indeed the son of Wei Qingtian. 30 years ago, after his brother awakened, he fled with him and vanished without a trace. Zhou Batong's eyes lit up. Then his brother? Dead, the figure replied. But before he died, he left behind a child. Zhou Batong abruptly stood. A child? The figure nodded. Yes. The child was sent to an orphanage, and eventually he paused. Eventually, that child became Chen Feng. Zhou Batong was momentarily stunned. He stood rooted, staring at the figure in black, his eyes widening in astonishment. Then, he suddenly erupted in laughter, loud and frenzied. Old Wei, oh Old Wei, he exclaimed. You spent 30 years hiding just to conceal this child? Your brother's son? Zhou Batong strode to the window, gazing out at the city below. Interesting. Truly fascinating. A fervor gleamed in his eyes. Awakened warriors, the legacy of bloodlines. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. Zhou Batong turned to the figure in black. Go investigate. Investigate the details regarding Chen Feng and uncover what Lao Wei has hidden, as well as whether he has taught him anything. The man in black nodded and exited. Zhou Batong stood by the window, gazing into the distance. Youngster, he murmured. You cannot escape. You belong to me. Outside the window, the sun ascended higher in the sky, casting golden rays over the city. Yet, in a corner of this city, a storm was brewing. Chapter 9 End. Volume 1 Conclusion. Chapter 10. Urban Pursuit. 3 days later, within the dilapidated shelter, Chen Feng stood vigil by Lao Wei's bedside. Having not closed his eyes for 3 days and nights, Lao Wei was gravely injured. That night, 2 of his ribs were fractured, and his internal organs had suffered shock. Although he applied his self-made medicine, his advanced age hindered a swift recovery. Throughout these 3 days, Lao Wei remained in a stupor, intermittently awakening and drifting back into unconsciousness. When lucid, he instructed Chen Feng on breathing techniques. In his delirium, he called out a name, Xiaozhi. Chen Feng was unaware of who Xiaozhi was but surmised that he must be Lao Wei's brother, the one who, like him, had awakened and subsequently perished. As twilight descended outside, yet another day was drawing to a close. Chen Feng rose to stretch his stiff body, preparing to kindle a fire for a meal. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Instantly, Chen Feng's senses heightened. He rushed to the door and peered through the crack of the iron door. A figure was racing towards the shelter. It was not a member of the Zhou family. It was Zhang Lei. Chen Feng was taken aback. Indeed, it was Zhang Lei, his childhood friend, the bookish boy he had grown up with in the orphanage. Presently, he wore a crumpled shirt, a laptop bag slung over his shoulder, panting heavily. His glasses askew. Chen Feng opened the door, and Zhang Lei stumbled inside, nearly falling over. Feng Ge, Zhang Lei gasped, leaning on his knees. You're still alive. Chen Feng steadied him. How did you find me? Zhang Lei looked up, his eyes reddened. You've been missing for half a month. The gym said you were expelled. Your place was empty, your phone was unreachable, and you weren't responding on WeChat. I thought you were dead. He enveloped Chen Feng in a tight embrace. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. In the past half-month, he had endured relentless pursuits, awakening, underground fights, Zhou Batong, and Lao Wei's injuries. He had almost forgotten that there were others searching for him. Brother, Chen Feng patted his back. I am fine. Zhang Lei released him, stepping back to scrutinize him. Fine. Is this what you call fine? He pointed at the bruises on Chen Feng's face. What happened to you? And what else with your clothes? Where's this? Who is that old man? Chen Feng glanced at Lao Wei lying on the bed, and then back at Zhang Lei. He was at a loss for how to explain. Warriors, awakening, the Zhou family, the underground fighting arena. Could Zhang Lei comprehend it? Lazy, Chen Feng began, let me explain. Before he could finish, another sound emerged from outside. It was not footsteps but the rumble of engines, numerous vehicles. Chen Feng hurriedly rushed to the door to look outside. At the entrance of the garbage dump, 5 or 6 black vans were driving in, their headlights gleaming like the eyes of predators in the night. The doors swung open, and countless figures clad in black surged forth. At least 30 or 40 of them. Chen Feng's heart sank. It was over. The Zhou family had arrived. Lazy. Chen Feng turned and seized Zhang Lei by the shoulders. Get Lao Wei out. Leave through the back. Zhang Lei was bewildered. What? Who are those people? Feng Ge. There is no time to explain. Chen Feng urged, pushing him towards Lao Wei's bedside. He lifted Lao Wei onto his back and escaped through the rear window, darting towards the trash mound. Hurry. Zhang Lei wanted to say something, but upon seeing Chen Feng's expression, he fell silent. He rushed to the bedside, helping Lao Wei to his feet. Lao Wei opened his eyes, glanced at Zhang Lei, then at Chen Feng. Youngster, Lao Wei's voice was faint. Why do ye? You go with him, Chen Feng instructed. I will hold them off. Lao Wei shook his head. No, you alone cannot. I can fight. Chen Feng interrupted. You taught me. I can fight. You go first, I will follow. Lao Wei scrutinized him for 2 seconds, then nodded. Return alive. Zhang Lei hoisted Lao Wei onto his back and climbed out through the rear window, vanishing into the night. Chen Feng turned, taking a deep breath. He approached the battered iron door and pulled it open. Outside, 30 or 40 black-clad figures had already surrounded the shelter. Leading them was Zhou Hu, the middle-aged man from that night, his arms still bandaged from the injury Chen Feng had inflicted. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he smiled coldly. Youngster, we meet again. Chen Feng remained silent. Zhou Hu advanced a step. Zhou Shu told me to convey a message. You won't escape tonight. Come with us obediently, and you may avoid some suffering. Otherwise, he glanced behind the shelter. We will pursue those two who fled. Chen Feng's heart tightened. Did they know Lao Wei and Zhang Lei had escaped? Could they catch up? Chen Feng spoke, his voice hoarse. Zhou Hu chuckled, a nonchalant expression on his face. Of course, this area is more familiar to the Zhou family than to you. Chen Feng ceased speaking and lunged at Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu's expression shifted, retreating hastily. His henchmen surged forward to intercept Chen Feng. With a powerful punch, Chen Feng struck the first assailant in the face, sending him crashing down. The second one lunged at him, and Chen Feng delivered a kick to his abdomen. The third assailant's fist grazed Chen Feng's cheek. He swerved to evade and struck back with his elbow. In 3 seconds, 3 men lay on the ground. But more attackers swarmed in, 10, 20, 30. Chen Feng fought like a wild beast amidst the throng. Each strike of his fists, feet, elbows, and knees carried tremendous force. However, there were too many adversaries. For every one he felled, 2 more would pounce. Gradually, exhaustion began to set in, his stamina waning, and his speed diminishing. The assailant's blows began to rain down upon him. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Chen Feng was bloodied, yet his eyes remained fierce as he continued to fight. Zhou Hu stood outside the fray, observing with increasingly complex emotions. This young man was truly a monster. After such an arduous battle, he still refused to fall. Zhou Hu waved his hand. Bring the weapons. Several henchmen retrieved batons, steel pipes, and knives from the vehicles. Chen Feng was taken aback. They had previously used only their fists and feet. Now they intended to go for lethal force. The first man wielding a steel pipe charged toward Chen Feng. Swinging for his head, Chen Feng dodged, but a second strike followed. Then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. The steel pipes fell like rain. Chen Feng shielded his head with his arms, enduring the torrential assault. It hurt, pain that pierced to the core. Yet Chen Feng gritted his teeth, uttering not a word. Suddenly, he heard the distant roar of an engine, growing closer. A van burst forth from the darkness, barreling straight into the black-clad figures. Bang! Several men were sent flying. The van skidded to a halt beside Chen Feng. The door swung open, and Zhang Lei poked his head out, drenched in sweat, his glasses askew. Feng Ge, get in. Chen Feng was stunned. What the hell are you doing back here? Less chatter. Get in. Zhang Lei shouted. Without hesitation, Chen Feng leapt into the van. The vehicle roared to life, crashing through the blocking assailants and vanishing into the night. Zhou Hu stood rooted, watching the retreating van, his expression darkening. Pursue, he bellowed. After them, the van sped through the night. Zhang Lei gripped the steering wheel, his hands trembling, eyes fixed ahead. Chen Feng sat in the passenger seat, gasping for breath, every inch of his body aching. Lazy, Chen Feng inquired, what about Lao Wei? I've secured him, Zhang Lei replied. There's an abandoned factory in the garbage mound. I've hidden him there. It will take some time to locate him. Chen Feng gazed at his good brother and inquired, how did you learn to drive? Zhang Lei smirked. I picked it up during the summer of my sophomore year. I have never driven this recklessly before. Chen Feng looked at him and suddenly burst into laughter. You certainly have quite the audacity. Zhang Lei chuckled too, though his laughter was more pitiable than joyous. I'm terrified. My legs feel like jelly. But I can't just stand by and watch you perish. Chen Feng fell silent, turning his gaze to the rearview mirror. Behind them, several black commercial vehicles were closing in. They are gaining on us, Chen Feng remarked. Zhang Lei glanced at the mirror, his complexion paling. I know. He floored the accelerator, the van roaring as it surged into a narrow alley. The alley was cramped, flanked by dilapidated residential buildings, with clotheslines and power lines crisscrossing above. The van scraped against the walls, sparks flying. The pursuing vehicles were too large to follow. However, the men in black leaped from their cars, flanking the alley from both ends. "There are people ahead," Zhang shouted. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, charged through. The van collided with several trash bins, barreling through the alley and turning onto another road. Their pursuers were relentless. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Bang! A bullet shattered the rear window, glass scattering everywhere. "Damn it!" Zhang exclaimed, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. "They have guns." Chen Feng glanced back. The men in black were indeed armed. Not mere gangsters, but trained assassins. "Lazy," Chen Feng said, "you need to get out." "They are after me," Zhang shouted back. "Nonsense. Am I supposed to just abandon you?" "Enough with the chatter," Zhang interrupted. "If we are to die, let us die together." Chen Feng was taken aback. He looked at the brother he had grown up with, seeing the sweat on his brow, his trembling hands, and his crooked glasses. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within him. "Very well," Chen Feng said, "let us fight for our lives together." Zhang grinned. And with a sharp turn of the steering wheel, the van veered into an abandoned factory area, a place eerily reminiscent of that fateful night. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. "Drive deeper," he urged. "I know this place." Deep within the derelict factory, the van finally came to a halt, out of fuel. Chen Feng and Zhang leaped from the vehicle, sprinting deeper into the factory. Behind them, their pursuers closed in. Gunshots rang out, bullets striking rusted machinery, sending sparks flying. "Feng Ge," Zhang gasped. "I can't run anymore." Chen Feng turned back. Zhang was indeed struggling. As a programmer, he had never run such a distance in his life. His complexion was ashen, lips turning purple, legs trembling. Chen Feng seized him, supporting him to continue running. Ahead loomed an expansive, abandoned warehouse filled with decrepit machinery. Chen Feng shoved him inside, hiding him between two machines. "Stay low," Chen Feng instructed. "And don't make a sound." Zhang grasped his arm. "What about you?" "I will draw them away," Chen Feng replied. Zhang shook his head. "No? You're alone. They are armed. With two of us, we want to escape," Chen Feng insisted, locking eyes with Zhang. "Lazy, you came back to save me. I will remember this for a lifetime. Now, let me save you." Zhang's eyes reddened. Feng Ge. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and dashed out. Outside, their pursuers were closing in rapidly. Chen Feng intentionally made noise, running in another direction. "Over there. Chase him." Gunfire erupted again. Chen Feng weaved through the abandoned machinery, using the terrain to evade bullets. His speed was astonishing. The assailants could not hit him. Yet, he did not run far. He led them in circles. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, drawing them away to give Zhang a chance to escape. Finally, he reached an open area surrounded by collapsed buildings, the only exit blocked. The men in black encircled him. Zhou Hu emerged from the crowd, gun aimed at Chen Feng. "Kid," he said, "you can run pretty well." Chen Feng remained silent, standing in the center of the clearing, bloodied and panting. Zhou Hu studied him, his expression complicated. "Kid, I admire your tenacity. Alone, you fought this long without succumbing. If it weren't for Uncle Zhou's orders, I would truly let you go." Chen Feng forced a smile. "Then let me go?" Zhou Hu shook his head. "I can't. Uncle Zhou wants you, and I must bring you back." He raised his gun, aiming for Chen Feng's leg. "Don't worry. I want to take your life. I'll just cripple you and bring you back." Chen Feng stared at the gun, every muscle in his body tensing. Just then, a shadow darted from the side, crashing into Zhou Hu. Bang! Zhou Hu was knocked back, his gun flying away. Everyone froze, including Chen Feng. The shadow was a person, clad in a tattered military coat, hair grizzled, bloodied, all over. "Old Wei." Chen Feng rushed forward. Old Wei stood before him, shielding him from the men in black. He turned to Chen Feng, his weathered face breaking into a smile. "Kid," he said, "I've lived long enough. You must survive." Chen Feng shook his head vehemently. No. Old Wei interrupted him, his voice hoarse. "My brother's son cannot die here." Chen Feng was taken aback. "Brother's son? What do you mean?" Old Wei offered no further explanation. He turned to face the throng of black-clad men, fists clenched. A fierce light ignited in his murky eyes. "Come on," Old Wei declared. "After 30 years, let me show you what a true warrior looks like." End of Chapter 10, Chapter 11. Brothers in the abandoned factory, in the open area. Old Wei stood before Chen Feng, his hunched body now straightened. Moonlight illuminated his grizzled hair, shabby military coat, and deeply wrinkled face. His typically murky eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, akin to two blazing flames. Zhou Hu rose from the ground, clutching his arm, his complexion ashen. "Old Wei," he bellowed. "Are you out of your mind? You're an old man. Do you want to court death?" Old Wei ignored him, fixating on the group of black-clad men, his fists gradually tightening. Chen Feng rushed forward, attempting to pull him back. Wait a ye, you're still injured. Old Wei thrust Chen Feng away with a single palm, sending him stumbling back several steps. Step back, he commanded, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Chen Feng was stunned. Old Wei turned his back to him, not glancing back. Kid, remember the breathing techniques I taught you. Recall the inch power you exhibited that night. Remember, you are an awakened one. Old Wei's voice was calm, as if discussing something trivial. You are not an ordinary person. You carry the blood of the Wei family. Chen Feng's mind reeled. Brother's son? The blood of the Wei family? Old Wei he began, but Old Wei cut him off. No talking. Watch closely. I will show you what true Ming Jin mastery looks like. Old Wei took a deep breath. In that instant, Chen Feng felt a powerful aura erupting from Old Wei. Stronger than the night, he had unleashed his own power, far stronger. The black-clad men clearly sensed it, exchanging wary glances as they began to retreat. Zhou Hu's face darkened. Old Wei did not give him a chance to speak. He moved, his previously hunched frame now swift as lightning. Old Wei plunged into the crowd, landing a punch squarely on the chest of the nearest black-clad man. Bang! The man flew back as if struck by a truck, toppling 3 others behind him. Old Wei did not pause. His fists fell like rain, each strike precise and imbued with astonishing power. The black-clad men had no time to react, falling one after another. 5 seconds, 5 men. 10 seconds, 10 men. 20 seconds, 20 men. Zhou Hu stood at the back of the crowd, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He had encountered masters before, yet he had never witnessed such prowess. A 70-year-old elder had effortlessly dispatched 20 well-trained thugs in merely 20 seconds. What manner of beast is this? Lao Wei halted, standing amidst a heap of fallen and groaning figures, gasping for breath. He raised his head to gaze at Zhou Hu, who instinctively took a step back. Lao Wei's voice trembled. He remained silent, merely fixating on Zhou Hu, advancing step by step. Zhou Hu turned and fled in haste. Lao Wei did not pursue him. He remained rooted to the spot, watching Zhou Hu vanish into the darkness. Then, he turned to Chen Feng. Under the moonlight, Lao Wei's face appeared as pale as parchment, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng rushed over to support him. Lao Wei leaned against him, panting, yet a smile graced his lips. Youngster, he said, his voice faint, did you see clearly? That was the pinnacle of Ming Jin. Chen Feng's eyes reddened. Please, don't speak. I'll take you home. Lao Wei shook his head. There's no going back, he said. Those few moves just drained my 30 years of experience. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Lao Wei raised his hand to touch Chen Feng's face. His rough, calloused hand trembled slightly at that moment. Youngster, he said, listen to me. Chen Feng nodded. Lao Wei continued, you are the son of my brother. 30 years ago, before he was killed by Zhou Batong, he left behind a child. That child was sent to an orphanage, and that child is you. Chen Feng's mind went blank. He had grown up in the orphanage, never knowing who his parents were. Now, Lao Wei was revealing to him that he was the son of the Awakened One. I have searched for you for 30 years, Lao Wei said. And I have finally found you. Lao Wei's voice grew weaker. Chen Feng tightened his grip on his hand. Lao Wei, please don't sleep. You mustn't sleep. Lao Wei looked at him, his eyes shining. You are called Wei Feng. Remember, your surname is Wei. Chen Feng nodded. I will remember. I will remember. Lao Wei smiled. The warmest smile Chen Feng had ever seen. Good boy. Lao Wei's hand slowly fell, his eyes gradually closing, still bearing that hint of a smile. Chen Feng embraced him, kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Lao Wei was gone. The night breeze swept through, carrying the scent of dust. In the distance, police sirens could be heard. Yet Chen Feng remained oblivious, holding onto Lao Wei, motionless. Time passed, and a hand rested upon his shoulder. Chen Feng looked up to see Zhang Lei standing beside him. His glasses were shattered, and his face bore traces of tears and blood. Feng Ge, he said, his voice hoarse, we need to leave. The police are coming. Chen Feng said nothing. He gazed down at Lao Wei in his arms. The wrinkled face now looked serene, as if peacefully asleep. Lao Wei, he murmured. Zhang Lei crouched down to look at him. Feng Ge, I know you're hurting. But Lao Wei sacrificed himself for your survival. You cannot let his death be in vain. Chen Feng clenched Lao Wei's hand tighter. He recalled Lao Wei's last words. You are Wei Feng. Remember, your surname is Wei. Chen Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he opened his eyes, devoid of tears. Only one thing remained, hatred. Chen Feng stood, bending down to carry Lao Wei. Let us go, he said. Zhang Lei paused for a moment. Where to? Chen Feng, cradling Lao Wei, took one step forward after another. First, we need to find a place to bury Lao Wei. An hour later, deep within the garbage mountain, Chen Feng dug a pit with his bare hands. He refused help, digging alone. A handful of dirt, another handful, and another. His fingers became raw and bled, yet he did not cease. Zhang Lei stood by, silently watching him. At last, The pit was ready. Chen Feng gently placed Lao Wei inside, covering him with old clothes. Then he began to fill the grave. A handful of dirt, another handful, and another. The moonlight illuminated the small mound, shining down upon a humble wooden plaque that read, Wei Gong's grave. There was no name, no dates of birth or death, only those 4 characters. Chen Feng knelt before the grave, bowing 3 times. Lao Wei, he said, rest assured. I will live. I will grow stronger. I will avenge you. Zhang Lei stood behind him, watching, his eyes reddening. Feng Ge, he said, was Lao Wei your uncle? Chen Feng nodded. Zhang Lei fell silent, unsure of what to say. Chen Feng rose, turning to face him. Lazy, he said, you should go? Zhang Lei was taken aback. Go. Where to? Leave the city, Chen Feng replied. The farther, the better. The Zhou family knows I'm acquainted with you. They will come looking. Zhang Lei stared at him. What the hell are you talking about? Chen Feng insisted, I'm serious. If you stay with me, you will die? Zhang Lei lunged forward, grabbing his collar. Chen Feng, listen to me. His eyes were bloodshot. We grew up together. We shared meals from the same pot and slept in the same bed. When you were bullied, I helped you with your homework. When I was bullied, you fought for me. After 20 years, you're telling me to leave? Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Zhang Lei released him, taking a step back. Lao Wei saved you because you are his nephew. I save you because you are my brother. Zhang Lei's voice trembled but remained resolute. If you die, I will collect your body. If you live, I will stand by you. If you seek revenge, I will help you. It's that simple. Chen Feng looked at him, his eyes welling with emotion. Lazy. Zhang Lei smiled through his tears, a bittersweet grin. Enough with the sentiment. What is next? Chen Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. First, we need to find a place to hide and recover. Then he lifted his gaze to the night sky. Then, we will seek revenge on Zhou Batong. Days later, in an old residential building in the western part of the city, Zhang Lei rented a single room using a fake ID. His skills as a programmer had allowed him to hack a few small websites and create several false identities. No matter how powerful the Zhou family was, they would not uncover this in a hurry. Chen Feng lay in bed, still healing from his injuries. That night, he had endured too many blows, breaking 2 ribs and suffering internal trauma. Had it not been for Lao Wei teaching him breathing techniques, he would have long since succumbed. Zhang Lei sat at the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. Feng Ge, he said, I found some information. Chen Feng sat up. What information? Zhang Lei turned the computer around, revealing a document on the screen. This is the Zhou family's dossier. Zhou Batong is the actual controller of the Zhou group. He appears to be a respectable businessman, but secretly he manipulates a significant portion of the city's underground businesses, gambling, usury, underground fight rings, and, he paused, and, the trade of martial artists. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Martial artist trade? Zhang Lei nodded. Yes, they capture martial artists and sell them to a mysterious organization. That organization offers a high price. A martial artist at the initial stage of Mingjin can fetch 5 million. Chen Feng clenched his fists. That organization, the one Lao Wei spoke of, was dedicated to studying martial artists. Can we trace that organization? Chen Feng inquired. Zhang Lei shook his head. No. Their network defenses are too strong. I can't penetrate it. However, there is a lead. He typed a few keys, pulling up another document. Zhou Batong will attend an auction next month. The organizers of the auction are likely that mysterious organization. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the screen. An auction? A mysterious organization. Zhou Batong. A cold smile gradually crept across his lips. Lazy, he inquired. Can you ascertain the location of that auction? Zhang Lei nodded affirmatively. Certainly. But Feng Ji, what are your intentions? Chen Feng rose and approached the window. Beyond the glass, the city lights twinkled like stars. His gaze fixed upon the eastern part of the city, where the Zhou family villa lay. Revenge, Chen Feng declared. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Batong sat in his study, his expression somber. Zhou, who knelt before him, head bowed in silence. Escaped again? Zhou Batong's voice was calm. Yet beneath that tranquility lay an ominous threat. Beads of sweat formed on Zhou's forehead. Yes, that old way suddenly appeared and single-handedly subdued over 20 of us. I was powerless. Powerless? Zhou Batong stood and confronted him. You led 40 men, armed, to capture an old man and a youth, and you tell me you were powerless? Zhou, who lowered his head further. Zhou Batong stared at him intently before suddenly smiling. Rise. Zhou, who was stunned but obeyed. Zhou Batong turned to the window and spoke. Old Wei is dead. Our men saw him buried near that garbage dump. Zhou, whose heart sank. Old Wei is dead? What about that youth? He asked. Zhou Batong gazed outside. He fled, but not far. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He is of the Wei bloodline, like that awakened one. He shall surely return for vengeance. He turned to Zhou, who, at next month's auction, dispatch more men. If that youth dares to show, ensure he never returns. Zhou, who nodded. Zhou Batong looked once more out the window. Youth, he murmured, you belong to me. There is no escape. Outside, the night deepened, and the city's lights, like countless eyes, coldly observed everything. 1 week later, in a rented room in the western part of the city, Chen Feng stood by the window, gazing upon the metropolis. He had scarcely left the room for a week, dedicating his days to training, eating, and resting, occasionally receiving updates from Zhang Lei. His injuries had nearly healed. He had mastered the breathing technique taught by Old Wei. The energy within him flowed more powerfully and smoothly. Chen Feng sensed he was nearing the mastery of the dark energy technique, but acknowledged it was insufficient, far from adequate. Old Wei had warned him that Zhou Batong was surrounded by masters of dark energy. To confront them head-on would be a suicidal endeavor. Patience was required, waiting for the opportune moment. Feng Ji, Zhang Lei's voice came from outside, tinged with urgency. Chen Feng turned as Zhang Lei entered, his complexion pale. Something's happened. What is it? Chen Feng asked. Zhang Lei placed a laptop on the table and displayed surveillance footage from the alley below. Several men clad in black were conducting a door-to-door search. They're from the Zhou family, Zhang Lei explained. Already here? Chen Feng had anticipated at least a month's respite. Let's go, he urged, and they dashed towards the stairwell. However, as they reached it, the sound of many footsteps ascending echoed from below. Chen Feng grabbed Zhang Lei and fled upwards. The building had 8 floors, they were on the 4th. They climbed quickly, 5th, 6th, 7th floors, footsteps grew nearer. 8th floor, rooftop. Chen Feng flung open the rooftop door and stepped out. The night wind brushed his face. The rooftop was cluttered with drying clothes and discarded items, encircled by low railings. With the ground 7 or 8 stories below, Zhang Lei ran toward the railing, peered down, and felt dizzy. Feng Ji, we can't jump. Chen Feng ignored him, focusing on the rooftop entrance. The footsteps stopped, the door was pushed open. Zhou Hu appeared with a dozen men. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he smiled. Youth, we meet again. Chen Feng remained silent. Zhou Hu stepped forward. This time, you cannot escape. Chen Feng surveyed him and the armed men behind. 10 or so guns were aimed at him and Zhang Lei, no avenue of escape. Zhang Lei trembled but stood firm. Feng Ji, his voice quivered. Chen Feng feigned composure, his mind racing. What to do? Fight. Certain death against so many guns. Jump. 8 stories down, death inevitable. Surrender? Imprisonment and torment. No way out. Yet he recalled Old Wei's final words. Your surname is Wei. Remember that. Clenching his fists, Chen Feng resolved. If death was inevitable, he would take some with him. Suddenly, a roaring sound approached from afar, growing louder. Everyone looked up as a drone hovered overhead. A voice emanated from it. Zhou Hu, Uncle Zhou orders your retreat. Zhou Hu was stunned. What? I just cornered him. The voice repeated. Uncle Zhou commands your immediate withdrawal. Zhou Hu's expression changed. He looked at Chen Feng with complex eyes, then motioned for retreat. The black-clad men lowered their weapons and followed him off the rooftop. The door closed, leaving silence. Chen Feng and Zhang Lei exchanged glances. What is going on? Why did Zhou Batong let us go? Zhang Lei stammered. Feng Ji, what's happening? Chen Feng stared at the drone as it circled twice before disappearing into the night. He furrowed his brow. What was Zhou Batong truly scheming? Half an hour later, Chen Feng and Zhang Lei moved stealthily through another alley. Though Zhou Hu had withdrawn, they dared not return to their previous refuge. They needed a new, distant shelter. Zhang Lei muttered. Feng Ji, what does Zhou Batong want? They caught us, yet released us. Chen Feng shook his head. I don't know, but it's certainly ill-omened. He recalled Zhou Batong's gaze, not one of hatred, but of a predator eyeing its prey. Was he waiting for Chen Feng to come to him? Suddenly, Zhang Lei halted. Ahead stood a figure, a young man, about 27 or 28, clad in black athletic wear and a baseball cap, leaning against the wall as if waiting. Upon noticing them, he lifted his head and smiled. Chen Feng. Chen Feng tensed instantly. Who are you? The young man pulled an object from his pocket and tossed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught it and looked down, a photograph. It depicted Old Wei in his youth, standing alongside another young man whose features bore a resemblance to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's hand trembled. The young man spoke. Wei Dai asked me to find you. Chen Feng was stunned. Wei Dai? He is dead, I know. The young man replied. Yes, but before he passed, he called me. He said if anything happened to him, I should seek you out. He stepped forward. My name is Li Yuxuan. I am a friend of Wei Dai. Chen Feng scrutinized him. Li Yuxuan? The name sounded feminine, yet the attire suggested otherwise. The young man seemed to perceive his doubt, removing the cap to reveal long hair cascading down. A woman. Indeed, a woman. Li Yuxuan tied her hair back and replaced the cap. Do you believe me now? Chen Feng paused. Why did Wei Dai send you to find me? Li Yuxuan replied. Because he knew you couldn't survive alone. Zhou Batong will not spare you. You need allies. She glanced at Zhang Lei. Moreover, You need a place to hide. The Zhou family has too many eyes in this city. It is impossible for you to remain concealed. Zhang Lei instinctively stepped behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at him and then at Li Yuxuan. Why should I trust you? Li Yuxuan smiled. She pulled an object from her pocket and tossed it over. Chen Feng caught it. It was a jade pendant, inscribed with a single character, Wei. He recognized it as belonging to old Wei, who had worn it closely and never parted with it. Now, this pendant was in Li Yuxuan's possession. Did he give this to you? Li Yuxuan nodded. Before he passed, he entrusted it to someone to deliver to me. He said that upon seeing this, you would believe me. Chen Feng stared at the pendant in silence for a long while. Then he raised his gaze. What else did old Wei say? Li Yuxuan looked at him, her expression complex. He said to stay alive. Do not leave too quickly like his brother did, only to fall hard. Chen Feng's eyes reddened. He tucked the pendant away close to his heart. All right, Chen Feng said, I will go with you. An hour later, at an old residential building in the eastern part of the city, Li Yuxuan led them to a dilapidated building. This is the house of a friend of mine. It is vacant and uninhabited. You can hide here temporarily. Zhang Lei peered inside. Is it safe? Li Yuxuan replied, safer than your rental. She guided them upstairs and opened a room on the 4th floor. The room was small but clean and tidy, furnished with a bed, a table, a kitchen, and even a computer. Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. Is there internet? Li Yuxuan glanced at him. Yes. Zhang Lei dashed towards the computer. Chen Feng stood at the doorway, watching Li Yuxuan. Who exactly are you? Lu Rian closed the door and leaned against the wall. A member of the Xingyi men. Chen Feng was taken aback. Xingyi men? Old Wei had mentioned it. That is a martial arts sect. Does Old Wei have ties to the Xingyi men? Li Yuxuan affirmed with a nod. He saved the life of our sect leader. Thus, we are here to repay the favor he owes. She looked at Chen Feng. I have heard about your situation. An Awaken-type martial artist, a descendant of the Wei family. Zhou Batong wants you, and that organization desires you as well. I know of that organization. Li Yuxuan interrupted him. My master was captured by them. Chen Feng gazed at her in silence. Li Yuxuan's expression grew cold. 10 years ago, the Xingyi men were annihilated. My master was captured while trying to protect me, and to this day, his fate remains unknown. She fixed her gaze on Chen Feng. Therefore, our goal is the same, revenge. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Then he asked, how strong are you? Li Yuxuan replied, early stage of aging. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Aging? Stronger than him. Can you teach me? Chen Feng asked. Li Yuxuan regarded him. That depends on your talent. She stepped to the center of the living room and stood firm. Strike me with a punch. Chen Feng was taken aback. What? Lu Rian said. Strike me with a punch. Use your utmost strength. Chen Feng hesitated, then clenched his fist. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy, and swung a punch at Li Yuxuan. The punch cut through the air. Li Yuxuan did not evade. She raised her hand and gently deflected it. Chen Feng's fist slid past the side of her face, causing him to lose balance and stumble forward for 2 steps. Chen Feng steadied himself and looked back at her. Li Yuxuan stood in place, unmoving. Not bad, she remarked, but too scattered. Your energy only rushes towards the fist without knowing how to gather or redirect it. Against a skilled opponent, you would not land a single blow. Chen Feng contemplated her words silently. She spoke the truth. All of Chen Feng's moves relied on instinct. Against ordinary fighters, he could crush them, but against genuine martial artists, it was insufficient, far from enough. Li Yuxuan approached and stood before him. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you true martial arts, Xingyi Quan. She looked at him, her eyes holding something deeper. But you must promise me one thing. Chen Feng inquired. What? Li Yuxuan said. After you grow stronger, help me save someone. Chen Feng gazed at her, observing her seemingly indifferent yet pain-laden face. He nodded. All right. Late at night, Chen Feng stood by the window, gazing out at the city. The jade pendant pressed against his chest, carrying Old Wei's warmth. He caressed the pendant and murmured, Old Wei, you can rest assured. I will live. I will grow stronger. I will avenge you. Behind him, Li Yuxuan's voice emerged. Unable to sleep? Chen Feng did not turn around. What are you thinking about? After a moment of silence, he said, I wonder why Zhou Batong let us go. Li Yuxuan approached and stood beside him. What do you think? Chen Feng replied. He wants me to seek him out voluntarily. Li Yuxuan nodded. Exactly. Because he knows you cannot escape. She gazed out at the night sky. The auction is in 3 weeks. By then, he will come in person. Members of that organization will also attend. If you wish for revenge, that is your only opportunity. 3 weeks. He has 3 weeks to grow stronger. Then, revenge. Chen Feng turned to look at Li Yuxuan. Start teaching me tomorrow. Li Yuxuan agreed. All right. Outside the window, the night was deepening. The city's lights resembled countless eyes, coldly observing everything. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Zhou Batong stood by the window, gazing in the same direction. A smile graced his lips. Boy, he murmured. It won't be long now. Soon, you will come. He turned and glanced at a document on the table. The document bore the words, auction invitation. Date, 3 weeks later. Location, Eastern Underground City. He picked up the invitation and smiled. Come, I can hardly wait. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13. Li Yuxuan the next morning. On the rooftop of the old residential building in the east of the city. Just as dawn began to break, Chen Feng was summoned to the rooftop by Li Yuxuan. The rooftop was spacious, adorned only with a few abandoned solar water heaters and clothes racks. The morning breeze carried the coolness of early autumn. Li Yuxuan stood at the center of the rooftop, clad in a white training uniform, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. Chen Feng stood opposite her, still appearing drowsy. So early? He yawned. Li Yuxuan glanced at him. Martial artists do not indulge in lazy sleep. Chen Feng fell silent. Li Yuxuan, with her hands behind her back, began to speak. Xing Yiquan emphasizes the unity of form and intent. Form refers to external movements. Intent pertains to internal energy. Movement follows intent, and intent gives rise to energy. When form reaches intent, intent manifests energy. She paused. You have fought with members of the Zhou family and with underground fighters. Your advantage lies in instinct. Your body automatically reacts in moments of danger. However, your disadvantage is also instinctual. You can only fight but do not think. Chen Feng listened, half understanding. Li Yuxuan stepped before him. Strike me with a punch. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment. Again? Li Yuxuan nodded. Chen Feng inhaled deeply and unleashed a punch. This time, he put forth all his strength. The punch, accompanied by the sound of the wind, aimed directly at Li Yuxuan's face. Li Yuxuan did not evade. She raised her hand, lightly deflecting his punch. At the same time, her other hand pressed against Chen Feng's chest. The entire process took less than a second. Chen Feng could barely comprehend her movement. Li Yuxuan withdrew her hand, looking at him. Did you see it clearly? Chen Feng shook his head. Li Yuxuan explained. This is called 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. No matter how great your strength, if you cannot hit your target, it is of no use. In martial combat, it is not about who has greater strength, but who wields energy more skillfully, more fluidly, and more swiftly. She stepped back. From now on, I will teach you the fundamentals of Xing Yiquan, Pai, Beng, Zhuan Pao, and Hung, the 5 elemental punches. Each punch corresponds to a specific method of exerting force. Each punch must be coordinated with the flow of energy. She assumed a starting posture. Watch closely. For an entire morning, Chen Feng practiced martial arts on the rooftop. Pi Chuan, Beng Chuan, Zhuan Chuan, Pao Chuan, Hung Chuan. Li Yuxuan demonstrated repeatedly, correcting his movements time and again. The Pi Chuan must be heavy. The energy must descend, not by crouching, but by sinking. The Beng Chuan must be straight. The energy must surge forward. That is pushing, not charging. The Zhuan Chuan requires rotation. The energy must spiral, the arms must turn, the waist must rotate. And so must the energy. Chen Feng was scolded mercilessly. He believed he possessed considerable talent and had diligently practiced the breathing techniques taught by Lao Wei. However, upon truly beginning to learn Xing Yiquan, he realized the vast chasm of difference. Each movement holds significance, and every exertion must synchronize with the flow of energy. The slightest deviation would prompt Li Yuxuan to call for a stop. Start over. Again. Chen Feng's arms ached, his legs grew weak, and his body was drenched in sweat. Yet he did not cease. He understood this was his sole opportunity to grow stronger. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Yuxuan finally called a halt. Rest. Chen Feng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Li Yuxuan approached, tossing him a bottle of water. He caught it and gulped down half. Are you exhausted? Li Yuxuan inquired. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Sitting beside him, Li Yuxuan gazed into the distance at the city. Do you know how long I practiced martial arts back in the day? Chen Feng shook his head. 12 hours, Li Yuxuan revealed. From 4 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, with only an hour for lunch. Chen Feng was astounded. 12 hours. What does that even mean? My master said that those in the Xingyi school have no shortcuts, only arduous practice. If you don't practice for a day, you will know. If you don't practice for 2 days, your opponents will know. If you don't practice for 3 days, everyone will know. She turned to look at Chen Feng. You have talent, far superior to the average person. But talent is not everything. Lao Wei's brother had even greater talent, reaching the pinnacle of an engine master before 30. And then, he died. Chen Feng fell silent. Li Yuxuan stood up. Rest is over. Continue. Chen Feng rose, assuming the starting stance once more. Pi Chuan begin. By 9 in the evening, Chen Feng lay on his bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Zhang Lei sat before the computer, typing away, occasionally glancing back at him. Fengge, have you been tortured? Chen Feng weakly responded with a grunt. Zhang Lei laughed. That woman is quite formidable. She looks like a hero from a martial arts film. Chen Feng remained silent, his mind still lingering on the day's practice. Pi, Bung, Zwan, Pao, Hung. Each punch felt distinct. The Pi Chuan was heavy, the Bing Chuan was straight, the Zwan Chuan was rotational, the Pao Chuan explosive, and the Hung Chuan was the most challenging. Li Yuxuan had stated that the Hung Chuan is the core of the five-element fist and the most difficult to master, as it must simultaneously engage the energy from all directions to form a horizontal force. He had practiced for an entire afternoon without success. Qinfeng sighed, touching the jade pendant at his chest. Wei Dai, he murmured, the master you found for me is truly relentless. A knock echoed from outside. Qinfeng sat up. Have you slept yet? Li Yuxuan's voice came through the door. Not yet, he replied. The door opened, and Li Yuxuan entered, now dressed in casual attire. Her long hair cascading down, appearing considerably softer. Starting tomorrow, we will increase practice, she declared. Qinfeng hesitantly asked, increase practice? Li Yuxuan nodded. Morning practice of martial arts. Afternoon energy training, and evening combat. She looked at Qinfeng. You only have 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, if you cannot defeat those around Zhou Buotong, you will be walking into your own demise. Qinfeng murmured in acknowledgement. Will I be able to win? Li Yuxuan paused for a moment. I do not know. She replied, but at the very least, it will enable you to return alive. She turned to leave, but Qinfeng called out to her. Li Yuxuan. She turned back. Why are you helping me? Is it solely because Wei Dai saved your master? Li Yuxuan looked at him with a complicated expression. That is one reason. And the second? Li Yuxuan fell silent for 2 seconds. Because I also have a vendetta to settle. She pushed the door open and exited. Qinfeng lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. A vendetta to settle. The Xingyi school was annihilated. His master was captured. It had been 10 years. How had she managed alone? He did not know. But Qinfeng understood that from this day forward, he and she were of the same kind. The next day, practice intensified. For hours of martial arts in the morning, for hours of qigong in the afternoon, and combat in the evening. On the rooftop, Qinfeng stood facing Li Yuxuan. Use everything you know to attack me, she instructed. Qinfeng hesitated. Do not hesitate, she warned. I will not go easy on you. Taking a deep breath, Qinfeng charged forward. 1 punch. Li Yuxuan deftly sidestepped. 2 punches. Li Yuxuan raised her hand to deflect. 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches, all missed. Li Yuxuan remained on defense, without counterattacking. Yet Qinfeng could not even touch her clothing. He halted, panting heavily. Li Yuxuan regarded him. Your speed is adequate. Your strength sufficient, but you are too direct. All your punches are in straight lines. As long as the enemy evades the straight line, you cannot land a hit. She assumed a stance. Watch closely. She moved. Just 1 step. But that step was so swift that Qinfeng could barely comprehend it. By the time he reacted, Li Yuxuan was already behind him, her hand pressed against the back of his neck. This is footwork. In a warrior's combat, 70% relies on footwork, 30% on the punch. If the footwork is incorrect, no matter how fierce the punch, it is futile. Qinfeng broke into a cold sweat. If this were a real battle, he would already be dead. Starting tomorrow, we will practice footwork, Li Yuxuan stated. Qinfeng nodded firmly. A week later, Qinfeng stood on the rooftop, drenched in sweat, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. The effects of a week of grueling training were astonishing. He could now fluidly execute the 5-element fist. Although he had yet to achieve the unity of form and energy, at the very least, his form was correct, and the energy flowed accordingly. He had mastered the fundamental 9-palm step and footwork. While he could not yet vanish like Li Yuxuan, he at least would not be easily knocked down with a single blow. During that night's combat, he finally managed to connect with Li Yuxuan. 1 punch. Just 1. Though it merely grazed her clothing, Li Yuxuan nodded. There is progress. Qinfeng smiled. It was the first time he had smiled since Lao Wei's passing. Li Yuxuan looked at him, a slight smile gracing her lips as well. Do not become complacent. You are still far from being able to fight. Qinfeng nodded, aware of this truth. Yet he also recognized that he was growing stronger. Day by day, hour by hour, moment by moment, he was becoming more formidable. Li Yuxuan approached and sat beside him. I have something to tell you. Qinfeng looked at her. I have gathered information regarding Zhou Buotong, Li Yuxuan disclosed. Qinfeng's heart raced. What news? Li Yuxuan replied. The exchange match will take place in 2 weeks. The venue is the underground city in the east of the city. Zhou Buotong will personally attend, accompanied by 2 Enjin experts. Qinfeng calculated in his mind. 2 Enjin experts, along with Zhou Buotong himself. He could never face them alone. Li Yuxuan observed him. Have you made your decision? Qinfeng remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. I have made my decision. Li Yuxuan asked, what is your plan? Qinfeng replied, first, eliminate Zhou Buotong. Li Yuxuan shook her head. He has bodyguards nearby. You cannot get close. Qinfeng suggested, then distract those people. Li Yuxuan regarded him. How do you plan to distract them? Qinfeng responded, I will use myself as bait. Li Yuxuan was taken aback by Qin Feng's suggestion. You are insane. Qin Feng shook his head. I am not insane. Zhou Buodong wants me. That organization desires me as well. As long as I appear, they will undoubtedly pursue me. At that moment, you can strike. Li Yuxuan stared at him, her expression complicated. Do you understand how dangerous this is? Qin Feng nodded. I understand. Qin Feng interrupted her. I have no choice. He stood up, gazing at the distant city. Zhou Batong killed my uncle. That organization took my father's life. My existence was exchanged for the life of Wei Yi. I must seek vengeance. Li Yuxuan looked at him, choosing silence. Then she stood up. All right. I will accompany you. Qin Feng turned back. You, Li Yuxuan stated, I have a vendetta to settle as well. Members of that organization will also attend the exchange competition. This is our only opportunity. She extended her hand. Cooperation? Qin Feng regarded her, meeting her resolute gaze. He reached out, clasping her hand. Cooperation. In the depths of the night, Qin Feng lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. 2 weeks later, the exchange competition. Revenge. His heart raced, not from fear, but from excitement and anxiety. He was uncertain of his success. Yet, Qin Feng understood that he had to act. He touched the jade pendant at his chest. Wei Yi, he murmured, please bless me. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. On the other side of the city, Zhou Batong stood by the window, gazing in the same direction. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Soon, he whispered, boy, you will come. He turned to the desk where 2 documents lay. One was the invitation to the exchange competition. The other was a photograph. In the photo was a young woman. Xing Yimen, Li Yuxuan. Interesting, he remarked. It appears she is also in this city. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Investigate a person for me. A remnant of Xing Yimen named Li Yuxuan. Find out where she is and whom she associates with. Zhou Batong hung up the phone, smiling. Boy, do you think you have an ally? Unfortunately, your ally will not survive for long. Outside, the night deepened. A storm was about to descend. Chapter 13 concludes. Chapter 14. Xing Yimen the following morning, on the rooftop. Qin Feng arrived earlier than Li Yuxuan. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, replaying the conversation from the previous night in his mind. The auction. 2 weeks later. 2 masters of the dark force. Using themselves as bait. Each word weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he had no retreat. Footsteps approached from behind. Li Yuxuan ascended to the rooftop, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Feng. So early? Qin Feng turned back. I couldn't sleep. Li Yuxuan walked over, standing beside him, following his gaze into the distance. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Do you know about Xing Yimen? Qin Feng shook his head. Li Yuxuan explained. Xing Yimen is a martial arts sect from the north. It has a lineage spanning over 300 years, at its peak, boasting over 100 disciples. 1/3 of them were above the Ming level. Qin Feng was astonished. Over 100 disciples, more than 30 at the Ming level. What does that imply? What happened afterward? Li Yuxuan's gaze grew distant. 10 years ago, it was exterminated. Qin Feng was taken aback. He recalled Old Wei's brother, taken away 30 years ago and subsequently perished. Xing Yimen, exterminated 10 years ago. How many lives did that organization ruin? That night, Li Yuxuan's voice was calm, yet beneath the surface, Qin Feng discerned the turmoil. I was 15. My master instructed me to practice in the back mountain. When I returned, the sect was no more. She paused. My master hid me in a cave. Drawing those people away, I hid in the cave, listening to the sounds of battle and the cries of despair. She did not continue. Qin Feng observed her. Her profile, illuminated by the morning light, appeared tranquil, yet something flickered in the corners of her eyes. What happened afterward? Qin Feng inquired softly. Li Yuxuan took a deep breath. I stayed in the cave for 3 days. When I emerged, everything was gone. My master had been captured. My seniors, some had perished, others were missing. I searched for half a year and found 3 surviving seniors. But they were injured and broken, no longer resembling their former selves. She turned to face Qin Feng. Wei Yi was the one who helped me during that time. He found me a place to hide, taught me how to heal, and showed me how to survive. He said that vengeance should be pursued, but not in haste. One must first live, for survival brings opportunities. Qin Feng's eyes reddened. Wei Yi. That elderly man living beside the garbage dump, clad in a tattered military coat, saved so many lives. Therefore, Li Yuxuan said, you asked me why I help you. It is because Wei Yi saved me, because you seek revenge, and because we are of the same kind. Qin Feng regarded her. In her eyes, there was sorrow, hatred, determination, and loneliness. He understood. She had borne this burden alone for 10 years. Li Yuxuan, Qin Feng declared, this time, you are not alone. Li Yuxuan was momentarily stunned. Then, she smiled. It was the first time Qin Feng witnessed her genuine smile, not merely a slight upward curve of her lips. but a radiance in her eyes. "Thank you," she said. Chen Feng shook his head. "No need for thanks. We will help each other." Li Yuxuan nodded. "All right." She turned to face the center of the rooftop. "No more practicing punches today." Chen Feng was taken aback. "No practice? What then?" Li Yuxuan replied, telling stories. The story of Xing Yimen. The entire morning, Li Yuxuan narrated while Chen Feng listened. She recounted the history of Xing Yimen. Founded 300 years ago by a man named Ji Jike, later divided into 3 major schools. Their branch practiced the heart intent fist. She spoke of the techniques of Xing Yimen, the 5 elements fist, the 12 forms fist, and the 4 styles of hammer. Each technique had its origin and significance. She explained the tenets of Xing Yimen. Do not bully the weak, do not indiscriminately kill the innocent, and do not engage in worldly conflicts. The first rule is to cultivate virtue through martial arts. She described her master, a serious-looking man in his 50s, who was, in reality, quite soft-hearted. Whenever she slacked off in her training, her master would make her copy the sect rules. Yet, after she finished, he would secretly buy her candy. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble. Tears welled in her eyes, but she did not stop. That night, her eldest senior brother faced 7 or 8 black-clad men alone. He told me to run, saying, "Junior sister, as long as you live, Xing Yimen will endure." Her tears finally fell. I later found my second senior sister. She had been captured for experiments, her body ruined. When she saw me, the first thing she said was, "Yuxuan, you must leave, don't worry about me." Chen Feng sat beside her, remaining silent. He simply listened, allowing her to voice the words she had kept hidden in her heart for years. As for my third senior brother, I still do not know where he is. Some say he died, others say he was captured, and some claim he defected to that organization. Li Yuxuan lifted her gaze to the sky. I do not believe it. He was so mischievous, so full of laughter, so protective of us younger disciples. He could never betray us. Chen Feng finally spoke. What about you? What do you believe? Li Yuxuan paused for a moment. I believe that one day, I will find my master, find my third senior brother, find those surviving seniors, and I will send each of them down, one by one. She turned to face Chen Feng. Do you believe it? Chen Feng looked into her eyes, seeing both her tears and the fire within. I believe, he affirmed. In the afternoon, they did not practice punches. Li Yuxuan took Chen Feng to a certain location. In the northern suburbs, there was a desolate mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay an abandoned residential area. The houses had long collapsed, leaving only a few broken walls and overgrown weeds. Li Yuxuan stood silently before the ruins for a long time. This is it, she said. Chen Feng remained silent, understanding exactly where they were, the former site of Xinjimen, the sect that was annihilated 10 years ago. Li Yuxuan stepped inside slowly and deliberately. She approached a broken wall, knelt down, and brushed aside the wild grass at its base. There, carved into the wall, were several lines of inscriptions. Chen Feng leaned closer to read them. The characters were roughly etched with a blade, but legible. Xinjimen disciples, sworn to never surrender. Below were a series of names. Li Yuxuan's fingers traced each one. First senior brother, second senior sister, third senior brother, fourth junior brother, fifth junior sister. She paused at the last name, Master. Chen Feng stood behind her, watching her silhouette. She did not shed a tear, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Chen Feng said softly, Li Yuxuan, if you want to cry, then cry. She remained motionless, silent for a long while. Then she rose and turned around. Her eyes were red but dry. I cried my fill 10 years ago, she said. She looked at Chen Feng. Let us go? It's time to practice boxing. That night, on the rooftop, Li Yuxuan stood in the center, assuming a starting stance. Today's final lesson is the secret technique of Xinjimen. Chen Feng looked at her. Secret technique? Li Yuxuan nodded. There is a saying in Xinjimen, training fists without cultivating skills is futile. Cultivating skills without mastering the lethal art is blindness and death. True martial prowess lies not in the fist techniques, but in the art of killing. She inhaled deeply. Watch closely. This is called the crushing fist final strike. She moved, just one punch, but it was so swift Chen Feng could barely see it. He only heard a muffled thud. Then he saw the iron clothes rack before Li Yuxuan split cleanly in two. It was not broken by force, but shattered by the force of her punch's energy. Chen Feng's pupils contracted, severing iron at a distance. That is the pinnacle of hidden power. Chen Feng looked at Li Yuxuan. I am not in the early stage of hidden power. I am at its pinnacle. Chen Feng was stunned. Hidden power pinnacle, under 30 years old, that was the concept. Old Wei's younger brother, under 30 and at the pinnacle of hidden power, was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Li Yuxuan was the same. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Feng asked. Li Yuxuan replied, because words are useless. Strength is proven through combat, not speech. She stepped forward, standing before him. Chen Feng, your talent is not inferior to mine, but you started too late. and time is too short. In 2 weeks, you cannot defeat someone at the pinnacle of hidden power. Chen Feng clenched his fist. Then what should I do? Li Yuxuan looked at him. Use my life to buy your chance. Chen Feng could hardly believe it. What? Li Yuxuan said. On the day of the auction, I will strike first, drawing away the 2 hidden power experts. You will seize the opportunity to kill Zhou Batong. Chen Feng shook his head. No, that is a death sentence. Li Yuxuan said. Not necessarily. I'm at the pinnacle of hidden power. I cannot defeat 2 of the same level, but I can delay them. You just need to be fast enough to kill and escape. Chen Feng stared at her. Are you mad? Li Yuxuan smiled. Mad? Perhaps. But after 10 years. This is the closest I have come to revenge. She looked at Chen Feng. Old Wei saved me. Have you ever saved my life? No. But you are Old Wei's nephew, the heir of the Wei family. That is enough. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Looking at this woman, a complex emotion surged within him. Li Yuxuan, Chen Feng said, you must not die. Li Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. Why? Chen Feng said, because after revenge, you must live. Only by living can Xinjiang be rebuilt. Li Yuxuan was stunned. Chen Feng continued, your master is still alive. Your senior brothers and sisters might also be alive. They are waiting for you to save them. You cannot die here. Li Yuxuan looked at him, her eyes moist. Chen Feng interrupted, 2 weeks from now, we act together. Enter alive, leave alive. No one is to die. He extended his hand. Li Yuxuan looked at him, then reached out and grasped it. Very well. Late at night, Chen Feng lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. He thought of Li Yuxuan, this seemingly cold woman who harbored so much within her heart. He thought of the auction 2 weeks away, 2 hidden power masters, Zhou Batong, and the organization S-Men. It was a death trap, but the only chance. He touched the jade pendant on his chest. Old Wei, Chen Feng whispered, bless us. Suddenly, faint sounds came from outside the window, footsteps, light but numerous. Chen Feng sat up abruptly and rushed to the window. In the alley below, countless shadows moved, at least 30 or 40. The Zhou family was coming again. Li Yuxuan, he shouted, rushing out of the room. Li Yuxuan was already in the living room, her expression grave. I see them, she said. Zhang Lei peeked out from his room, his face pale. Again? Chen Feng gritted his teeth. Let us go? Li Yuxuan shook her head. It's too late. They have already surrounded the building. Chen Feng's heart sank. Li Yuxuan looked at him. Chen Feng, remember what you just said? Chen Feng was stunned. Li Yuxuan said, leave alive. She turned and headed for the door. Chen Feng rushed to stop her. What are you doing? Li Yuxuan looked back. I will draw them away. You take Zhang Lei and escape from the back. Chen Feng shook his head desperately. No. Li Yuxuan shrugged off his hand. There is no. You said living is the key to revenge. You live and avenge me. She flung open the door and dashed out. Chen Feng wanted to follow, but Zhang Lei held him tightly. Brother Feng, you want to save her. Chen Feng's eyes reddened. He heard sounds of fighting downstairs, punches and kicks, screams. Then a voice echoed through the night. Chen Feng, run. It was Li Yuxuan's voice. Chen Feng clenched his teeth, grabbed Zhang Lei, and jumped out a rear window. They ran frantically in the darkness, flames blazing behind them. Chapter 14 ends here. Chapter 15, Preparation for Battle. Chen Feng pulled Zhang Lei, running desperately through the dark, the fire blazing behind them. Li Yuxuan's voice still echoed in his ears. Chen Feng, run. He had no idea how she fared. He dared not imagine. All he could do was run, as far as possible. Zhang Lei was gasping for breath, nearly collapsing several times, but Chen Feng dragged him forward. Brother Feng, I can't go on, his voice faltered. Chen Feng did not stop. Just hold on a little longer. After more than 10 minutes, they finally lost sight of the flames behind them. They slipped into an abandoned urban village, winding through alleys until they found refuge in a half-collapsed house. Chen Feng set Zhang Lei down and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Zhang Lei collapsed on the floor, pale as paper, trembling all over. Brother Feng, that woman, Chen Feng said nothing. He leaned back, gazing into the night outside. Li Yuxuan, hidden power pinnacle. One woman, holding off 30 or 40 men. Could she survive? Chen Feng did not know. His hands clenched until his knuckles turned white. After an unknown lapse of time, footsteps approached outside. Chen Feng tensed instantly and pushed Zhang Lei into a corner. The footsteps grew nearer, then a voice called out. Chen Feng, are you there? It was Li Yuxuan's voice. Chen Feng sprang up and rushed outside. Under the moonlight, Li Yuxuan stood there, covered in blood but upright, still standing. Chen Feng hurried to support her. Li Yuxuan looked at him and smiled faintly. I'm not dead yet. Chen Feng's eyes glistened with moisture. Li Yuxuan waved her hand dismissively, urging silence. First, we must find a place to hide. They will soon be on our trail. 30 minutes later, they found refuge in the basement of another abandoned building. Zhang Lei, summoning his last vestiges of strength, reinforced the basement door. leaning against the wall. Li Yuxuan closed her eyes, her breathing rapid and uneven. Chen Feng crouched beside her, observing the wounds that marred her body. Her clothing was torn in several places, revealing bruises and traces of blood. A deep gash adorned her left forearm, continuing to seep crimson. "You're severely injured," Chen Feng remarked. Li Yuxuan opened her eyes. "I won't die?" She retrieved a small fabric pouch from her bosom and tossed it to Chen Feng. "There are herbs inside. Help me apply them." Chen Feng opened the pouch to find a collection of dried herbs he recognized from old ways treatments. He tore a piece from his clothing, crushed the herbs, and applied them to Li Yuxuan's wounds. She let out a muffled groan, but did not flinch. Zhang Lei, watching from the side, grimaced. "Isn't this going to hurt terribly?" Li Yuxuan shot him a glance. "I'm used to it." Zhang Lei fell silent. After Chen Feng finished applying the herbs, he tore another piece from his clothing to bandage her wounds. "Have those people been dealt with?" he inquired. Li Yuxuan shook her head. "I took down 20 or so, but then more arrived, and I fled." She paused. "Zhou Batong is aware of us now. He will send more men." "How long do we have?" Li Yuxuan replied. "The exchange tournament is in 13 days. We must survive until then." Chen Feng pondered in silence for a moment. "With your injuries, can you still fight?" Li Yuxuan met his gaze. "Do you think I only know how to fight?" She stood and moved to the center of the basement. "You've only scratched the surface of Xingyi men. Over the next 13 days, I will teach you the remainder." Chen Feng was taken aback. "You mean now?" Li Yuxuan interrupted him. "There's no time to recover. If you cannot defeat Zhou Batong's men after 13 days, we will perish." She assumed a starting position. "Get up. Continue training." The ensuing days comprised the most grueling training of Chen Feng's life. He practiced martial arts by day, cultivated his energy by night, and engaged in real combat until dawn. Li Yuxuan transformed, becoming even more relentless than before. If a movement was incorrect, they would repeat it 100 times. If a breath faltered, they would start over 200 times. If a step was miscalculated, they would repeat it 300 times. Chen Feng was tortured to the brink of collapse, often pushed to the point of vomiting, only to resume training afterward. Zhang Lei was also busy, tasked with gathering intelligence. He hacked into countless systems, exposing Zhou Batong and his organization as secrets. The exchange tournament was set for the underground city in the eastern part of the city. Next Friday at 8 in the evening, Zhang Lei reported that Zhou Batong would bring 2 experts in dark energy, known as Iron Eagle and Black Snake, both of whom had been his loyal servants for over a decade. Li Yuxuan nodded. "Anything else?" Zhang Lei pulled up another document. The organization is codenamed Xinchuang. On the surface, it appears to be a biotechnology company, but in reality, it specializes in researching martial artists. Their headquarters is overseas, but they have several strongholds domestically. The underground city in the east is one of them. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Xinchuang, the organization responsible for his father's death and the destruction of Xingyi men. "Who is their leader?" he asked. Zhang Lei shook his head. "I couldn't find out. Their defenses are too strong. I couldn't penetrate them. All I know is that the codename is Shinju." Li Yuxuan fell silent for a moment. "Shinju was the one who captured my master." Chen Feng looked at her, surprised. "Have you seen him?" Li Yuxuan nodded. "I caught a glimpse from afar. He wore a black robe and a mask. I couldn't see his face, but I remember his aura was above the transformation stage." "Above the transformation stage?" Chen Feng's heart sank. Transformation is already at the pinnacle of martial artists. What could be above that? Thus, Li Yuxuan stated, "Our target is not him. It is Zhou Batong." She fixed her gaze on Chen Feng. "Eliminate Zhou Batong to sever one of Xinchuang's arms. Then, we will gradually seek out Xinju." Chen Feng nodded. "Understood." On the 9th day, Chen Feng finally mastered the Beng Quanju Sha. When his fist struck the wall, it left a deep imprint, with numerous cracks radiating outward. Li Yuxuan observed the imprint and nodded. "That will suffice." Chen Feng, panting, gazed at his fist. After 9 days of relentless training, he had achieved this. It was not merely imitation. It was an expression of his essence. Li Yuxuan approached and stood before him. "Chen Feng, the next step is the final challenge." Chen Feng looked at her, perplexed. "What is it?" Li Yuxuan replied, "Real combat. I will fight you." Chen Feng was taken aback. "You? Can you still fight?" Li Yuxuan interrupted him. "I have recovered. Give it your all." She stepped back and assumed a starting position. "Come at me with everything you have." Chen Feng took a deep breath and charged forward. The battle lasted a full hour. Chen Feng exerted every ounce of his strength, employing the 5 elements fist, the 9 palace steps, and the Beng Quanju Sha, using everything he had learned. Yet, Li Yuxuan stood like an immovable mountain, impervious to his attacks. She blocked every strike, occasionally countering with a punch that would send him stumbling back several steps. Eventually, Chen Feng collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if his body were in pieces, gasping for breath. Li Yuxuan stood beside him, also panting, but wearing a smile. "Not bad. she remarked. To last an hour under my hand means you're ready. Chen Feng looked at her. How much strength did you use? Li Yuxuan pondered for a moment. 70%. Chen Feng was speechless. 70%. He had given his all, while Li Yuxuan had only exerted 70%. The gap between a peak dark energy practitioner and someone just brushing the threshold was staggering. Do not be disheartened, Li Yuxuan encouraged. How long have you been training? Not even a year. I have practiced for 15 years. To achieve this level is already a sign of genius. She extended her hand, helping Chen Feng to his feet. There are 4 days until the exchange tournament. We must focus on the final lesson. Chen Feng inquired, what is it? Li Yuxuan replied, it's about survival. In the final 4 days, what Li Yuxuan taught Chen Feng was not how to fight, but how to flee. Xingyi Min has a saying, if you can't win, run. There is no shame in that, Li Yuxuan explained. It's shameful to die. She taught him the Yushin Bu, a step technique designed for escape. It was quicker, more elusive, and harder to grasp than the 9 palace steps. She instructed him on the Gui Shi Fa, a technique to conceal one's aura. When perfected, it could deceive even the most skilled practitioners. She also taught him Ting Jin, a skill that enabled one to sense the changes in the surrounding air currents, allowing him to detect the direction of an enemy's attack even with his eyes closed. Chen Feng absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. In just 4 days, he became proficient in the 3 techniques. Although not yet fully refined, he could at least ensure his survival. On the eve of the exchange tournament, in the basement, Chen Feng, Li Yuxuan, and Zhang Lei sat together, poring over the final intelligence report. Tomorrow evening at 8, in the Eastern Underground City, Zhou Batong would arrive an hour early, accompanied by Iron Eagle and Black Snake. The agents of Xinchuang would arrive at 8:30. As far as I know, there will be at least 3 dark energy experts present. Chen Feng clenched his fists. 3 dark energy experts, plus Zhou Batong's 2. 5 in total. That left him and Li Yuxuan with only 2. 5 against 2. Li Yuxuan regarded him. Are you afraid? Chen Feng paused for a moment. Yes, he admitted. But fear alone won't keep me from going. Li Yuxuan nodded. I feel the same. She rose and stepped in front of Chen Feng. Tomorrow, I will handle Iron Eagle and Black Snake. You take on Zhou Batong. Kill him and flee. Do not linger. If Xinchuang's people arrive, we withdraw immediately. Chen Feng looked at her. What about you? Li Yuxuan replied. I will also retreat, if possible. Chen Feng shook his head. No, we must stick together. Li Yuxuan interrupted him. Chen Feng, this is not the time for loyalty. There are only 2 of us, and they have 5. If we can take one down, we must. The one who survives will continue the fight for vengeance. Li Yuxuan extended her hand and placed it on Chen Feng's shoulder. Old Wei exchanged his life for your survival. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain. Chen Feng gazed at her, his eyes brimming with emotion. Li Yuxuan smiled. I urge you to live, not to perish. I will return, for I have yet to reconstruct Xingyi Min. Chen Feng looked into her eyes, where a glimmer of hope resided. He nodded in agreement. All right. Return alive. In the deep of night, Chen Feng lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling. Sleep eluded him. Tomorrow night marked the decisive battle. He was uncertain if he would survive, yet he understood that he must go. He touched the jade pendant at his chest and murmured, Old Wei, grant me your protection. Beside him, Li Yuxuan lay awake as well. Suddenly, she spoke. Chen Feng. Yes? If, and only if, I do not return tomorrow, there is something I must ask of you. Chen Feng turned to look at her. What is it? Li Yuxuan paused for a moment. Help me find someone. Who? My 3rd senior brother. His name is Li Changfeng. If he is still alive, tell him that Xingyi Min endures. Chen Feng promised, understood. Li Yuxuan fell silent again. In the darkness, only their breaths could be heard. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Batong sat in his study, flanked by 2 individuals. One was lean, with a sinister gaze, his hands wrapped in bandages, Iron Eagle. The other was tall, dark-skinned, and expressionless, Black Snake. Tomorrow night, Zhou Batong stated, that young man will undoubtedly come. Iron Eagle chuckled, perfect. It has been ages since I last took a life. Zhou Batong shook his head, do not kill him. He must remain alive. Black Snake inquired in a deep voice, Uncle Zhou, is he truly that significant? Zhou Batong rose and approached the window. He is an awakened martial artist. Rarely do they emerge in a century. A living awakened one is worth 100 dead. He turned to face them. Do you understand? Iron Eagle and Black Snake nodded. Zhou Batong gazed out the window. Young man, see you tomorrow. Outside, the night was thick as ink, and a storm was on the horizon. Chapter 15 End. Chapter 16. The exchange tournament 3 days later at the Dongqing Sports Arena. Chen Feng stood in a corner outside the arena, observing the bustling crowd. Today marked the opening of the Urban Martial Artist Exchange Tournament. This event, ostensibly a gathering for martial arts enthusiasts, was, in reality, a grand assembly for the city's martial artist community. Each year, various factions and individuals sent representatives. Victors gained fame, while losers faced little consequence as long as they emerged unscathed. Li Yuxuan stood beside him, clad in a black tracksuit, her face mostly obscured by a mask and hat. Has the information been confirmed? Chen Feng asked. Li Yuxuan nodded. Zhou Batong will be here. He attends every year, not to watch the matches, but to scout for new talent. Those half-dead rogue practitioners are his prime targets. Chen Feng cursed internally. What about Iron Eagle and Black Snake? They should be here as well, she replied. They are Zhou Batong's right-hand men, never straying far from his side. Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. Shall we make our move today? Li Yuxuan shook her head. No. Today is merely for observation. We will assess their capabilities and await an opportunity. She turned to him. Have you registered? Yes, Chen Feng affirmed. Under a false name. A slight smile graced Li Yuxuan's lips. Good. Then aim for the finals. Inside the arena, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. It was Chen Feng's first encounter with the multitude of martial artists concealed within the city. On the stage, two combatants engaged in battle. One practiced Baji Quan while the other employed Wing Chun, creating a spectacular display. Below, hundreds of spectators cheered, a diverse crowd of suited middle-aged men, uniformed students, tattooed individuals, and elderly folks with canes. Yet, one thing united them all. The light of ambition shone in their eyes. Chen Feng recognized that light. It was the yearning for power. Li Yuxuan whispered in his ear, look over there. Chen Feng followed her gaze to the front row of the audience, where an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit sat, flanked by two robust middle-aged men. Zhou Batong, Iron Eagle, Black Snake. Chen Feng's breath caught in his throat. It was the first time he had seen Iron Eagle and Black Snake in person. Iron Eagle was lean, with a malevolent gaze and hands wrapped in bandages, reminiscent of two blades hidden in their sheaths. Black Snake was tall, dark-skinned, and expressionless, standing like a mountain, an undeniable master of hidden strength. Li Yuxuan's voice was barely audible. Do you feel it? Chen Feng nodded. The pressure emanating from them was palpable even from a distance. Iron Eagle suddenly turned his head and glanced in their direction, causing Chen Feng's heart to race. However, Iron Eagle's gaze merely brushed past them before returning. Li Yuxuan reassured him, do not be anxious. He cannot sense us. There are too many martial artists here, and the energies are mixed. Chen Feng took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Let us leave. Li Yuxuan said. We have seen enough. Upon exiting the arena, Chen Feng exhaled a long breath. So that is the essence of a hidden strength master. Li Yuxuan nodded. Iron Eagle. 35 years old, mid-level hidden strength practitioner. He excels in eagle claw technique, and his hands are his most formidable weapons. It is said he can crush a human skull with a single claw. Chen Feng's palms began to sweat. What about Black Snake? Black Snake, 38 years old. Late-stage hidden strength. He practices hard qigong, impervious to blades and spears. He can stand there and let you strike, yet you would not be able to harm him. A single punch from him could end your life, Li Yuxuan explained. Chen Feng pondered the implications of facing two hidden strength masters, one swift and the other defensive. Together, they would be nearly insurmountable. Li Yuxuan regarded him. Are you afraid? Chen Feng shook his head, not fear, but contemplation on how to confront them. Li Yuxuan's lips curled into a slight smile. On the third day of the exchange tournament, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Feng stood at the edge of the arena, surveying the thronging crowd below. 2 days had passed, and he had fought 4 matches, emerging victorious in each. In the first match, he faced a middle-aged opponent skilled in Hungar, defeating him in 3 minutes. The second match was against an elderly practitioner of Baguazhang, a 10-minute struggle that ended with a final blow from his own technique. The third match featured a young competitor who practiced Tan Tue, whose speed was astonishing. Chen Feng chased him for 5 minutes before seizing the opportunity to deliver a knockout punch. The fourth match was against a brawny hard qigong practitioner, impervious to harm. After over 20 minutes of combat, Chen Feng triumphed using the penetrating technique taught by Li Yuxuan, damaging the opponent's internal organs through their flesh. For matches, for victories, he had not exerted his full strength in any of them. Yet this afternoon's match would be different. Li Yuxuan stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the far side of the arena. There sat Zhou Batong in the VIP section, with Iron Eagle and Black Snake behind him. Next to Zhou Batong was Han Chong, the closed-door disciple of my master. 10 years ago, at the tender age of 13, he was hidden by his master in a cave on the back mountain to escape a calamity. Later, he was taken in by an elderly boxing master and has lived incognito ever since. She paused, believing that the Xing Yi men had been left with no survivors but himself. Chen Feng remained silent, observing the young man as he leisurely stretched his limbs, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. Han Chong, the orphan of Xing Yi men, just like him. Do you know him? Chen Feng inquired. Li Yuxuan shook her head. I am not certain. I did not anticipate he would participate in the exchange competition. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, or perhaps destiny. She looked at Chen Feng. In today's match, you might face him. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Li Yuxuan interrupted, if you do face him, do not hold back. He would not wish for you to do so. It is preferable for a Xing Yi Min disciple to perish in the arena than to fall at the hands of Zhou Batong. Chen Feng fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 5th match commenced. Chen Feng stood on the stage, awaiting his opponent. When the young man in white approached, his heart sank. Han Chong. It truly is him. Han Chong stepped to the center of the stage, gazing at Chen Feng, and offered a slight nod. Hello. I am Han Chong. Chen Feng, he replied. Han Chong smiled. I watched the previous matches. You are quite formidable. Chen Feng remained silent. Han Chong continued. Your Xing Yi Quan bears the influence of senior sister Li Yuxuan. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Han Chong's gaze deepened. You know her, do you not? Chen Feng nodded. Han Chong smiled, a complex expression crossing his face. It is good to know she is still alive. He assumed a starting stance. Come, let me see what senior sister has taught you. The two moved simultaneously. Chen Feng initiated with its Tseng Quan, aiming directly for Han Chong's chest. Han Chong sidestepped, countering with a punch. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the stage, each employing their respective 5 elements fist, 9 palaces steps, and Tseng Quan. Identical techniques. Identical force, identical footwork. The audience below watched in astonishment. Some gasped, they are using the same style. Others shouted, Xing Yi Quan. This is Xing Yi Quan. In the VIP section, Zhou Batong squinted his eyes, fixating on the two combatants on stage, a cold smile gradually forming on his lips. Interesting, he remarked. 2 remnants of Xing Yi Min have come together. Tai Ying quietly asked, Uncle Zhou, should we? Zhou Batong raised his hand. No rush. Let us observe further. On the stage, Chen Feng and Han Chong had been fighting for 5 minutes. Both bore injuries. Chen Feng had a split lip while Han Chong's forehead was bleeding. Yet neither paused. They continued to clash, pushing their limits. Suddenly, Han Chong leaped back, exiting the combat circle. Chen Feng paused in confusion, also halting. Han Chong looked at him and smiled. That was exhilarating, he said. It has been a long time since I fought with such intensity. Chen Feng silently regarded him. Han Chong wiped the blood from his lip. But if we continue like this, we will not determine a victor before nightfall. Let us settle it with one decisive move. He assumed a starting stance. Chen Feng recognized it. It was the Tseng Quan fatal strike, a technique taught to him by Li Yuxuan. Han Chong took a deep breath, and an immense aura suddenly surged from him, far stronger than Chen Feng had anticipated. An energy of hidden power. Han Chong possessed dark energy. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. Han Chong moved. A white blur, as swift as lightning, surged toward Chen Feng. With no time for further thought, Chen Feng instinctively raised his hand, mirroring the Tseng Quan fatal strike. Bang! The two fists collided, sending a tremendous shockwave radiating from the center of the stage, causing the audience's hair to blow backward. Chen Feng and Han Chong each stepped back 3 paces, regaining their footing, staring at one another. Han Chong smiled. You lost. Chen Feng looked down. There was a fist mark on his chest. Han Chong's fist had diverted just an inch at the last moment, preventing a solid hit. Had it connected? Chen Feng dared not imagine the outcome. He lifted his gaze, meeting Han Chong's eyes. Why? Han Chong retracted his fist, smiling lightly. Because you are one taught by senior sister. He turned to the judges below. Referee, I concede. The audience erupted in shock. The referee was taken aback. Concede? You clearly. Han Chong interrupted. I could win, correct? He chuckled, but I do not wish to. Han Chong descended from the stage, vanishing into the crowd. Chen Feng remained where he stood, watching his retreating figure, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within him. That evening, Chen Feng found Han Chong in the resting room. Han Chong sat in a corner, slowly sipping from a bottle of liquor. Upon seeing Chen Feng enter, he smiled. You've come? Chen Feng sat down across from him. Why did you concede? Han Chong took a sip of his drink. Because I wished to see senior sister. He looked at Chen Feng. You know her, do you not? Where is she? Chen Feng fell silent for 2 seconds. She is in a safe place. Han Chong chuckled. Safe? Is there truly a safe place in this world? Zhou Batong is searching for her. Shen Chuang is searching for her. As long as she remains alive, there is no safe place. Han Chong stood and walked to the window. 10 years ago, I was only 13. My master hid me in a cave, instructing me not to emerge. I remained hidden, listening to the sounds of battle and cries of anguish. His voice trembled. When I finally emerged, everything was gone. My master had vanished. My senior brothers and sisters were gone. I hid for a decade, training for a decade, yearning for the day I could find them. He turned to face Chen Feng. As long as senior sister is alive, that is enough. Chen Feng rose and approached him. Han Chong, we can. Han Xiong raised his hand, interrupting him. I know what you wish to say. Together, to seek vengeance, right? He smiled gently. But I cannot. At least not yet. Chen Feng was perplexed. Why? Han Xiong stated. Because I am not strong enough. He gazed out the window. Zhou Batong has Tai Ying and He Shi, two masters of dark energy. Xin Chuang's side is even more unfathomable. With just us few, including you and senior sister, we would not stand a chance. He turned back to Chen Feng. Senior sister must have informed you, right? I have only learned half of what there is to know about Xing Yimin. The other half remains with my master. Before he was captured, he concealed the remaining techniques in a certain location. He said to retrieve them once I achieved dark energy. Chen Feng pondered. The techniques? Han Xiong nodded. They can enable one to break through to Huajin. Huajin, Chen Feng exclaimed in disbelief. That was the realm every martial artist yearned for. Thus, Han Xiong continued, I intend to seek that technique. Once I break through to Huajin, I will return. At that time, we will take our revenge together. He patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Until then, please take care of senior sister. Chen Feng gazed at him, witnessing the light in his eyes, a light of hope. All right, Chen Feng replied, I promise you. Late at night, Chen Feng returned to his quarters. Li Yuxuan sat by the window, gazing into the night. Did you see him? She asked. Chen Feng nodded. Li Yuxuan exhaled softly, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Is he well? Chen Feng replied, very well. Stronger than we imagined. Chen Feng relayed Han Xiong's words to Li Yuxuan. When she heard the phrase Huajin technique, her fingertips trembled slightly. Then she spoke, her voice quivering. The master's technique is hidden in that place? Chen Feng asked, do you know where? Li Yuxuan nodded. I do. It is a place I concealed with the master. She stood and walked to the window. The master said that technique is the foundation of Xing Yimin and must not fall into the hands of evil. If one day he encounters misfortune, I should go find it. She turned her head to gaze at Chen Feng. But now is not the time to go. Chen Feng inquired, why not? Li Yuxuan replied, because that place is guarded by the divine creators. With our current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Chen Feng fell into silence. Li Yuxuan pivoted, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Then we shall fight on, advance to the finals. The day of the finals will be our opportunity. Chen Feng agreed. The finals. Zhou Batong. The divine creation. The bitter feud with Shui Hai. Everything is nearing its end. Simultaneously, at the Zhou family villa, Zhou Batong sat in his study, with Tai Ying and He Shi standing before him. Have you confirmed everything? Tai Ying nodded. Yes. The one called Wei Feng is Chen Feng. The woman beside him is a remnant of the Xingyi sect, named Li Yuxuan. The youth who conceded today, Han Xiong, is also a remnant of the Xingyi sect. A cruel smile curved Zhou Batong's lips. 3 escaped fish, all gathered by myself. Any news about the technique? He Shi spoke in a low tone. Yes. The divine creators have located the place, but they cannot enter. They require a direct disciple of the Xingyi sect to guide them. Zhou Batong abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with fierce light. Excellent. On the day of the finals, bring everyone along. I want them alive. Tai Ying and He Shi simultaneously bowed their heads. Zhou Batong stared out the window, his voice icy cold. Chen Feng, Li Yuxuan, Han Xiong, this time, none of you shall escape. Night fell like ink, and the foul wind began to rise. A storm sweeping across the martial arts world was silently taking shape. Chapter 17. Rampage on the final day of the exchange tournament, at 7 in the evening. The Qingdong Stadium was a sea of people. Today was the night of the finals. The venue, capable of accommodating 5,000 spectators, was packed to the brim. The aisles, steps, and even the corners were crowded with onlookers. There were businessmen in suits, plainly dressed workers, yellow-haired hooligans, and elderly men leaning on canes, people of all kinds. Yet they shared a singular focus. Their eyes were fixed upon the central arena. Chen Feng stood within the players' corridor, peering through the gap at the crowd outside. His heart raced, not with anxiety, but with exhilaration. Li Yuxuan stood beside him, also clad in competition attire. She had registered and fought her way to the finals, where she would meet Chen Feng. It was all part of their plan. On the night of the finals, Zhou Batong would inevitably appear. Then, the two of them would confront Zhou Batong alone, strike and flee. Han Xiong was also present, disguised as a staff member on the other side of the corridor. Should anything go awry, he would provide support. 3 individuals, 1 objective. Chen Feng touched the jade pendant at his chest. Master Wei, he murmured, watch closely. Tonight, I will avenge you. At 7:30, Zhou Batong arrived, seated at the central position in the VIP section, flanked by Tai Ying and He Shi. But this time, they were not alone. Around the VIP area stood at least 20 men clad in black, all elite fighters of mid to late Ming strength. Chen Feng's brow furrowed. There were more people than anticipated. Li Yuxuan's voice came through the earpiece. Do you see them? Chen Feng whispered, I see them. The plan remains unchanged. I confront Zhou Batong. You hold off Tai Ying and He Shi. Han Chong will provide support from the perimeter. Chun Feng calculated silently to hold off 2 dark energy masters for 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. At 8 o'clock, the finals commenced. The referee walked to the center of the arena and raised his hand. The urban martial artists exchanged tournament finals. Wei Feng versus Li Yuxuan. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chun Feng ascended the arena from one side, Li Yuxuan from the other. They faced each other, eyes locking. Li Yuxuan's lips moved, but made no sound. Chun Feng understood. She asked, "Are you ready?" He nodded faintly. The referee's hand fell. "Begin." Both moved simultaneously, not towards each other, but towards the edge of the arena. Chun Feng leapt over the barrier, rushing toward the VIP section. Li Yuxuan was swifter, like a black lightning bolt, already before Zhou Batong. The crowd gasped. The black-clad men reacted instantaneously, lunging at Li Yuxuan. Yet she was too quick. She sliced through the crowd, delivering a punch to Zhou Batong's face. Zhou Batong did not evade. Tai Ying moved, intercepting Li Yuxuan's punch with a palm. A muffled thud resounded. Both retreated a step. Tai Ying smiled. A remnant of the Xingyi sect. Interesting. Li Yuxuan said nothing, charging again. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was confronted by He Shi, who stood like a mountain before him. "Kid." He Shi's voice was deep. "I am your opponent." Chun Feng wasted no words and threw a punch. He Shi did not dodge or evade, firmly absorbing the strike. The impact echoed like a hammer on iron. He Shi remained unmoved. He glanced down at his chest, then back at Chun Feng. "Is that all?" Chun Feng marveled inwardly. This was the defense of a late-stage dark energy expert? Gritting his teeth, he launched a flurry of punches. 1, 2, 3, each delivered with full force. He Shi held his ground without retreating. He reached out and grasped Chun Feng's fist. Had enough? Chun Feng tried to withdraw, but He Shi's grip was as unyielding as iron. With his other hand clenched into a fist, He Shi struck Chun Feng's abdomen. Chun Feng doubled over, spitting blood, but did not fall. He raised his head, eyes ablaze with fire, staring at He Shi. He Shi hesitated, quite tough. He raised his fist again. Suddenly, Chun Feng moved, releasing his right hand from He Shi's grasp while crouching low, simultaneously kicking He Shi's knee with his left foot. He Shi was caught off guard, his knee bent, and his grip loosened. Chun Feng seized the opportunity to withdraw and leap back, creating distance. He Shi steadied himself and regarded Chun Feng with newfound seriousness. "Interesting." Chun Feng panted, his right hand throbbing as if the bones had fractured, but he ignored the pain. He glanced toward Li Yuxuan. She and Tai Ying were locked in an intense battle. Both dark energy practitioners moving at a blinding speed, their movements imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Yet Chun Feng saw clearly. Li Yuxuan was giving her all. Every strike was lethal, disregarding defense entirely. Tai Ying was forced to retreat step by step, a smile playing on his face. "Interesting. Very interesting. The Xingyi sect girl is truly formidable." Li Yuxuan remained silent, throwing punch after punch. But Chun Feng could see she was draining herself. Too fast. At this pace, she could not last 3 minutes. Chun Feng gritted his teeth and charged He Shi again. Determined to end it swiftly, he unleashed a devastating punch, cutting through the wind towards He Shi's throat. He Shi raised his hand to block. The impact forced him back a step, the first time tonight he had retreated. He Shi looked down at his hand, which bore a red mark, then lifted his gaze to Chun Feng, his eyes brightening. "Not bad, kid. You've got something." He Shi ceased defending and launched a fierce assault. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each imbued with overwhelming power. Chun Feng exerted all his strength to dodge and block, but was struck several times. Blood trickled from his mouth. An agonizing pain radiated through his ribs, which he lost count of how many were broken. Yet he did not fall. He continued fighting with instinct, will, and sheer determination. Suddenly, a pained scream rang out. Chun Feng turned to see Li Yuxuan caught by Tai Ying's claw on her shoulder, blood flowing freely. Yet she did not retreat. She retaliated with a punch to Tai Ying's face. The face of Tai Ying shifted slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he smiled. "Good. Again." Chun Feng's eyes turned crimson. He spun around, intending to charge forward, but He Shi delivered a powerful punch to his back. Chun Feng was hurled away, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Your opponent is me." The voice of He Shi echoed from above. Chun Feng lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. He struggled to rise, but his hands trembled, his legs shook, his entire body quaked. He was immobilized. From a distance, Li Yuxuan's voice reached him, hoarse and despondent. "Chun Feng." He lifted his head. He saw Li Yuxuan, bloodied and still fighting fiercely against Tai Ying. He noticed Han Chong surrounded by a dozen black-clad figures. Unable to escape, he observed Zhou Batong seated in the VIP section, grinning as he watched it all unfold, as if it were merely a play. A ringing filled Chen Feng's mind. A surge of heat erupted from the depths of his being, reminiscent of that fateful night. Yet this time, it was more intense, more ferocious, more wild. The heat coursed through him instantaneously, every muscle quaking, every blood vessel expanding, every cell igniting. Chen Feng's eyes turned blood red. He rose to his feet. Heishi was taken aback. His earlier punch had surely shattered at least 3 of Chen Feng's ribs. A normal person would have been incapacitated. Yet, Chen Feng stood, and the aura surrounding him was swelling. Later stages of Ming Jin, early stages of Anjin, mid stages of Anjin, late stages of Anjin. Heishi's mouth fell agape. Chen Feng did not grant him the luxury of time to react. He unleashed a punch, swift beyond Heishi's comprehension. Bang! Heishi was sent flying, crashing through the wall behind him, buried beneath a pile of rubble. Chen Feng paid him no heed. He turned and walked toward Li Yuxuan. Tai Ying sensed something amiss, released Li Yuxuan, and turned to face him. Chen Feng now stood before him. Tai Ying instinctively raised his hand to block. Chen Feng's fist collided with his arm. Crack! The arm shattered. Tai Ying screamed, propelled backward, toppling several black-clad men. Chen Feng stood amidst the chaos. Bloodied and with eyes ablaze, the arena fell silent. All gazes were fixed upon him, as if beholding a monster. Zhou Buotong's smile froze. He stepped back, bewildered. What on earth are you? Chen Feng offered no response. He advanced step by step toward Zhou Buotong. The black-clad figures surged forward, each dispatched with a single blow. None able to withstand his advance. Zhou Buotong's complexion turned ashen. He turned to flee, but Chen Feng had already appeared behind him, a hand resting on his shoulder. Zhou Buotong froze. Chen Feng's voice emerged from behind, raspy like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Zhou Buotong. The lives of my father and uncle must be repaid. Zhou Buotong opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but Chen Feng did not grant him that chance. A single punch. Just a simple punch. It struck Zhou Buotong in the back of his heart. Crack. The sound of shattering bones. Zhou Buotong's eyes widened in shock. Blood pouring from his mouth. He slowly collapsed, falling at Chen Feng's feet, motionless. The arena was enveloped in a deathly silence. Then, someone shouted murder. The crowd erupted into chaos. Screams, cries, and frantic footsteps filled the air as everyone rushed for the exits. Chen Feng remained rooted in place, staring at Zhou Buotong at his feet, unyielding. His eyes were still blood red. His body continued to burn with unyielding strength, surging uncontrollably. Chen Feng. Li Yuxuan dashed over, embracing him. Chen Feng. Wake up. Enough. Enough. Chen Feng gazed down at her. In that instant, confusion flickered within his blood-red eyes. Then, his body swayed and began to topple backward. Li Yuxuan clutched him desperately, and they both fell to the ground. Chen Feng's eyes gradually closed. In his ears, he could hear Li Yuxuan's cries, fading further away, becoming more indistinct. Finally, darkness engulfed him. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been. Before Chen Feng opened his eyes, he was met with a sea of white. The ceiling was white. The walls were white. The curtains were white. A hospital. He lay in a bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Li Yuxuan sat by his bedside, her eyes reddened. Upon seeing him awake, she paused momentarily. You're awake? Chen Feng parted his lips, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Zhou Buotong. Li Yuxuan replied. He is dead. Your punch shattered his heart. Chen Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Then suddenly, he recalled something and opened his eyes wide. What happened to that power? Li Yuxuan regarded him with a complex expression. You lost control. You reached the pinnacle of Anjin, nearly breaking through to Huajin. Then, you fainted for 3 days. Chen Feng was taken aback. 3 days? And Tai Ying and Heishi? Tai Ying is incapacitated. Heishi is severely injured. The Zhou family suffered losses, dead or fled. That Xinchuang individual took advantage of the chaos to escape. Chen Feng fell into silence for a moment. What about Han Chong? Li Yuxuan replied. He is outside waiting. He hasn't slept for days. Chen Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He is quite loyal. Li Yuxuan looked at him. Chen Feng, do you understand what you just did? Chen Feng shook his head. Li Yuxuan explained. It's called losing control. A unique ability of the Awakeners. In moments of life and death, one's strength surges instantaneously. But the price is steep. After losing control, one will be weakened for a long time. In severe cases, it can damage one's foundation. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Then Li Yuxuan reassured him. Fortunately, you only lost control for a few minutes. If it had lasted longer, you might have been rendered incapable. Chen Feng pondered. He recalled the sensation of that moment. The power, the uncontrollable frenzy. If it were to happen again, would he be able to maintain control? He was uncertain. Li Yuxuan took his hand. Chen Feng, promise me one thing. Chen Feng looked at her. What is it? Don't rely on that again. Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. Without it, I won't be able to win. Li Yuxuan shook her head. We fight together. Two are stronger than one. Chen Feng gazed into her eyes, seeing the light of concern and trust. He nodded. All right, I promise you. Outside the window, the night deepened. Chen Feng lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Zhou Batong was dead. Half of his revenge had been fulfilled. Yet, the other half lingered. Xin Chuang, Xinzhu, the organization that had caused his father's demise and obliterated Xing Yimin, was still alive. His hands clenched slowly. Li Yuxuan's voice broke through his thoughts. What are you thinking? Chen Feng replied. I'm contemplating what to do next. Li Yuxuan considered for a moment before saying, First, we need to recover. Then, we'll seek out the technique Han Chong mentioned. Chen Feng turned to look at her. Have you made up your mind? Li Yuxuan nodded. I have. Only by growing stronger can we achieve vengeance. Only by obtaining the technique can we grow stronger. She looked at Chen Feng. What about you? Chen Feng smiled. Of course. I will go. Li Yuxuan's lips curved into a subtle smile. All right, then let us go together. Outside, the moonlight poured down like water. On the other side of the city, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses stood in the shadows, dialing a number. Hello? Zhou Batong is dead. That awakener lost control. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then a deep voice responded, Interesting. Bring him back. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, Xinzhu. He hung up the phone, gazing at the distant hospital building, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Kid, you can't escape. Chapter 17 and Chapter 18. After the match 3 days later, in the hospital, Chen Feng lay in his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. This marked his 5th day in the hospital. He awoke 3 days after Zhou Batong's death, yet his body was utterly ravaged, for fractured ribs, a cracked right arm, multiple internal hemorrhages, and extensive muscle strains. The doctors deemed his survival nothing short of miraculous. Chen Feng knew better. It was the price of his berserk state. Li Yuxuan sat beside the bed, slowly peeling an apple. Her movements were deliberate, the thin apple peel curling into a delicate chain, swaying gently. What are you thinking about? She asked. Chen Feng replied, that night. Her hand paused. Still thinking about that power? He nodded. I can't control it. Completely uncontrollable. It's like a wild beast trapped inside, suddenly breaking free. Li Yuxuan handed him the peeled apple. That's the instinct of the awakened. Your father had it too. Chen Feng took the apple but did not eat it, merely holding it in his hand. My father was like this as well. She nodded. Wei Dai said your father's first berserk episode was at 20. Alone, he fought off over a dozen pursuers. But that outburst drew the attention of Shun Chuang's people. Chen Feng looked at her, recalling Wei Dai's words. His father was exceptionally gifted, reaching the pinnacle of dark energy before 30. And then he died, captured by Shen Chuang, tortured to death. Li Yuxuan's gaze was steady. Wei Dai forbade you from using that power because he knew the cost. Your father is the example. Chen Feng clenched the apple until it deformed. If I don't use it, how do I avenge them? We'll do it together. Slowly. You're not alone. Chen Feng met her luminous eyes, sparkling like hidden stars. What about Han Chong? Outside. He has been here these past days. Chen Feng looked toward the door. Why doesn't he come in? Li Yuxuan smiled faintly. He said he didn't want to disturb us. That afternoon, Han Chong finally entered. He wore a crumpled sweatshirt, his hair disheveled, looking as if he hadn't slept for days. Seeing Chen Feng, he grinned. Awake? Chen Feng nodded. Han Chong sat by the bed, scrutinizing him. Heard you sent Black Snake flying? One punch. Chen Feng replied, just lucky. Han Chong laughed. Lucky? That's berserk. The awakened's gift. I've trained 10 years. Reached mid-level dark energy, and couldn't move Black Snake. You knocked him away with one punch and call it luck? Chen Feng said nothing. Han Chong's expression grew serious. Do you know how valuable you are now? Chen Feng was taken aback. What do you mean? Awakened individuals are rare. Only a few emerge each century. Shen Chuang has been hunting them for 30 years. Your father was captured because of this. Now, you've been exposed. Chen Feng's heart skipped. That night Han Chong nodded. Thousands witnessed it. Your video has circulated the dark web titled Urban Martial Arts Tournament. Awakened appears. One punch defeats 2 dark energy masters. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Feng. Li Yuxuan continued. So, 3 things must be done. Chen Feng looked at her. First, transfer immediately after discharge. This place will soon be compromised. Second, find the cultivation techniques your master left behind. Only by growing stronger can you protect yourself. Third, Li Yuxuan hesitated. Investigate Shun Chuang thoroughly, their numbers, strength, and headquarters. Chen Feng clenched his fists. How do we investigate? She glanced at Han Chong. He pulled a USB drive from his pocket and tossed it to Chen Feng. This is what I've gathered over the years. Shen Chuang is ostensibly a biotech company, Shun Chuang Biotech, with headquarters abroad. They have 7 bases domestically. The underground city in Changdong is one. Zhou Batong acted as their agent here. Chen Feng grasped the USB tightly. What about the leader? Han Chong shook his head. No data. His information is encrypted. I've tried several hackers. None could breach it. But there's a clue. Every 3 years, he visits a place deep in the Chilean mountains on the northwest border. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. What's there? No one knows, but it must be significant. Li Yuxuan stood and walked to the window. Our path is clear. Recover, find the techniques, then head to Chilean mountain. She turned to Chen Feng. What do you think? He nodded. Agreed. Late at night, the hospital corridor was silent except for the nurse station's light. Chen Feng, unable to sleep, limped out with his crutch and gazed at the city. The lights twinkled as usual, unaware that a powerful figure had just perished, and that Chen Feng was the one responsible. He touched the jade pendant on his chest. Wei Dai, Zhou Batong is dead. Did you see it? No answer came. Only the chill of the night wind. Footsteps approached behind him. Chen Feng turned to see Li Yuxuan. Can't sleep? He nodded. She stood beside him, looking out. I get insomnia after killing someone. He gazed at her. How many have you killed? 8. All Shen Chuang's. Her voice was calm, but Chen Feng sensed the turmoil beneath. After my first kill, I vomited for 3 days. Couldn't eat or sleep. Every time I closed my eyes. I saw that face. She looked at him. And you? He thought. Zhou Batong was my first. How did it feel? He was silent for a moment. I don't know. It's indescribable. She nodded. That's normal. The first time is always like that. Over time, you get used to it. You got used to it? No, never. You just learn to live with it. They remained silent, staring at the city. After a while, Li Yuxuan spoke suddenly. Chen Feng, do you regret it? He looked at her. Regret what? Killing Zhou Batong. He considered. No. She studied him. Why? He killed my uncle. He caused my father's death. He deserved it. She smiled softly. That's good. Turning back toward the ward, she paused at the door. Chen Feng. It's going to get harder. Shen Chuang is 100 times more terrifying than Zhou Batong. Are you afraid? He hesitated. Yes, but even if afraid, we have to face it. Her smile was sincere and genuine for the first time. Good. Then we'll face it together. The next morning, Chen Feng was jolted awake by commotion. Urgent footsteps and shouts echoed in the corridor. Sitting up abruptly, he agonized as his wounds tore. Li Yuxuan rushed to the door and peered out, her complexion darkening. Shen Chuang's men. They're here. Chen Feng's heart sank. So soon? Han Chong burst inside, clutching a tablet. The upper and lower floors are sealed. At least 30 men. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. Can we fight? Li Yuxuan shook her head. You're too injured. Han Chong added. They have men at the back exit as well. No way out. Chen Feng's mind raced. What do we do? Suddenly, Li Yuxuan said, Han Chong. Take him out through the window. Han Chong froze. What? This is the 3rd floor. Your lightness of foot is impressive. Take him down. Han Chong glanced outside the window. Below, their people were waiting. Li Yuxuan interrupted him. I will draw them away. Chen Feng shook his head. No. Li Yuxuan looked at him. Chen Feng. Remember what you said? We must live to seek vengeance. She pulled something from her pocket and placed it in Chen Feng's hand. It was a jade pendant, identical to the one belonging to Lao Wei. This was left to me by my master. If I do not return, help me find him. Chen Feng's eyes grew moist. Li Yuxuan smiled softly. Enough of this. Hurry and go. She turned, opened the door, and dashed outside. The sounds of struggle echoed in the corridor, accompanied by cries of agony and shouts of anger. Han Chong seized Chen Feng and pushed open the window. Go. He held Chen Feng and leaped. The night wind howled. Chen Feng turned back and saw the lights flickering in the hospital window. Li Yuxuan's silhouette briefly appeared by the window, then vanished into the darkness. Chapter 18 ended. Chapter 19 3 forces 2 days later, in an abandoned factory in the western part of the city. Chen Feng leaned against a rusty pillar, gazing at the overcast sky outside. 2 days had passed. There had been no news of Li Yuxuan. That night, Han Chong had taken him from the 3rd floor and, amidst the chaos, they had escaped into the urban village. They had hidden in the dark for the entire night, only daring to emerge at dawn. And now, 2 days had elapsed. During these 2 days, they had changed locations 5 times, never daring to linger too long for fear of being discovered. Han Chong had gone out to gather information, and each time he returned, his expression grew graver. The people from Xinchuang were still searching. He said the entire city had been turned upside down. Hospitals, train stations, airports, everywhere there were their people. Chen Feng remained silent. He looked down at the 2 jade pendants in his hand. One belonged to Lao Wei, and the other to Li Yuxuan. The 2 pendants, layered together, glimmered softly in the sunlight. She will be fine, Han Chong reassured him, saying that his senior sister was quite formidable. Chen Feng raised his head. I know. I am just worried. I worry she may be injured, captured, or worse. He dared not think further. Han Chong sat down beside him. Chen Feng, you must be prepared. If your senior sister truly, Chen Feng interrupted him. Han Chong looked at him, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Both sat in silence. Outside, the sky grew darker. At 8 o'clock that evening, Han Chong's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression changed. It was his senior sister's number. Chen Feng jumped to his feet. Han Chong answered the call and put it on speakerphone. Senior sister? But the voice on the other end was not Li Yuxuan's. It was a man's voice, deep and laced with amusement. The boy from Xingyi Min, long time no see. Han Chong's face instantly turned ashen. Who are you? The man chuckled. My name is Shen Wanshan. Your senior sister is in my hands. Chen Feng's anger flared. Shen Wanshan, the middle-aged man who had appeared during the exchange competition, a member of Shen Chuang. What do you want? Han Chong's voice was icy. Shen Wanshan replied, quite simple. I wish to discuss matters with you. 3 of us, together. Han Chong glanced at Chen Feng, who nodded slightly. Han Chong asked, where shall we meet? Shen Wanshan provided an address. 8 o'clock tomorrow night at the tea house in the southern part of the city. Do not be late, and do not bring anyone. Otherwise, he paused. Ominously, your senior sister will not return. The call ended, leaving the factory enveloped in a suffocating silence. Han Chong gripped his phone, knuckles turning white. We must go, Chen Feng said. Han Chong regarded him. It could be a trap. I am aware. It may lead to death. I understand. Chen Feng stood up and walked to the window. But if we do not go, Li Yuxuan will die. He turned to face Han Chong. Are you willing? Han Chong was silent for 2 seconds before nodding. I am willing. Chen Feng responded affirmatively. Then let us go. The following evening at 8 o'clock. At the tea house in the southern part of the city. It was an old building, 3 stories high, with gray bricks and tiles, nestled in a corner of a bustling street. Chen Feng and Han Chong stood at the entrance, looking up at the faded sign. Yulai Tea House. Han Chong whispered. I have checked. This tea house is under Shen Wanshan's control. On the surface, it appears to be a place for tea, but in reality, it serves as his stronghold. Chen Feng nodded. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside, it was quiet. There were no patrons. Only a few young men in black standing in the corners. At the central tea table sat a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Shen Wanshan. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he smiled. You have arrived. Please, take a seat. Chen Feng did not sit. He fixed his gaze on Shen Wanshan and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Where is Li Yuxuan? Shen Wanshan picked up a teacup and took a gentle sip. Do not rush. First, let us enjoy some tea. Chen Feng's emotions were on the verge of boiling over. Han Chong pressed his hand on his shoulder, whispering, do not act impulsively. Shen Wanshan glanced at them, smiling. Rest assured, she is unharmed. She is merely a temporary guest of mine. He set down the teacup and gestured to the chair opposite him. Please sit. We are only having a conversation. Chen Feng studied him for a moment before walking over and sitting down. Han Chong stood behind him, refusing to take a seat. Shen Wanshan glanced at Han Chong, but said nothing. He raised his teacup once more. Chen Feng, 24 years old, an awakened martial artist. His father, Wei Qingtian, died 30 years ago. His uncle, Wei Jintian, passed away half a month ago. Now, you are the only living awakened one in this city. Chen Feng stared intently at Shen Wanshan. Shen Wanshan continued. Do you realize how valuable you are? An awakened one is a rarity, appearing only a few times in a century. Shen Chuang has spent 30 years studying this, capturing a dozen or so, those who died. Those who were maimed, none have truly survived. But you are different. You are a natural awakened one, with a stable gene and a bloodline legacy. He set down the teacup, gazing at Chen Feng. Thus, the Divine Master desires you. Where is the Divine Master? Chen Feng demanded. Shen Wanshan shook his head. That is not someone you can meet at present. He instructed me to discuss terms with you first. What terms? Shen Wanshan stated. Join Shen Chuang. Chen Feng was taken aback. Han Chong was equally stunned. Shen Wanshan observed their astonished expressions and chuckled. Surprised? Shen Chuang does not merely capture people. We also recruit them. An awakened one like you is too valuable to waste in death. Alive, you can work for us, maximizing your potential. Chen Feng's mind raced. Join Shen Chuang. The organization that had caused his father's death and annihilated Xingyi Men. What if I refuse? Chen Feng inquired. Shen Wanshan's smile faded slightly. Then your senior sister will not return. And this little junior beside you will not survive either. We have countless ways to ensure you comply. Chen Feng's hands clenched tightly. Han Chong's hand was already resting on the short knife at his waist. Shen Wanshan looked at them, suddenly laughing. Do not be Allah returning to his residence. Chen Feng sat by the window, lost in silence for a prolonged period. Han Chong paced restlessly nearby. One could not fully trust Shen Wanshan's words. Yet it was undeniable that Li Yuxuan was indeed in his grasp. They needed to devise a plan to rescue her. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, he replied. Han Chong scrutinized him, inquiring, what are your thoughts? Chen Feng responded, we wait. Han Chong, perplexed, echoed wait. Chen Feng clarified, in 3 days. We will provide him with a response, not an agreement, but a negotiation of terms. Han Chong's gaze sharpened. What terms? Chen Feng stated resolutely. I want to see Li Yuxuan to confirm she is still alive. Then, I wish to meet the Divine Lord. Han Chong's pupils contracted in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Meeting the Divine Lord is tantamount to courting death. Chen Feng shook his head. Not necessarily. Shen Wanshan mentioned that the Divine Lord desires my survival. As long as I live, I hold value. And value translates to leverage in negotiations. Han Chong fell into a contemplative silence before finally speaking. Chen Feng, do you truly comprehend the path you are choosing? Chen Feng nodded. I do. I am gambling. Gambling on what? Chen Feng gazed out the window. Gambling that the Divine Lord does not wish to kill me. Gambling that I can find an opportunity. Gambling that Li Yuxuan can emerge unharmed. Han Chong's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. And what if you lose this gamble? Chen Feng paused, momentarily taken aback. Then we shall perish together. In the stillness of the night, Chen Feng lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on Shen Wanshan's final words. That person, you also know. Who is it? He tossed and turned, unable to recall. His acquaintances were few, colleagues from the gym, individuals from the Haihequan arena, members of the Zhou family, and so forth. The Zhou family? Zhou Batong was already deceased, yet the Zhou family comprised more than just him. Suddenly, Chen Feng sat upright. Zhou Minyuan, the wealthy heir whom he had injured at the gym. Zhou Buodong's nephew. Yet, he was merely a debauched youth, unrelated to the martial world. It could not be. But who else could it be? Chen Feng racked his brain. He touched the jade pendants resting against his chest, 2 in total. One belonged to Lao Wei, the other to Li Yuxuan. He clenched them tightly, closing his eyes. Lao Wei, he murmured, please bless me. Bless her. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water. On the opposite end of the city, Shen Wanshan stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, answering a phone call. Divine Lord, he has yet to respond. A silence lingered on the other end before a deep voice finally spoke. No rush. He will come. Shen Wanshan nodded. Is there anything you require of me? Investigate his relationship with Lao Wei. Also, keep that girl from Xinjimin around. She might prove useful. Shen Wanshan smiled. Understood. He ended the call, gazing out at the cityscape. Young man, he murmured, in 3 days, you will come. 2 days passed, and in an abandoned factory, Chen Feng sat by the window, staring at the overcast sky. 2 days had elapsed. 1 day remained until Shen Wanshan's ultimatum. During these 2 days, he had barely slept. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw Li Yuxuan's face. Recalled the moment she rushed towards the assailants. Han Chong ventured out daily to gather information, returning with an increasingly grim countenance. The Divine Lord's people are still searching, he reported, but they do not seem particularly urgent, as if they are waiting for something. Chen Feng understood what they were waiting for. They were waiting for him to make a choice. Chen Feng, Han Chong settled beside him. Are you truly prepared? Chen Feng remained silent, fixated on the 2 jade pendants in his hand. One belonged to Lao Wei, smooth and warm, bearing the marks of time. The other belonged to Li Yuxuan, pure and flawless, much like her character. Han Chong, Chen Feng suddenly spoke. How should I make my choice? Han Chong pondered for a moment. I do not know, he replied thoughtfully. However, my master once said that some choices do not possess right or wrong. Only how one proceeds after making the choice matters. Chen Feng turned to him, inquiring, do you believe in that saying? Han Chong nodded. I do, because when I had no choices, it was this very saying that sustained me. Chen Feng remained silent for an extended period before rising. Tomorrow, I will meet Shen Wanshan. Han Chong regarded him intently. Alone? Chen Feng affirmed with a nod. Alone. If I do not return, take this jade pendant and seek out Li Yuxuan's master. He handed Li Yuxuan's pendant to Han Chong, who did not accept it. Give it to her yourself. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Han Chong gazed at him. Chen Feng, return alive. Give it to her personally. Chen Feng locked eyes with him, seeing concern, trust, and a hint of anticipation reflected therein. He smiled. Very well. I will return alive. At 8 p.m. the following evening, at the Yulai tea house, Chen Feng pushed open the faded wooden door and stepped inside. It was as tranquil as ever, yet today, there was an additional presence, Li Yuxuan. She sat bound in a corner, her hands restrained behind her, her complexion pale, yet her eyes remained bright. Upon spotting Chen Feng, she abruptly stood, attempting to rush towards him, only to be restrained by the black-clad figures behind her. Chen Feng. Her voice was hoarse. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. Chen Feng did not retreat. He observed Li Yuxuan, noting the injuries on her face and the urgency in her gaze. His heart ached momentarily. Then he turned to Shen Wanshan. I have arrived. Shen Wanshan, seated at the tea table, placed down his cup and smiled at him. I knew you would come. Chen Feng approached and sat across from him. Release her. Shen Wanshan set down his cup. Do not be hasty. Let us converse first. He gestured for the black-clad figures to release Li Yuxuan. She struggled to her feet, rushing to Qin Feng's side. Are you insane? Do you know where this place is? Qin Feng met her gaze. I do. Then why did you come? Qin Feng's eyes darkened as he replied, because you are here. Li Yuxuan was taken aback, her eyes welling with tears. Qin Feng smiled gently. Do not cry. We are not dead yet. Shen Wanshan observed them, lightly applauding. How touching. Alas. This is not the time for reminiscing. He set down his cup, fixing his gaze on Qin Feng. The 3 days have elapsed. What is your decision? Qin Feng turned to face him. I wish to see the Divine Lord. Shen Wanshan was taken aback. What? Qin Feng enunciated each word with clarity. I wish to see the Divine Lord. Afterward, I will provide you with a response. Shen Wanshan's brow furrowed. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Qin Feng nodded. I do. The Divine Lord desires my survival. As long as I live, I hold value. With value comes the ability to negotiate. He fixed his eyes on Shen Wanshan. This is my condition. I wish to meet the Divine Lord, and only then will I consider joining. Should that not occur, you may kill me. Shen Wanshan remained silent for a long time, scrutinizing Qin Feng with a complex expression. Do you understand what meeting the Divine Lord entails? Qin Feng replied. I do not know. Shen Wanshan elaborated. It signifies that once you enter the divine creation's threshold, there is no turning back. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. I am unable to leave now regardless. Shen Wanshan was momentarily taken aback before suddenly breaking into laughter. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. He stood and walked to the window, facing away from Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you realize you are just like Lao Wei in his youth? Qin Feng's heart raced. Lao Wei. Shen Wanshan continued. He was just as stubborn. Even when facing death, he continued to negotiate terms. Regrettably, he could not finalize his conditions. He turned to face Qin Feng. But you can. For you possess greater worth. He returned to his seat across from Qin Feng. Very well. I will take you to meet the Divine Lord. Qin Feng's heart raced. Li Yuxuan grasped his arm. Qin Feng, he looked at her. It will be fine. Li Yuxuan shook her head. You have no idea what kind of person the Divine Lord is. Qin Feng interrupted, I know. But if I do not go, we will both die. If I go, there remains a chance. Qin Feng gazed into her eyes. Do you trust me? Li Yuxuan's tears cascaded down her cheeks. She focused on Qin Feng's eyes, which reflected determination. Resolve, and an enigmatic depth she could not comprehend. Gradually, Li Yuxuan released her grip. I trust you. Qin Feng's smile radiated joy. Good. Then wait for my return. In the deep of night, a black business vehicle traversed the suburban highway. Qin Feng sat in the rear, while Li Yuxuan rested her head on his shoulder, already asleep. These past few days must have been arduous for her. As he studied her face, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. He was uncertain whether he would survive to return, yet he knew he must attempt it. For her, for Han Chong, for Wei Yi, and for the sake of life itself. Shen Wanshan occupied the front seat, observing him through the rearview mirror. Qin Feng lifted his head. Shen Wanshan cautioned. Once we arrive, refrain from speaking carelessly. The deity dislikes loquacious individuals. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief silence, Shen Wanshan continued, actually, Old Wei was a friend of mine. What? That cannot be true. Shen Wanshan turned to gaze out the window. 30 years ago, I roamed with him. We were both young then. He paused. Later, his brother encountered misfortune, and he sought vengeance. I advised against it, but he would not listen. Ultimately, he perished. Qin Feng's mind raced. You mean? Shen Wanshan shook his head. I did not cause his death. It was the deity's doing. I merely failed to assist him. He turned to face Qin Feng. Thus, this time, I am aiding you to repay a debt of gratitude. Qin Feng regarded him with a complex expression. Shen Wanshan sighed deeply. Do not overthink it. I am merely an intermediary. The true arbiter of your fate is the deity. He redirected his attention to the road ahead. We have arrived. Qin Feng followed his gaze. Ahead loomed a colossal structure, the Eastern City Underground, the stronghold of Xinchuan. The vehicle entered the underground parking lot and came to a halt in the depths. The door swung open, and several figures clad in black approached. Shen Wanshan exited the vehicle, with Qin Feng and Li Yuxuan trailing behind. The black-clad individuals guided them through a series of iron gates, descending further into the underground. The air grew colder with each step, until they halted before a massive iron door. One of the black-clad figures spoke, his voice frosty. The deity awaits you inside. One person may enter. Qin Feng glanced at Li Yuxuan. She grasped his hand, refusing to let go. Gently, he withdrew his hand. Wait for me. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The door slowly closed behind him. Li Yuxuan stood outside, staring at the frigid iron barrier. Her heart constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. Inside, darkness enveloped him. Then, a voice echoed, low and hoarse, imbued with an unnameable sense of oppression. Chen Feng, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that voice. Where had he heard it before? The iron door gradually shut behind him. Chen Feng stood in the darkness, every muscle in his body taut. That voice, he had heard it before. But where? As he pondered, the voice resounded once more. Do not be anxious. Take 3 steps forward. Chen Feng remained still. The voice chuckled. Are you afraid? You sought me out. Yet now hesitate to advance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng took 3 steps forward. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing a vast chamber. Cold metallic walls surrounded him. Intersecting pipes hung from above, and rusted iron plates lay beneath his feet. At the center stood a black chair, upon which sat a figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a mask that obscured their face. Yet, their eyes pierced through the mask's openings, fixated on him. The deity. Chen Feng clenched his fists. The deity regarded him, speaking slowly. Chen Feng, 24 years old, an awakened martial artist. Your father, Wei Qingtian, perished 30 years ago. Your uncle, Wei Zhentian, died a fortnight ago. You killed Zhou Badong and incapacitated Tai Ying and He Shi. Well done. Chen Feng remained silent. The deity rose and approached him. Do you know how long I have awaited an awakened one? His tone was calm, yet Chen Feng discerned the fervor beneath that calm. 30 years. From your father to your uncle, and now to you. 3 awakened ones, sharing the same blood. He paused, standing merely 3 steps away from Chen Feng. Do you understand what it means to be an awakened one? Finally, Chen Feng spoke, his voice hoarse. It means being subjected to your experiments. The deity hesitated momentarily, then burst into laughter, a wild cacophony that reverberated through the empty space. Experiments? Ha! He halted, fixing his gaze on Chen Feng. You are gravely mistaken. The deity is not an evil organization that captures martial artists for experimentation, as Zhou Badong suggested. Chen Feng stared at him. The deity shook his head. Zhou Badong only scratched the surface. He thought we sought the power of awakened ones, aiming to replicate and mass-produce it. That was his notion, not mine. Leaning back against his chair, he continued to observe Chen Feng. What I desire is evolution. Chen Feng's heart raced in astonishment. Evolution? The deity nodded. The training of martial artists is about breaking the limits of the human body. Mingjing, Anjing, Huajing, progressing step by step. Yet this path is exceedingly arduous. Among 100 martial artists, only one may reach Huajing. Among 1,000 Huajing, perhaps one will break through the void. He stepped closer to Chen Feng once more. But what if someone is inherently capable of transcending those limits? What if, in moments of life and death, one can instantaneously surge in power? What would that be? The deity locked eyes with Chen Feng. That is evolution, the next stage of humanity. Chen Feng's mind raced. Evolution? The next stage of humanity? So you capture martial artists for experimentation. The deity interrupted him. We do not capture ordinary martial artists. We capture awakened ones. Individuals like yourself. He sighed. Regrettably, over the past 30 years, all the awakened ones we captured perished. Your father was the first and also the most successful. He lived under my care for 3 years, during which I learned much. Chen Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You killed him? The deity shook his head. I did not kill him. He did. His thirst for vengeance consumed him, and he repeatedly lost control until his body could no longer endure. His gaze bore into Chen Feng, filled with complexity. Your uncle was the same. He perished after losing control once in an attempt to save you. Chen Feng's heart ached fiercely. Old Wei. The deity posed a question. Do you know why your uncle could hide in the garbage station for 30 years? Chen Feng shook his head. Because I let him go. Chen Feng's mind whirled. 30 years ago, when I found him, he was already in dire straits, gravely injured and unable to survive much longer. I released him on the condition that he would help me locate you. Chen Feng's thoughts spiraled. Locate what your father left behind. His hands trembled. What did he leave? The deity replied. Before your father died, he left behind a manuscript detailing his understanding of awakened ones, along with an address. He fixed his gaze on Chen Feng. That address lies deep within the Chilean mountains. I sent people there, but they could not enter. Only the blood of an awakened one can unlock it. Chen Feng seemed to recall something. Chilean mountains, the place Han Chong mentioned, where the deity visits every 3 years. The deity nodded. Thus, you are too. Take me to that location, the deity confirmed. Assist me in retrieving the manuscript, and in exchange, I will spare you and that girl from Xingyi Men. Chen Feng remained silent for an extended period, studying the deity, his face obscured by the mask. How can I ascertain the veracity of your words? The deity chuckled, producing an item from within his garments and tossing it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught it and glanced down to discover a weathered notebook. The cover bore 3 characters, Wei Qingtian, his father's handwriting. His hands trembled as he opened to the first page, revealing his father's script, "My son Chen Feng. By the time you read this letter, I shall likely no longer be with you. There are certain matters that I must disclose." The subsequent words were obscured by bloodstains. Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with warmth. The deity's voice resonated. "This is a memento left by your father. I have preserved it for 30 years. Now, it is returned to you." Chen Feng lifted his gaze to meet his. "Why?" The deity replied, "Because what I seek resides within that manuscript. Your father's relic is returned to you as a token of my sincerity." He rose, stating, 3 days hence, I shall send someone to escort you. Whether you choose to go is entirely your decision." The deity turned, retreating into the shadows. Chen Feng called after him, "Wait." The deity paused. Chen Feng inquired, "What is your name?" After a long silence, the deity replied, "You may call me Shinju. As for my true name," he hesitated, "I shall reveal it to you once you return alive from Qilianshan." He vanished into the darkness. As Chen Feng exited the iron gate, Li Yuxian rushed forward, embracing him tightly. "Are you all right?" Chen Feng shook his head. "I am fine." Li Yuxian released him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "What did he say to you?" Chen Feng remained silent for 2 seconds. "We can discuss it later." Shen Wanshan approached, observing him. "Is the discussion concluded?" Chen Feng nodded. Shen Wanshan stated, "I shall escort you back." Upon arriving at their residence, it was already 3 in the morning. Han Chong, spotting their return, exhaled in relief. "You scared me. I thought." Li Yuxian interrupted, "Hold your tongue for now. Chen Feng, what did Shinju tell you?" Chen Feng sat on the bed, placing the notebook on the table. Li Yuxian and Han Chong leaned in for a closer look. "This is," Chen Feng began, "my father's relic." He recounted Shinju's words verbatim. Qilianshan, the manuscript, the blood of the awakened, 30 years. After listening, Li Yuxian was left in shock. Han Chong frowned. The location he mentioned is likely where Master concealed his martial arts. Chen Feng gazed at him. "How do you know?" Han Chong replied, "Because Master once stated that only the direct disciples of Xing Yi Men could enter that place. However, if one were to use the blood of the awakened, it could also be forcibly opened." He paused. "It appears your father has been there as well." Chen Feng strained to recall. His father, 30 years ago, Qilianshan. What secrets lay within that manuscript? Li Yuxian's eyes were fixed on him. "Chen Feng, what do you intend to do?" After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "I shall go." Li Yuxian gasped. "Are you insane?" "It's a trap." Chen Feng shook his head. "Not necessarily. If Shenju intended to kill me, he could have done so today. Yet he did not. He revealed my father's relic and granted me 3 days to ponder, indicating he genuinely desires that manuscript." He fixed his gaze on Li Yuxian. "Moreover, I wish to uncover what my father wrote." Li Yuxian regarded him, her expression complex. "Then I shall accompany you." Chen Feng shook his head. "No, it is too perilous." Li Yuxian insisted, "Going alone is far more dangerous. With 2, there is mutual support." Chen Feng studied her, witnessing the resolve in her eyes. He ceased to argue. Han Chong suddenly interjected, "I shall go as well." Chen Feng looked at him in confusion. "You?" Han Chong elaborated. "That place, my master has been there. The techniques he left behind may also be there. If we combine our 3 elements, perhaps we can unravel some mystery." He looked at Chen Feng. 3 individuals are certainly better than 1. Chen Feng surveyed both of them. One was someone he would risk his life to protect, and the other shared the burden of vengeance. He nodded. "Very well. We shall go together." 3 days later, at the eastern city gate, a black SUV awaited them. Shen Wanshan stood beside the vehicle, smiling as he saw the 3 approach. "Have you made your decision?" Chen Feng nodded. Shen Wanshan opened the car door. "Get in. Shinju is awaiting you." Chen Feng entered the vehicle, followed closely by Li Yuxian and Han Chong. Outside the window, the urban landscape rapidly receded. They departed the city, heading toward Qilianshan, toward the place shrouded in secrets. Chen Feng felt the jade pendant at his chest, 2 pieces, Lao Wei's and Li Yuxian's. Additionally, there was the notebook left by his father. Chen Feng closed his eyes, whispering within, "Father, I have come to find you." Meanwhile, deep within Qilianshan, in an ancient structure concealed among the mountains, a figure stood before a window. Gazing at the snow-capped peaks, a smile gradually forming on his lips. 30 years, he murmured. "At last, you have arrived." He turned, regarding a photograph hanging on the wall. In the image, 2 young men stood side by side. One was himself, and the other, a youthful Wei Qingtian. "Brother," he said, "your son is even more stubborn than you were." He sighed. "Alas, the stubborn do not tend to live long." Outside, the wind and snow howled. Chapter 21 End. Chapter 22 The Ghost Mask. The SUV raced along the highway. Chen Feng sat in the back seat, leaning against the window, watching the scenery rush by. The city was now out of sight, replaced by rolling hills and desolate Gobi. They had been traveling for 6 hours. The driver, a taciturn middle-aged man, had not uttered a single word throughout the journey. Shen Wanshan occupied the front passenger seat, occasionally answering phone calls in cryptic language that Chen Feng could not comprehend. Li Yuxian leaned against Chun Feng's shoulder, asleep, exhausted from the recent events. Capture, confinement, interrogation. It had been a relentless ordeal. Chen Feng looked down at her. The sleeping Li Yuxian was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. The normally cold and stern woman appeared like a child, her brow unfurrowed, breathing lightly. Even a hint of a smile gracing her lips. What delightful dream might she be having? Han Chong sat opposite, observing Chen Feng with a slight smirk. Chen Feng shot him a glare. Han Chong silently chuckled, turning to gaze out the window. The car remained quiet, filled only with the hum of the engine and the occasional sound of the wind. After another 2 hours, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The driver suddenly slowed down. Chen Feng's alertness heightened as they approached a checkpoint. This was no ordinary checkpoint. It was military. Barbed wire, roadblocks, searchlights, and several fully armed soldiers stood guard. Shen Wanshan glanced back at Chen Feng. Do not be anxious. These are Shen Chuang's people. Chen Feng could hardly believe it. Was Shen Chuang's influence this vast? The SUV halted before the checkpoint. A soldier approached, and Shen Wanshan lowered the window, presenting a black card. The soldier glanced at it, saluted, and signaled them to proceed. The vehicle continued forward. Chen Feng looked back as the checkpoint quickly faded into the darkness. Shen Chuang, he murmured. You thought Shen Chuang was merely a small organization? You were mistaken. Shen Wanshan's voice came from the front seat. Shen Chuang's power is far greater than you imagine. Warriors, merchants, officials, people from all walks of life are involved. This city is merely the tip of the iceberg. Chen Feng was left speechless. Li Yuxian stirred awake. Sitting upright and gazing out the window, how much further? Shen Wanshan replied, not long now. Another 2 hours, and we shall arrive. 2 hours later. The SUV stopped at the foot of a mountain. Chen Feng disembarked and looked up. Before them lay a colossal mountain range, Chilianshan. In the twilight, the peaks loomed like monstrous beasts, crouched between heaven and earth. The frigid wind howled, carrying the chill of the snow-capped mountains. Shen Wanshan approached, handing them 3 thick down jackets. As they donned them, the cold seemed to seep deeper. Chen Feng accepted the jacket and put it on. Shen Wanshan pointed towards a winding mountain path ahead. Follow this path for 3 hours, and you will reach your destination. The deity awaits you there. Chen Feng paused for a moment. Aren't you coming? Shen Wanshan shook his head. My task is merely to escort you this far. The rest of the journey is yours to traverse. He gazed at Chen Feng, his eyes imbued with complexity. Take care, young man. Thank you, Chen Feng replied. Shen Wanshan smiled faintly and turned to get into his vehicle. The off-road vehicle turned around and swiftly vanished into the darkness. Chen Feng, Li Yuxuan, and Han Chong stood at the mountain's base, gazing at the serpentine path. Han Chong broke the silence. Let us go? Chen Feng nodded. The 3 ventured into the night. The path was treacherous, littered with snow and rubble. Stepping down could easily ensnare a leg. Chen Feng led the way, using a branch he had picked up to probe the route. Li Yuxuan followed closely behind him, while Han Chong brought up the rear. They walked in silence, the wind growing fiercer and the snowfall intensifying, diminishing visibility. After 2 hours, Chen Feng halted and glanced back. Li Yuxuan's face was flushed from the cold. Her lips tinged with purple, yet her eyes remained bright. Are you all right? He inquired. Li Yuxuan nodded. I'm fine. Han Chong approached, pointing ahead. We are almost there. My master mentioned that there is a natural stone cave halfway up the mountain. Following his gaze, Chen Feng discerned a shadowy cave entrance up ahead. At that moment, a dark figure plummeted from above. Chen Feng instinctively stepped back and threw a punch. Bang! His fist struck something solid, sending it flying backward to land in the snow. It was a person clad in a tight black suit, wearing a half-mask that revealed a face marred by burn scars. Gue Mian, a creation of Shen Chuang. Chen Feng thought, how did he end up here? Gue Mian stood up, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops. He looked at Chen Feng, his lips curling into a sinister smile. An awakened one. At last, I see a living one. Chen Feng remained silent, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Yuxuan and Han Chong. Gue Mian tilted his head, scrutinizing him. Do you know? I have awaited this day for a long time. Chen Feng retorted, awaiting me for what? Gue Mian chuckled. Waiting for your demise. He sprang into action, swift as lightning. Chen Feng barely had time to react, instinctively raising his hand to block. Bang! An immense force sent him sliding back 3 to 4 meters, carving deep ruts in the snow. Chen Feng's hands trembled. Such formidable strength. Late-stage dark force. No, even stronger. Gue Mian stood there, grinning as he observed Chen Feng. Is this all the prowess an awakened one possesses? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, steadying himself. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong attempted to rush forward, but he raised his hand to halt them. Stay back. Gui Mian glanced at them, chuckling. Fear not. I have no interest in them. My focus is solely on you. He lunged at Chen Feng once more. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Each blow carried overwhelming might. Chen Feng exerted every ounce of strength to evade and block, yet he was still struck multiple times. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his ribs ached, but his gaze remained fixed on Gui Mian. Gui Mian paused, studying him. How fascinating. You've endured 3 of my punches and still stand. Chen Feng gasped for breath, remaining silent. Gui Mian tilted his head and suddenly laughed. Do you know? I am just like you. Chen Feng stared at him in disbelief. Gui Mian removed his mask, revealing a face grotesquely scarred by burns. Yet Chen Feng recognized it was not solely the result of burns. It bore the marks of experimentation. I too am an awakened one, Gui Mian declared. But my fate is far grimmer. They captured me as a child, subjected me to experiments, alterations, and torment. In the end, I became this. He gazed at Chen Feng, his eyes aflame with madness, suffering, and a tinge of jealousy. Thus, I loathe you. Loathe your innate awakening. Why were you allowed to grow normally? Why do you have family and friends? Why? Suddenly, he lunged, delivering a punch to Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng could not evade in time and braced himself for the blow. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the snow. Gui Mian approached, standing over him. Why are you permitted to live to adulthood? He lifted his foot, pressing down on Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng struggled to rise, but found himself immobilized. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong rushed in, but Gui Mian dispatched them with ease, sending them sprawling. He looked down at Chen Feng, his gaze frenzied. Your father is an awakened one. Your uncle is an awakened one. And so are you. The Wei family, what gives you the right? Chen Feng stared back at him. Suddenly, he laughed. Gui Mian was taken aback. What are you laughing at? Chen Feng replied, I find you pitiable. Gui Mian's expression shifted. Chen Feng continued. Your hatred for me stems from envy. You envy my ability to survive, to be cared for, to have vengeance to pursue. Yet you possess nothing. Gui Mian's hands trembled. Shut your mouth. Chen Feng refused to be silenced. You are an awakened one, yet you live like a monster. You do not hate Xinchuang, you hate me. For you lack the courage to despise them. Gui Mian lost his composure. He swung a punch toward Chen Feng's face. In that instant, a shadow darted from the side, crashing into Gui Mian. Caught off guard, Gui Mian was knocked aside, and the foot pressing on Chen Feng's chest lifted. Chen Feng struggled to rise. The shadow stood protectively in front of him. It was Shen Wanshan. Chen Feng had not anticipated his presence. You. Shen Wanshan glanced back at him. Kid, no time for chatter. Run. Gui Mian rose from the snow, glaring at Shen Wanshan with icy eyes. Shen Wanshan, are you courting death? Shen Wanshan chuckled. Courting death? I've lived 50 years. I've paid my dues. He turned to Chen Feng. Your uncle saved my life once. Today, I return the favor. Chen Feng's eyes stung with emotion. Uncle Shen Wanshan interrupted him. Go. He charged at Gui Mian, and the two became entangled in a fierce battle amidst the snow. Li Yuxuan rushed over, grasping Chen Feng's arm. We must hurry. Chen Feng watched Shen Wanshan and Gui Mian fighting, gritting his teeth, then turned to flee up the mountain. Behind him, the sounds of struggle and anguished cries erupted, culminating in a deafening boom. Chen Feng glanced back. In the snow, Shen Wanshan lay in a pool of blood, while Gui Mian, bloodied, raised his gaze toward Chen Feng. The look in his eyes was that of a wild beast. Li Yuxuan tugged at Chen Feng's arm. Chen Feng, go. Clenching his teeth, Chen Feng turned and continued his ascent. Behind him, Gui Mian's laughter echoed. Run. Run faster. Once I kill you, I will seek out the treasures left by your father. Chen Feng did not look back. He simply ran with all his might, heading toward the cave that concealed secrets. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23. The death of the scavenger. Chen Feng sprinted through the snow. The wind sliced against his face like a knife. The snow fell heavier, and visibility dwindled further. Li Yuxuan trailed behind him, while Han Chong guarded the rear as the three exerted every ounce of strength to climb the mountain. The laughter of Gui Mian drew nearer. Run. Run faster. Chen Feng glanced back. Gui Mian moved swiftly through the snow, akin to a black bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing, and within mere seconds, he had closed half the distance. How much further? Chen Feng shouted. Han Chong pointed ahead. We are almost there. The cave entrance is just ahead. Chen Feng followed the direction of his finger. Ahead, obscured by the wind and snow, lay a dark cavern, resembling a gaping maw. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, Gui Mian was closing in. A fierce gust surged from behind, compelling Chen Feng to instinctively sidestep. narrowly avoiding Gue Mion's fist that crashed into a nearby boulder. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom, shattering the stone and sending debris flying. Gue Mion retracted his fist, fixing his gaze on Chen Feng, a sinister grin stretching across his lips. There was no escape now. Chen Feng positioned himself protectively in front of Li Yuxuan and Han Chong, his eyes locked on Gue Mion. His ribs throbbed in agony, and his arm trembled. Yet he did not waver. "You go in first," he murmured. Li Yuxuan shook her head. "No way. Get inside." Chen Feng shouted. "I'll hold him off." As Li Yuxuan attempted to protest, Han Chong grasped her arm, dragging her toward the cave entrance. "Senior sister, let us go." Gue Mion watched them flee toward the cave, his eyes narrowing with cold intent as he lunged at Chen Feng. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng met him head-on. One punch, two punches, three punches, each strike fueled by desperation. Yet Gue Mion stood resolute, unyielding as a mountain. With a casual blow, he sent Chen Feng hurtling through the air. Chen Feng crashed heavily onto the snow, blood spilling from his mouth. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and lunged at Gue Mion's leg. Gue Mion glanced down at him, then delivered a brutal kick to his chest. A sickening crack echoed as another rib snapped. Chen Feng was sent flying, colliding with a boulder, the world around him darkening from the pain. Yet he clung desperately to Gue Mion's ankle, his nails digging into flesh, blood flowing freely. Gue Mion scowled, seeking death. He raised his other foot, poised to stomp down. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the cavern. A brilliant white light burst forth, shooting skyward. The radiance struck Gue Mion, sending him sprawling backward into the snow. Chen Feng stared in shock. At the cave entrance stood Li Yuxuan and Han Chong, enveloped in a soft white glow. Li Yuxuan rushed over to help Chen Feng up. "Are you all right?" she asked. Chen Feng shook his head, eyes drawn to the entrance. The white light gradually diminished, revealing something glowing deep within the cave. "What is that?" Han Chong inquired. "It's the formation left by our master. Only the direct disciples of Xingyi men can activate it." Gue Mion, battered but still fierce, rose from the snow, his eyes wild with madness, fixated on the cave entrance. A grin crept across his face. "Interesting. Truly interesting." He turned away, vanishing into the swirling storm. Chen Feng contemplated pursuing him, but Li Yuxuan restrained him. "Don't chase after him. We must enter first." After a brief hesitation, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. The trio ventured into the cavern. It was deep and widened as they progressed. After several minutes of walking, they emerged into a vast stone chamber, expansive enough to accommodate a basketball court. In the center stood a stone table, atop which lay a wooden box inscribed with 3 characters, Xingyi men. Han Chong's eyes glistened with emotion. "Master," he murmured, stepping forward to seize the box. "Don't touch it," Li Yuxuan suddenly shouted. Han Chong's hand froze midair. Around the chamber, countless red lights flared to life, intertwining to form a massive formation that ensnared them in the center. A voice echoed from the darkness. "I've waited a long time for you." Chen Feng cursed inwardly, realizing they had fallen into a trap. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a mask, Shenju. "You," he chuckled. "Did you truly believe I desired you to retrieve the manuscript? What I sought was for the 3 of you to arrive together." He gestured at the formation surrounding them. "This array can only be activated by the direct disciples of Xingyi men, but once activated, it requires the blood of 3 individuals to function." Chen Feng's heart sank. "What does it activate?" Shenju offered no response. With a flick of his wrist, the red lights transformed into countless tendrils, ensnaring the limbs of Chen Feng, Li Yuxuan, and Han Chong, rendering them immobile. Shenju approached, standing before them. 30 years. I've searched for 30 years, and at last, this day has come." He produced a dagger from his robe and slashed it across Chen Feng's arm. Blood dripped to the ground, absorbed by the red light. Next, he turned to Li Yuxuan, then Han Chong. As 3 drops of blood hit the ground, a fissure suddenly split open in the center of the chamber, revealing a staircase leading downward. Shenju's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Finally, I have found it." He turned and descended the staircase. Chen Feng struggled against the tendrils, desperate to break free. But to no avail. "Let me go?" he shouted, but received no reply. The bindings tightened around him, and he could feel his strength waning. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a voice resonated from the cave entrance. "Hold on, kid." Chen Feng's head snapped up. At the entrance stood a stooped figure, clad in a tattered military coat, hair gray, face lined with wrinkles. "Old Wei." Chen Feng's mind buzzed. "Wei Yi?" Old Wei did not acknowledge him, his gaze fixed on the gaping hole in the stone chamber, eyes filled with complexity. 30 years, he murmured. "You finally found it." He stepped into the chamber, and the light tendrils parted as if alive, allowing him passage. Old Wei approached Chen Feng, extending his hand and gently pulling. The bindings shattered. Chen Feng's face was a mask of disbelief. Wait a you. Old Wei smiled down at him. Kid, did you think I was dead? Chen Feng was speechless. Old Wei continued. That night, I feigned death. Once the Zhou family left, I awoke. My injuries were severe. I lay at the dump for 3 days. Then I followed you all the way here. Chen Feng's eyes welled with tears. Wait a ye. Old Wei raised a hand, silencing him. There's no time. That kid has gone down. I must stop him. He turned toward the entrance. Chen Feng struggled to his feet. I'm coming with you. Old Wei glanced back, shaking his head. No. Why not? Old Wei paused for 2 seconds. Because that place below can only be entered by those who are awakened. Ordinary people will perish. You are awakened. You can enter. But you are too weak now. You would only be walking to your death. Chen Feng protested. What about you? Old Wei chuckled. Me? I'm not awakened. I would die if I went in. But I've lived for 70 years. I've paid my dues. He turned and walked into the cave. Wait a ye. Chen Feng lunged forward but was repelled by an unseen force. Old Wei's voice echoed from below, growing fainter. Kid, take good care of your senior sisterly. And don't be like your father. Rushing too fast can lead to a fall. Chen Feng collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in desperation. Wait a ye. No response came. Only the distant sounds of a struggle from beneath. Then, a resounding crash shook the entire cavern. The red light vanished. The tendrils dissipated. Chen Feng fought to rise, dashing into the entrance. The staircase descended for what felt like an eternity. He ran for what seemed like ages until he finally reached the bottom. It was a small stone chamber. In the center lay Shinju, motionless on the ground. Old Wei sat beside him, leaning against the wall, eyes closed, a smile gracing his lips. Chen Feng rushed forward, embracing him. Wait a ye. Old Wei opened his eyes, meeting Chen Feng's gaze. There was a glimmer of light in his murky eyes. Kid, his voice was faint, you've come. Tears streamed down Chen Feng's cheeks. Wait a ye, please don't speak. I'll carry you back. Old Wei gently shook his head. There's no time left. He raised his hand, pointing at Shinju. He is dead. I killed him. Old Wei smiled, genuinely happy. After 30 years, I've finally avenged myself. Chen Feng held his hand, words escaping him. Old Wei gazed at him, his eyes gradually closing. Kid, go and see what the pinnacle of martial arts looks like. Old Wei's hand fell limp. The corners of his mouth still bore that hint of a smile. Chen Feng knelt in the stone chamber, cradling Lao Wei. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong rushed down, standing silently behind him. No one uttered a word. Only Chen Feng's tears fell drop by drop onto the ground. Finally, he rose, hoisting Lao Wei onto his back. Let us go, he said. Li Yuxuan gazed at him. Where to? Chen Feng replied, home. He carried Lao Wei, step by step. Out of the cave. Outside, dawn had broken. The snow had ceased. The sunlight gleamed on the snow-covered ground, a blinding white. Chen Feng stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing into the distance. Wait a ye, he murmured. We are going home. Chapter 23 ended. Chapter 24. The entrance to the underground city. A week later, at the abandoned factory in the west of the city, Chen Feng stood by the window, surveying the cityscape beyond. Lao Wei's urn rested upon the table, accompanied by 2 jade pendants, one belonging to Lao Wei, the other to Li Yuxuan. Han Chong sat in a corner, enveloped in silence. Since their return from the Chilean mountains, he had remained withdrawn, speaking little and eating even less. Li Yuxuan entered, carrying a plastic bag. Have something to eat, she urged. Chen Feng remained unmoved. She approached and placed the plastic bag on the table. Chen Feng, you haven't eaten for days. I am not hungry, he replied. Li Yuxuan regarded him, her lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately, she remained silent. She stepped to the window, standing beside him. The two stood quietly, gazing at the city outside. After an extended silence, Chen Feng finally broke it. Li Yuxuan. The deity is dead. The divine creation persists. My father's manuscript, along with that technique, is still in the underground city. We must retrieve it. Li Yuxuan studied him. Have you made your decision? Chen Feng nodded. Tomorrow, we venture into the underground city. At 8 o'clock the following evening. They stood at the entrance to the underground city in the east of the city. The abandoned factory bore rusting iron doors, slightly ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Chen Feng stood at the threshold, gazing upwards at the iron gate. Is this the place? Han Chong affirmed with a nod. I have verified it. The entrance to the underground city lies beneath this factory. After the deity's demise, most of the divine creation personnel withdrew, but a few remained to guard it. Chen Feng inquired, how many? Han Chong replied, unknown, but certainly not a few. Chen Feng fell silent for 2 seconds. We shall ascertain it upon entry. He pushed open the iron door and stepped inside. The interior revealed a vast factory space, littered with rusted machinery and discarded materials. Moonlight streamed through broken skylights, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Han Chong led the way, wielding a flashlight that illuminated the path ahead. Li Yuxuan walked in the middle, while Chen Feng brought up the rear. The trio navigated cautiously through the darkness. After several minutes, Han Chong halted. Found it. He pointed to the ground. There lay an iron door, resembling an ordinary cellar door, yet reinforced with thick steel plates and secured by a massive lock. Han Chong crouched down to examine the lock. A combination lock. Requires a 6-digit code. Chen Feng asked, "Can it be opened?" Han Chong extracted a small device from his pocket, attaching it to the lock. "Give me 5 minutes." He began manipulating the device, digits flashing rapidly across the screen. Chen Feng and Li Yuxuan stood vigilantly by his side, scanning their surroundings. 3 minutes passed. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Click. The lock disengaged. Han Chong exhaled deeply, pulling open the iron door. Below lay a vertical shaft, with an iron ladder leading into the depths. Chen Feng peered down, finding only darkness, the bottom obscured from view. "I will go first," he declared, grasping the iron ladder. He descended step by step. The ladder was long. He climbed for at least 5 minutes before his feet finally touched the ground. Chen Feng activated his flashlight. They had entered a corridor, wide enough for 3 to walk side by side. The walls were made of concrete, and the floor was covered with iron plates, while the ceiling was congested with pipes. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong followed suit. Han Chong surveyed their surroundings and whispered, "This is the underground city, the stronghold of the divine creation in this city." Chen Feng nodded. "Let us proceed." The trio advanced along the corridor, which twisted and turned. Emergency lights casting a dim glow every few meters. After approximately 10 minutes, they encountered a fork in the path. 3 routes branched off in different directions. Han Chong knelt down to inspect the ground. The left path shows signs of recent foot traffic. The middle path is untraveled. The right path bears bloodstains. Chen Feng pondered momentarily. "We shall take the left." The 3 entered the left passage. This corridor was narrower than the previous, allowing only 2 to walk side by side. Strange symbols began to appear on the walls, resembling a form of script or possibly a formation. Han Chong paused to examine the symbols closely. "These are the markings of Xing Yi Men." Chen Feng hesitated. "Xing Yi Men?" Han Chong nodded. "My master has been here. These symbols are his legacy." He pointed to the symbols on the wall, elucidating one by one. "This signifies danger. This indicates a trap ahead. This represents..." He halted, gazing at the final symbol. It was simple, merely an arrow pointing deeper into the passage. "This means to follow." Chen Feng scrutinized the arrow. "Your master has been here. He left markers." Han Chong affirmed. Indeed, he anticipated that someone would come searching for him. The trio continued forward, following the arrow on the wall. The passage grew increasingly narrow and low, compelling them to bend down to proceed. At last, the corridor opened into a vast circular hall. The hall was as large as half a football field, with a lofty dome towering above, reaching a height of several meters. The surrounding walls were inscribed with dense writings and intricate designs. Han Chong's flashlight illuminated the inscriptions, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is the technique of Xing Yi Men." Chen Feng raised his gaze to the inscriptions. The characters were ancient and vigorous, each stroke imbued with power. Han Chong recited the inscriptions, his voice quavering with emotion. Xing Yi practitioners, uniting the internal and external, following form with intent, commanding energy with will, drawing strength from the earth, and generating power from the heart. He paused, staring at the final illustration on the wall. It depicted a humanoid figure in an unusual posture, its body contorted, with limbs positioned at unnatural angles. Yet that posture exuded an ineffable sense of power. Han Chong fixated on the illustration for an extended moment before speaking again. "This is the technique of Hua Jin." Chen Feng's heart raced suddenly. Hua Jin, the realm coveted by martial artists. "Is it possible to practice it?" he inquired. Han Chong nodded. "Yes, but it requires time, at least 3 months. Chen Feng contemplated this. 3 months was far too long. He had not the luxury of time. "Make a note of it," he instructed, "and we shall practice upon our return." Han Chong nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket to begin taking photographs. Chen Feng and Li Yuxuan stayed close by him. At that moment, from the far end of the hall, footsteps echoed, many footsteps. Chen Feng's nerves instantly tightened. He positioned himself protectively in front of Li Yuxuan and Han Chong, fixated on the direction of the approaching sounds. Emerging from the darkness were a dozen individuals clad in black uniforms, firearms in hand. The foremost figure was tall, a long scar marring his face. He regarded Chen Feng with a smile. "We've been waiting for you." Chen Feng remained silent. The scarred man waved his hand, and the group raised their weapons, aiming at Chen Feng and his companions. "Put down your weapons and come with us, or else." Chen Feng did not afford him the opportunity to finish. He charged forward. The assailants reacted swiftly, gunfire erupting. Yet Chen Feng was faster. His speed rendered their bullets ineffective. He plunged into the throng, dispatching each adversary with a single blow, incapacitating them all in mere seconds. The scarred man's expression shifted, and he turned to flee. Chen Feng firmly grasped the collar of the man and hurled him to the ground. Where are the items left by the deity? The scarred man shook his head. I don't know. Chen Feng's fist struck the ground beside his face, causing a fissure to crack open. The scarred man's complexion turned pale in an instant. Inside, in that laboratory, he stammered. Chen Feng released him and stood up. Lead the way. The scarred man guided them through a series of corridors, eventually halting before a massive iron door. He gestured towards it. It's right inside, but I cannot open it. Only the deity's fingerprint can do so. Chen Feng scrutinized the door, noting its considerable thickness, at least half a meter. Conventional methods would be futile against it. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist and stepped back 2 paces. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch against the door. Bang! The entire door reverberated but remained shut. Gritting his teeth, he struck again. Bang! The frame began to warp. With a third punch, bang! A hole was smashed into the iron door. Chen Feng thrust his hand inside, gripping the frame, and applied force to pry it open. The door emitted a painful groan before finally crashing open. Breathing heavily, he stepped inside. The interior revealed a vast laboratory filled with an array of instruments and equipment. At its center stood a glass container, within which floated a human figure. Chen Feng approached for a closer inspection. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s, eyes closed, his body riddled with tubes. Han Chong followed in, and upon seeing the man, he froze, his eyes gradually reddening. Master. Chapter 25. Infiltration. The laboratory was enveloped in an eerie silence. Han Chong stood before the glass container, trembling. The figure within remained motionless, gaunt and connected to various machines that emitted faint humming sounds. Han Chong extended his hand, tracing the cold glass. Master. It's me. Han Chong. Can you hear me? There was no response. The figure lay still, resembling a specimen preserved in formaldehyde. Li Yuxuan approached, standing beside Han Chong. Her gaze fixed on the person inside the container, her eyes also brimming with tears. Master. Chen Feng stood behind them, witnessing the scene with a heart heavy with emotion. This was the master that Li Yuxuan and Han Chong had searched for over the past decade, the leader of the Xing Yi men, captured by the deity and confined here as a subject of experimentation. Chen Feng stepped forward, examining the instruments closely. The screens flickered with various data, heart rate, blood pressure, brain waves, and a multitude of symbols he could not comprehend. Yet there was one figure he recognized, the heart rate, a mere 8 beats per minute. In a healthy individual, the rate ranges from 60 to 100 beats. He was nearly lifeless. He is still alive, Chen Feng declared. Han Chong turned, his eyes reddened. Can he be saved? Chen Feng gazed at the tubes connected to the figure. He was uncertain. If we forcibly remove them. Let me see, Li Yuxuan interjected, moving toward the instruments to scrutinize the screens. Having studied medicine under Lao Wei, her understanding, albeit limited, surpassed Chen Feng's. After a prolonged examination, she spoke. Master's body is being sustained by medication. These substances are administered through the tubes, maintaining his vital signs. If we remove the tubes, her silence conveyed the grim reality. He will die? Han Chong's heart ignited with fury. What do we do? Just stand idly by? Li Yuxuan paused, then offered a solution. There is a way. She pointed to a button beside the instruments. That is the awakening button. The deity's personnel use it to rouse the subjects. Once pressed, the medication will alter its formula, allowing Master to regain consciousness temporarily. She looked at Han Chong, but it will only last a few minutes. Without hesitation, Han Chong pressed the button. The machine emitted a buzzing sound, and the data on the screens began to change. The heart rate climbed from 8 to 20, 30, 40 beats per minute. The figure in the container stirred. His eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. His eyes, clouded and bewildered, resembled those of someone awakening from a protracted nightmare. He spotted Han Chong, then Li Yuxuan, and a flicker of recognition illuminated his gaze. Xiao Chong. His voice was faint, as though emanating from a distant realm. Tears streamed down Han Chong's face. Master. It's me. The figure's lips quivered, as if attempting to smile. Yuxuan is also here. Li Yuxuan grasped his hand through the glass. Master, I'm here. I'm right here. The master regarded her with a tender gaze. You've grown up. His attention gradually shifted to Chen Feng. This child is, Li Yuxuan interjected. He is Wei Dage's nephew, the son of Wei Qingtian. The elder's eyes brightened momentarily. Wei Qingtian, old Wei. He fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, studying him intently. After a long pause, he spoke softly yet clearly. Child, come here. Chen Feng approached and stood before the container. The elder looked at him, a smile breaking through. You resemble your father. A tremor ran through Chen Feng's heart. You knew my father? The elder nodded. An old friend. He coughed lightly, his voice growing weaker. He left something for you. Chen Feng was taken aback. What is it? The elder replied. The manuscript is in the hidden compartment beneath the stone chamber. His voice dwindled. Take it and leave quickly. The deity's people will come. Han Chong clenched his fists. Master, I will rescue you. The elder gently shook his head. It's too late. I won't survive much longer. He gazed at Han Chong, at Li Yuxuan. At Chen Feng. You must live on to restore the Xing Yi men. The elder's eyes gradually closed. The heart rate plummeted from 40 to 30, 20. 10 beats, finally becoming a straight line. The instruments emitted a piercing alarm. Han Chong fell to his knees, cradling his head, weeping silently. Li Yuxuan stood beside him, tears cascading down her cheeks. Chen Feng remained behind them, gazing at the tranquil elder within the container. 90 seconds. From awakening to passing, only 90 seconds elapsed. 90 seconds during which he entrusted them with everything. The manuscript, the hidden compartment, leave now. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, pivoting to the center of the stone chamber. He crouched and tapped the ground. It sounded hollow. There was a hidden compartment below. With a firm press, the stone slab cracked open, revealing a recess. Inside lay an iron box. Chen Feng seized the box and opened it. Inside rested a tattered manuscript, its cover inscribed with 5 characters. Wei Qingtian's journal. Chen Feng's hands trembled. He flipped to the first page, recognizing his father's handwriting. My son Wei Feng, by the time you read this journal, I should no longer be here. Just then, an alarm blared from outside, shrill and piercing, echoing throughout the underground city. Li Yuxuan's expression changed. The deity's personnel are coming. Han Chong stood, wiping away his tears. Let us go? Chen Feng tucked the manuscript into his coat, and the 3 of them dashed toward the exit. Outside the door, the corridor was filled with figures clad in black, at least 30 or 40 of them, all armed. Chen Feng positioned himself protectively in front of Li Yuxuan and Han Chong. Fists clenched. Stay close to me. He charged into the throng. 1 punch sent 1 man flying. 2 punches took down another. 3, 4, 5 punches. He surged through the crowd like a wild beast. The bullets fired at him missed entirely. His speed was astonishing, and his strength formidable. Yet Chen Feng did not linger in battle. He was forging a path, a bloody trail. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong followed closely behind, exerting every ounce of their strength to run through the corridor, through the hall, through the passage, until at last, they beheld the exit, the iron door. Chen Feng delivered a powerful punch, shattering the barrier, and the 3 of them surged forth. Outside, the night enveloped them like ink. They ran with all their might, plunging into the shadows. Behind them, the gunfire gradually faded into the distance. After what felt like an eternity, they finally paused, leaning against a tree. Chen Feng gasped for breath, while Li Yuxuan and Han Chong were equally breathless. The trio exchanged glances, yet silence reigned supreme. After a prolonged moment, Han Chong broke the stillness. The master has departed. Li Yuxuan nodded in acknowledgement. But he saw us. He witnessed that Xing Yi men still stands. Han Chong's eyes glistened with emotion once more. Indeed, Chen Feng retrieved the manuscript from his pocket, illuminated by the moonlight. Wei Qingtian's journal. A treasure procured through his father's sacrifice. He opened to the first page and began to read. My son Wei Feng, by the time you read this journal, I shall likely no longer be among the living. There are certain matters I must convey to you. He leafed through the pages. Discovering his father's meticulous research on the awakened ones, the investigation into divine creation, and a hidden secret, a secret nestled within the depths of Qilian Mountain. This location concealed the origins of the awakened ones. Chen Feng turned to the final page, where a single sentence awaited him. Deep within Qilian Mountain lies the ancient ice cavern. The secret of the awakened ones resides there. Chen Feng gazed into the distance, contemplating the ancient ice cavern, the genesis of the awakened ones. He turned to Li Yuxuan and Han Chong. I must journey to Qilian Mountain. The 2 regarded him intently. That place may harbor remnants of my father's legacy, perhaps even the truth about the awakened ones. Li Yuxuan replied, I shall accompany you. Han Chong nodded in agreement. I shall go as well. Chen Feng looked at them, warmth swelling within his heart. Very well, let us embark together. The 3 of them vanished into the embrace of the night. Simultaneously, deep within the underground city, a figure cloaked in black stood in a laboratory, staring at an empty glass container. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. The deity is dead. The remnants of Xing Yi men have fled. Wei Qingtian's manuscript has been taken by his son. Silence enveloped the line for an extended moment. Then, a frail voice emerged. No matter. Let them be. The man in black was taken aback. Do you mean? The voice chuckled. Allow them to search for that location. Once they uncover it, we shall act. The man in black nodded. Understood. He hung up, gazing out at the night beyond the window. Kid, he murmured, you will eventually belong to me. Outside, the moon was veiled by clouds, casting a shadowy darkness. Chapter 25 End. Chapter 26. The brothers captured at 3 in the morning. In an abandoned factory on the western edge of the city, Chen Feng sat by the window, poring over the manuscript. He had read it 3 times, each reading revealing new insights. His father had meticulously documented the awakening phenomenon, the patterns of cellular mutations, the triggers for rampages, and the limits of power. Much of the data and theories eluded his understanding, yet one phrase resonated clearly. The power of the awakened ones stems from their bloodline. The Wei family's lineage could be traced back 3 centuries. The first awakened one was an ancestor of the Wei family who, within the ancient ice cavern of Chilean Mountain, acquired an unknown power. Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of shock. 3 centuries. Wei family's ancestor. Chilean Mountain. Ancient ice cavern. All clues pointed toward a singular destination. He closed the manuscript, rose to his feet, and approached the window. The city outside lay in slumber, illuminated only by a few streetlights casting a dim glow. Li Yuxuan entered, pushing the door open. Still awake? Chen Feng shook his head. I cannot sleep. She stepped closer, standing beside him. What are you pondering? Chen Feng replied. I am thinking of my father. When he penned this manuscript, he must have known his time was limited. He recorded everything for me. Chen Feng paused. Yet I do not even know what he looks like. After a moment of silence, Li Yuxuan spoke. My master once said, your father was a remarkable man, loyal and honorable, deeply devoted to his friends. Chen Feng looked at her. Did your master know my father? Li Yuxuan nodded. Yes, they were good friends. Before your father met his fate, he entrusted the teachings of Xing Yi Min to my master, instructing that if ever you came, my master would teach you. Chen Feng understood. So your teaching of Xing Yi Quan is not solely for the sake of Wei Yi? Li Yuxuan affirmed. It was your father's wish. Chen Feng fell silent, gazing at the manuscript in his hands. It turned out his father had long paved the way for him. Lao Wei, Li Yuxuan, and all within Xing Yi Min were his father's legacy to him. Li Yuxuan. Chen Feng raised his head and said, thank you. She looked puzzled. Thank me for what? Chen Feng replied. Thank you for teaching me Xing Yi Quan. Thank you for accompanying me to Chilean Mountain. Thank you for not giving up on me. Li Yuxuan regarded him, a smile gracing her lips. Do not thank me. It is your own determination that has brought you this far. The two fell into silence, gazing out at the city beyond the window. After a considerable time, Chen Feng spoke. Once dawn breaks, I will seek out Zhang Lei. Li Yuxuan looked at him. What do you need him for? Chen Feng replied. I require his assistance in investigating certain matters concerning Chilean Mountain and the ancient ice cavern. Li Yuxuan nodded. Be cautious. The people of divine creation are still searching for you. Chen Feng smiled. I am aware. The following morning, in a rental apartment located in the eastern part of the city, Chen Feng stood at the door, knocking. No response. He knocked again, this time with greater urgency. Still, silence prevailed. A sense of unease began to settle within him. He pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Lei's number. The phone is off. Zhang Lei never turned off his phone. Chen Feng's apprehensions deepened. He forcefully pushed the door, only to find it locked. Stepping back 2 paces, he kicked the door open and rushed inside. The room lay desolate, yet chaotic. Tables overturned, chairs scattered, shards of glass littering the floor, along with blood. Chen Feng's mind reeled as he crouched to examine the pool of blood. It was still fresh. Before long, Zhang Lei had been captured. Chen Feng sprang to his feet and dashed out. An hour later, back at the abandoned factory on the western edge of the city, Chen Feng burst through the door, his face a mask of fury. Li Yuxuan, upon seeing his expression, rose to her feet. What has happened? Chen Feng replied. Zhang Lei has been captured. Li Yuxuan's face paled instantly. When? Last night. There was blood and signs of a struggle at his place. Han Chong stood up from the corner. Who did this? Chen Feng shook his head. I do not know, but it was undoubtedly the people of divine creation. They have taken Zhang Lei to draw me out. Li Yuxuan gazed at him. What do you plan to do? Chen Feng pondered for a moment. I will go find them. Han Chong interjected. Do you know where they are? Chen Feng retrieved a scrap of paper from his pocket, an address he had discovered in Zhang Lei's room. They left an address, he stated. East of the city, at the abandoned docks. I will go alone, Chen Feng asserted. Li Yuxuan shook her head. No, that is a trap. Chen Feng replied. I am aware. But Zhang Lei is there. I cannot turn my back on him. He looked at Li Yuxuan. He is my brother. Li Yuxuan met his gaze, then nodded. I will accompany you. Chen Feng said. No need. I will go alone. Li Yuxuan interrupted him. Chen Feng, you said we are partners. Partners share burdens together. She looked at him, her resolve unwavering. I will not allow you to walk into certain death alone. Chen Feng felt warmth swell within him as he regarded her. Very well. Then we shall go together. Han Chong stood up. I will go too. Chen Feng looked at him. You? Han Chong chuckled. 3 is better than 2. Chen Feng nodded. All right. 3 it is. At 8 in the evening, They arrived at the abandoned docks in the eastern part of the city. This is a desolate dock, long abandoned, strewn with rusted metal sheets and rotting wood. The river breeze carries with it a pungent odor. Chen Feng stands upon the dock, accompanied by Li Yuxuan and Han Chong. Ahead, an abandoned warehouse looms, its door ajar, revealing an inky darkness within. Chen Feng takes a deep breath and steps inside. The warehouse is vast, comparable to a basketball court. In the center, a chair sits, and upon it, a figure is bound, Zhang Lei. His mouth is gagged, his face marred with injuries, yet his eyes remain wide open. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he struggles desperately, emitting muffled sounds. Chen Feng instinctively moves forward, but a figure emerges from the shadows, blocking his path. Tall and scarred, it is none other than the notorious Scarred Man from the underground city. Upon spotting Chen Feng, he grins. "You've come," he remarks. Chen Feng glares at him intently. "Release him." The Scarred Man shakes his head. "No, he is our bargaining chip." With a wave of his hand, dozens of men in black emerge from the darkness, surrounding Chen Feng and his companions, all brandishing firearms. The Scarred Man regards Chen Feng. "You are a clever man. You should understand that there is no escape for you today." Chen Feng remains silent, his gaze fixated on Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei meets his eyes, fear evident within them. Yet he does not cry out. Instead, he shakes his head vigorously, conveying a clear message: "Do not concern yourself with me. Flee." Chen Feng comprehends this, yet he does not run. He faces the Scarred Man defiantly. "What do you want?" The Scarred Man chuckles. "It's quite simple. Come with us. You alone, in exchange for their lives." He gestures towards Li Yuxuan and Han Chong. "Your brother, your partner, will remain alive. You come with us." Just as Chen Feng considers complying, Li Yuxuan grabs his arm. "Chen Feng, no." He interrupts her. "Li Yuxuan, take Han Chong and go." She shouts, "What?" Chen Feng asserts. "Zhang Lei is my brother. I cannot abandon him. But you are not. You have debts to settle and the Xingyi men to rebuild. You cannot perish here." He gazes at her, offering a faint smile. "Live on and avenge me." Li Yuxuan's eyes glisten with tears. Chen Feng. He does not give her a chance to speak. He turns to face the Scarred Man. "I will go with you. Release him." The Scarred Man grins. "Clever." He gestures, and the men in black part to create a pathway. Li Yuxuan attempts to rush forward, but is firmly restrained by Han Chong. "Sister, go." Han Chong pulls her towards the exit. Li Yuxuan looks back at Chen Feng. Chen Feng. He does not turn around. He merely stands there, gazing at the Scarred Man. "Release him." The Scarred Man waves his hand, and someone unbinds Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei rushes forward, grasping Chen Feng's hand. "Brother Feng, you mustn't." Chen Feng locks eyes with him. "Lazy go." Zhang Lei shakes his head. "I want to leave." Chen Feng delivers a punch to his abdomen. Zhang Lei bends over in pain, unable to utter a word. Chen Feng steadies him and whispers in his ear. "Take care of Li Yuxuan for me. Do not let her do anything foolish." Chen Feng releases his grip, pushing Zhang Lei towards the exit. "Go." Zhang Lei gazes at him, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yet he understands the futility of staying. He turns and dashes out. Chen Feng stands at the center of the warehouse, watching them vanish into the darkness. Then, he turns to face the Scarred Man. "Let us go?" The Scarred Man chuckles. "Take him away." Several men in black rush forward, pinning Chen Feng to the ground. He offers no resistance, closing his eyes as they bind his hands. The Scarred Man's voice reaches his ears. "The master will be pleased." Chen Feng remains expressionless, his thoughts consumed by Li Yuxuan, Zhang Lei, Han Chong, Old Wei, and his father. "Wait for me," he silently vows. "I will return." In the darkness, a black van speeds down the road. Chen Feng is bound in the back, his eyes covered by a black cloth. He cannot see the road, only feeling the vehicle jolt. Time passes unmeasured. The van stops, and he is pulled out. The ground beneath him is earthy, the air frigid. He is pushed forward, and after a lengthy walk, they finally halt. Someone removes the blindfold from his eyes. Chen Feng squints, gradually adjusting to the light. He stands before a colossal structure. A sign at the entrance reading Shun Chuang Biotechnology Research Center. Chen Feng gazes at the imposing edifice. He has been brought to the headquarters of Shin Chuang. From behind him, a voice echoes. "Chen Feng, welcome home." He turns to see a figure emerging from the shadows. Clad in a white lab coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Shen Wanshan. Chen Feng's mind buzzes. "You." Shen Wanshan smiles. "Surprised? I am not dead. That knife from Gue Mian nearly pierced my heart, but alas, it missed." He approaches, standing before Chen Feng. "Did you think I was a good person? You are mistaken. I have been with Shen Chuang from the very beginning." Chen Feng roars in anger. "You deceived me." Shen Wanshan nods. "Indeed, I deceived you. Old Wei saved my life. That much is true. I wish to repay his kindness, also true. But my loyalty lies with Shin Chuang." He fixes his eyes on Chen Feng. "Do you know what the master said before he died?" Chen Feng remains silent. Shin Wanshan continues. He said to bring Chen Feng back. Alive. He chuckles. So, I have brought you back. He gestures, and several men in black rush forward, dragging Chen Feng into the building. He does not struggle. His gaze icy as he fixates on Shin Wanshan. You will regret this. Shin Wanshan laughs. Perhaps, but that day, you will not witness. He turns and disappears into the shadows. The door slowly closes behind Chen Feng. End of Chapter 26. End of Volume 3. Urban Dark War. Chapter 27. Desperation. Chen Feng is thrust deeper into the building. The hallway stretches long. The harsh white light casting a cold glow upon the walls. Every few meters, an iron door stands, behind which the hum of machinery resonates, akin to the heartbeat of some colossal entity. Though his eyes are shrouded in darkness, his ears remain attuned to the sounds, the footsteps, the creaking of iron doors, the rumble of descending elevators. As he ventures deeper, the chill intensifies. Time becomes an elusive concept, and eventually, he is shoved into a room, crashing heavily to the ground. The iron door slams shut behind him, the sound of the locking mechanism echoing in the emptiness. Someone removes the blindfold from his eyes. Chen Feng squints, gradually acclimating to the illumination. The room is tiny, approximately 10 square meters. 3 walls are white, while one is a transparent barrier, not glass, but some sturdier material resembling reinforced plastic. Beyond the transparent wall lies a larger laboratory, filled with various instruments, microscopes, centrifuges, and several enormous glass containers, identical to the one his master had been confined in. At this moment, Chen Feng feels utterly despondent. He stands and approaches the transparent wall, striking it with his fist. The impact reverberates. The wall remains unscathed. His hand throbs with pain, yet the barrier bears not even a crack. Do not waste your effort. A voice emanates from a speaker. Chen Feng looks up to see a camera in the corner, a red indicator light blinking. That is special tempered glass, capable of withstanding the force of a rocket. You, a martial artist lacking any true strength, cannot break through. Shin Wanshan's voice drips with amusement. Chen Feng stares at the camera. What do you want? Shin Wanshan replies, it is quite simple. The blood within you is of great significance to Shin Chuan. We require your cooperation for certain tests. And if I refuse? Shin Wanshan chuckles. You will cooperate. The screen illuminates. In the scene, Zhang Lei is bound to an iron bed, connected to various tubes. His complexion pale, yet his eyes remain open. Several individuals clad in white coats stand nearby, wielding syringes and surgical knives. Chen Feng's eyes are reddened. Shin Wanshan's voice remains calm. Chen Feng, you have 3 minutes to consider. Cooperate, and your brother will live. Should you choose not to cooperate, he leaves the sentence unfinished. Chen Feng's fists clench tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, causing blood to flow freely. He closes his eyes. 3 seconds later, he opens them. I will cooperate. The first test involves a blood draw. Chen Feng is taken into the laboratory and strapped to an iron bed. A person in a white coat approaches with a large syringe. The needle pierces his arm, and blood gushes out, flowing through a tube into a transparent container. 500 milliliters are drawn in one go. Chen Feng's lips turn pale, yet he grits his teeth in silence. The second test requires a cell sample. A slender needle pierces his thigh, extracting a small piece of muscle tissue. The pain makes him sweat profusely, but he remains silent. The third test is extreme pressure. He is confined in a sealed chamber where the air pressure gradually increases. His eardrums feel as if they might burst, his eyeballs bulge, and every inch of his skin endures immense pressure. He grits his teeth, mentally reciting the breathing technique taught by Lao Wei. Inhale, hold, exhale, once, twice, thrice. After an indeterminate duration, the pressure finally decreases. The chamber door opens, and Chen Feng collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Shin Wanshan stands before him, intently examining a data report. Interesting, he remarks. Your cell regeneration rate is 10 times that of an ordinary person. The blood drawn has already begun to replenish itself. He crouches down to observe Chen Feng. No wonder you are an awakened one. Your body is inherently designed for evolution. Chen Feng lifts his head, fixing his gaze upon him. Release my brother. Shin Wanshan shakes his head. There's no rush. The tests are not yet complete. He rises and gestures, and several individuals in black drag Chen Feng deeper into the corridor. The final test, Shin Wanshan's voice echoes from behind, is the most crucial, extreme combat. Chen Feng is thrust into a vast chamber. It is an arena, encircled by iron fencing, with blinding lights overhead. Within the ring stands a figure, lean, with a sinister gaze, hands wrapped in bandages. Iron Eagle. Chen Feng thinks to himself. You are not Iron Eagle. The figure smiles, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Not dead. Almost. Your punch broke 3 of my bones. I lay in bed for half a month. Now, it's time to settle the score. He flexes his wrists, the joints cracking audibly. Shen Wanshan's voice blares from the loudspeaker. Chen Feng, this is the final test. Defeat him, and both you and your brother may leave. Lose. He pauses. Losing is not a concern. After all, you won to die. Chen Feng prepares cautiously. He gazes at Iron Eagle, noting the malevolent eyes. Memories flood back. The night Iron Eagle's claw dug into Li Yuxuan's shoulder, blood flowing freely. He recalls Iron Eagle standing beside Zhou Batong, grinning as he watched him get beaten. He remembers Lao Wei. Come on, Chen Feng declares. Iron Eagle lunges forward, moving with the speed of lightning. A claw aimed at Chen Feng's throat. Chen Feng sidesteps, simultaneously delivering a punch to Iron Eagle's face. Iron Eagle tilts his head to evade, retaliating with a claw that digs into Chen Feng's shoulder. 5 deep gashes, exposing bone. Chen Feng grunts, but does not retreat. He unleashes a powerful punch, striking Iron Eagle in the chest. Iron Eagle stumbles back, glancing down at his chest, then raises his head and laughs. Is that all? Chen Feng remains silent. Charging once more. The two engage in a fierce struggle within the arena. Chen Feng's speed and strength pale in comparison to Iron Eagle's, yet he fights recklessly. Each punch a lethal strike, disregarding defense. Iron Eagle is forced into a corner, sustaining several blows, but he is, after all, a master of dark energy, with far more experience than Chen Feng. After several minutes, Chen Feng is battered, his clothes soaked in blood, yet he stands firm, eyes locked on Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle halts, panting, looking at him. Kid, are you not afraid of death? Chen Feng does not respond, merely tightening his fists. Iron Eagle shakes his head. Too bad. Your fearlessness will lead to your demise. He inhales deeply, his aura surging. Peak dark energy. Full force. He delivers a punch to Chen Feng's chest. The speed of the punch is blinding, and Chen Feng barely has time to raise his arms in defense. Boom. A tremendous force sends him flying into the iron mesh. Rebounding back, crashing to the ground. Blood surges from his mouth. His ribs are broken again. Iron Eagle approaches, standing over him, looking down. Surrender. If you concede. This need not continue. Chen Feng raises his head to meet his gaze. I will not concede. He struggles to rise, swaying unsteadily. Iron Eagle furrows his brow. You. Chen Feng throws a punch. Iron Eagle raises his hand to block, but this punch is swifter and heavier than any prior. Iron Eagle steps back, his expression shifting. You actually. Chen Feng does not afford him the chance to finish, throwing another punch. Iron Eagle retreats. A third punch. A fourth. A fifth. Iron Eagle finds himself cornered. With nowhere to flee, Chen Feng stands there, bloodied, eyes crimson. The surge of power returns, not a frenzy, but evolution. His body evolves amidst the battle. Iron Eagle stares at him, an expression of complexity in his eyes. Impossible. He shakes his head, lowering his fists. I concede. Chen Feng is bewildered. Iron Eagle meets his gaze, offering a bittersweet smile. I can no longer fight. The more you strike, the stronger you become. The more I strike, the weaker I grow. If this continues, I will be the one to lose. He turns and exits the arena. Chen Feng remains rooted in place, watching Iron Eagle's retreating figure, panting heavily. The loudspeaker crackles to life, Shen Wanshan's voice tinged with excitement. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Is this the true power of an awakened one in extreme combat? Chen Feng raises his gaze, fixing his stare on the camera. Release them. Shen Wanshan pauses for a moment. Very well. A bet is a bet. The iron door swings open. Zhang Lei rushes in, battered but eyes alight. Brother Feng. He embraces Chen Feng, weeping like a child. I thought you were dead. Chen Feng pats his back. It's all right. I'm not dead. Chen Feng lifts his head, addressing the camera. Shen Wanshan, I will remember this debt. Shen Wanshan chuckles. You are welcome to settle at any time. But next time, I shall show no mercy. The iron door opens, revealing a passage ahead. Chen Feng supports Zhang Lei, stepping out slowly. Behind them, Shen Wanshan's voice resonates from the loudspeaker. Chen Feng, you are stronger than your father. Yet the strong tend to perish more swiftly. Chen Feng does not look back. He exits into the night, where darkness envelopes. In the distance, Li Yuxuan and Han Cheng stand, rushing towards him upon seeing him. Chen Feng. Li Yuxuan embraces him tightly. You scared me to death. Chen Feng smiles reassuringly. It's fine. I've returned alive. He raises his gaze, admiring the night sky. The moon is full and bright. Lao Wei, he silently declares, I am alive. I am still alive. In the distance, the city lights twinkle like stars. He clenches his fists and turns, striding into the shadows. Behind him, the towering building of Shun Chuang glows brilliantly, like a colossal beast lurking in the night, awaiting his return. Chapter 27 ends. Chapter 28. The Ultimate Awakening. A week later. In an abandoned factory in the western part of the city, Chen Feng lies on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It has been a week since he returned from Xinchuan. The wounds on his body had yet to heal completely, his ribs still throbbed faintly, and the needle marks on his arm had formed scabs that itched unbearably. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to these discomforts. His mind was consumed by the sensations he experienced that day on the arena. It was a sensation of power, not a mindless rampage, but rather a profound evolution. Chen Feng's body had autonomously grown stronger amidst the battle. It was not an abrupt surge, but a gradual, persistent enhancement. Tai Ying, at the pinnacle of the dark strength, was beyond his reach, yet by the end of their encounter, Tai Ying conceded defeat. This was not due to Tai Ying's weakening, but rather because Chen Feng had grown stronger. Evolution through combat. Was this the true power of the Awakened? He sat up and touched the jade pendant on his chest, a keepsake from Lao Wei. Beside him lay the manuscript left by his father. He opened to the last page and read the words, "Deep within Qilianshan lies the ancient ice cavern. The secret of the Awakened resides there." The ancient ice cavern. His father had ventured there. What secrets did that place conceal? The door creaked open, and Li Yuxuan entered, cradling a bowl of porridge. "Awake? Have some nourishment." Chen Feng accepted the bowl and took a sip. Li Yuxuan settled beside him. "What are you pondering?" Chen Feng replied, "I am contemplating Qilianshan." Li Yuxuan paused, taken aback. "Are you planning to go?" Chen Feng affirmed with a nod. "In my father's manuscript, it states that the ancient ice cavern harbors the secrets of the Awakened. I wish to uncover what that is." Li Yuxuan gazed at him. "Are you going alone?" "I intend to go alone," he stated. "You?" Li Yuxuan interrupted. "Of course I am going. I have said it before. We are partners." Chen Feng looked at her, warmth swelling in his heart. "Thank you." Li Yuxuan smiled. "For what?" "I too wish to know what lies in that place spoken of by our master." The following day, Chen Feng sought out Han Chong. Han Chong sat in a corner, poring over the martial arts text he had retrieved from the underground city. After 3 days of study, his eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirit remained high. "I found it," Han Chong declared. Chen Feng approached him. "Found what?" Han Chong pointed to a passage in the text. "The ancient ice cavern. The founder of Xingyi Min once visited there. He spent 7 days and nights within the cavern, emerging with a breakthrough into the transformation phase." Chen Feng's heart raced. "What lies within?" Han Chong shook his head. "Unknown. The text does not specify. It merely states it is a place of trials. Only true martial artists can emerge alive." Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with desire. "A place of trials. To emerge alive. I must go," he declared. Han Chong regarded him. "I understand. I will accompany you." Chen Feng looked at him, surprised. "You?" Han Chong chuckled. "I have trained for a decade, stagnating in the mid-phase of dark strength. Perhaps that place could facilitate my breakthrough." He stood and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. "We shall go together. We will return alive." On the eve of their departure, Chen Feng stood by the window, gazing at the city's nightscape. Zhang Lei approached and stood beside him. "Feng Ge, are you truly going?" Chen Feng nodded. Zhang Lei fell silent for a moment. "What about me?" Chen Feng turned to him. "You will remain here. Help us gather intelligence. Qilianshan is too perilous. You cannot come." Zhang Lei opened his mouth, wishing to argue, but ultimately said nothing. He understood that his presence would only be a burden. "Feng Ge," he said, "promise me one thing." "What?" "Return alive." Chen Feng smiled. "Very well. I promise you." The next morning, the trio set out. Chen Feng, Li Yuxuan, and Han Chong, each carrying a simple pack, boarded a train bound for the northwest. The train thundered away from the city, and the scenery transitioned from towering skyscrapers to fields, from fields to barren deserts, and finally to snow-capped mountains. After a day and a night, they arrived at a small town at the foot of Qilianshan. It was a humble settlement, home to only a few dozen families, mostly herders and hunters. The air was frigid, the wind fierce, and the distant snow-capped peaks glimmered in the sunlight. Han Chong located an old hunter and inquired about the ancient ice cavern. The hunter's expression shifted. "You wish to go there?" Han Chong nodded. The old hunter shook his head meaningfully. "Do not go. That place is cursed." Chen Feng was taken aback. "Cursed?" The hunter recounted. 30 years ago, a few individuals ventured there. They entered and never returned. Later, when others sought them, only their frozen corpses were found, their faces twisted in terror. Chen Feng pondered. 30 years ago, his father had been there. He had returned alive. "Take us there," Chen Feng implored. The hunter regarded him, his gaze complex. "Young man, you will perish." Chen Feng replied, "I fear not." The hunter remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. "Very well. I will take you to the mountain's mouth. The path within. You must traverse alone." 3 hours later, they stood before a vast ice cave. The entrance was immense, towering over 10 meters high, shrouded in darkness within. A chilling wind billowed from the cave, carrying a bone-chilling cold. The old hunter stood at a distance, unwilling to approach. "This is it. The ancient ice cavern." After speaking, He turned and walked away. Chen Feng stood at the cave's mouth, taking a deep breath. Let us proceed. He was the first to step inside. It was pitch black, and he could not see his hand before his face. Han Chong switched on a flashlight, the beam illuminating the icy walls, reflecting a crystalline glow. The cave was deep, widening as they ventured further. After several minutes, they emerged into a vast ice chamber, as large as a football field. The surrounding ice walls were etched with ancient characters and patterns. Han Chong directed the flashlight at the inscriptions, his eyes lighting up. These are the writings of ancient warriors. Chen Feng inquired, can you comprehend them? Han Chong nodded. My master taught me some. He began to translate the inscriptions. The ancient ice cavern, a place of trials. Only true warriors can pass through. He paused before continuing. The first trial, the ice heart. It tests the warrior's resolve. If the heart is not still, one shall perish. No sooner had he spoken than the temperature within the cave plummeted. Frost quickly formed on Chen Feng's brow. Li Yuxuan's lips turned purple, and Han Chong's hands trembled. It was cold, piercingly cold. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and silently recited the breathing technique taught by Lao Wei. Inhale deeply, hold, exhale, once, twice, thrice. A warmth began to rise from his abdomen, gradually coursing through his body. However, Li Yuxuan and Han Chong were struggling. They had not practiced the turtle breathing technique, and their body temperatures were plummeting. Chen Feng rushed over, wrapping an arm around each of them. Hold on. Li Yuxuan leaned against his shoulder, her voice faint. I am so cold. Chen Feng clenched his jaw, desperately channeling his internal energy to transfer warmth to them. His own body temperature was also dropping. It was becoming increasingly frigid. His consciousness began to blur. Just as Chen Feng felt he could no longer endure, the ancient characters on the ice walls suddenly illuminated. A beam of white light burst forth from the ice, enveloping the three of them. Warmth, like the embrace of sunlight. Chen Feng opened his eyes. They found themselves standing on a snowfield. The sky was azure, the snow was pristine, and the wind was gentle. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong stood beside him. Awakening as well. Where's this? Han Chong surveyed the surroundings. A voice resonated from above. Welcome to the place of trials. Chen Feng looked up. In the sky stood a figure, white-haired and white-bearded, clad in a flowing white robe, resembling a legendary immortal. I am the guardian of the ancient ice cavern. For 3 millennia. Only 3 individuals have passed the trials. He stared at Chen Feng. You are the 4th. Chen Feng's heart swelled with excitement. My father, Wei Qingtian, has he been here? The guardian nodded. He has. He passed the trials and obtained the powers of the Awakened. Yet he moved too swiftly, failing to master that surge of power, ultimately succumbing to a fatal backlash. A wave of desolation washed over Chen Feng. The guardian gazed at him. Do you wish to undertake the trial? Chen Feng nodded. Yes. The guardian smiled. Then let us begin. The first trial is Ice Heart. Chapter 28 ends. Chapter 29. The choice upon the snowy expanse. The wind ceased. The guardian hovered in midair, his white hair and beard billowing like a celestial being emerged from a scroll. Chen Feng looked up at him, his heart pounding like thunder. Over the course of 3 millennia, only 3 individuals have succeeded in passing the trial. His father was the 3rd, and then he perished. The first trial is Ice Heart. The guardian's voice echoed from all directions, testing the warrior's fortitude. If your heart is not tranquil, you shall perish. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Let us commence. The guardian waved his hand, and the surrounding snowfield vanished in an instant. Chen Feng found himself enveloped in darkness. Nothing existed, no light, no sound, no breeze. Only he and his fear remained. An uncontrollable dread seeped from his bones. He recalled the image of Lao Wei dying in his arms. The blood that splattered when Li Yuxuan was clawed by the iron eagle, Zhang lay bound to an iron bed, tubes piercing his body, and the visage of his father, whom he had never met, but who had paved a lifetime of path for him. Fear surged like a tidal wave. Chen Feng's breath quickened, his heartbeat escalating. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Chen Feng. A voice emerged from the darkness. It was Li Yuxuan's voice. Chen Feng, where are you? He jerked his head up. In the shadows, a light appeared. Within it stood a figure, Li Yuxuan. She was drenched in blood, her complexion pale, her eyes filled with terror. Save me. Chen Feng rushed forward, but the faster he ran, the further she seemed to drift away. No matter how he chased, he could not reach her. Her voice grew weaker. Help me. Tears streamed down Chen Feng's face as he desperately cried. Li Yuxuan. He exerted every ounce of strength. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, each step heavy as if carrying a mountain. Yet, his hand could never grasp her. At last, he could run no more. He knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath. Li Yuxuan stood afar, watching him, her gaze growing increasingly cold. Chen Feng, you have given up on me. Chen Feng shook his head. No, I haven't. Li Yuxuan turned away, vanishing into the darkness. Chun Feng collapsed to the ground, tears dripping one by one. Li Yuxuan. From the darkness, the guardian's voice resonated. Warrior, what you fear most is not a formidable enemy, but the fear within your own heart. If you cannot even protect the person you cherish most, how can you speak of martial arts? Chun Feng clenched his fists. That is not true. Not true. The guardian's voice was frigid. Your father has also been here. In this trial, he witnessed you being abandoned at the orphanage's door, saw you grow up alone, and observed you being bullied. He wept. Then he relinquished. Chun Feng was taken aback. He gave up? The guardian nodded. He forsook the trial to return to find you. He said martial arts could be forsaken, but a son could not be neglected. Chun Feng's tears fell again. He recalled that manuscript, the words his father had left behind. My son, Wei Feng, by the time you read this journal, I shall no longer be. There are matters I must convey to you. His father had given up the trial, choosing to seek him, only to be captured by the divine and tortured to death. Thus, the guardian's voice echoed, what will you choose? Continue the trial or return? Chun Feng pondered for a long while, then raised his head. I will continue. The guardian regarded him. You are not afraid? Chun Feng interrupted. I am afraid. I am terrified. I fear for Li Yuxuan, for Zhang Lei, for Han Chong. I fear I cannot protect them. He stood, wiping away his tears. But I fear even more that I will not grow strong. If I do not grow strong, I cannot protect anyone, just like my father. He looked at the guardian. Therefore, I must grow strong. Strong enough to protect everyone. The guardian fell silent, then smiled. Very well. You have passed the first trial. Darkness receded, and Chun Feng found himself once more upon the snowy expanse. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong stood beside him, their eyes red-rimmed. Chun Feng, since Li Yuxuan wanted to speak. But he interrupted, do not say anything. I understand. He turned to the guardian. What of the second trial? The guardian smiled. The second trial is Icebone, testing the warrior's physique. He waved his hand, and the ground split open, revealing a bottomless ice pit. A frigid wind surged forth, laden with a bone-chilling chill. Jump down. The guardian commanded. Soak in the icy water for 3 days and nights. Endure, and you will pass. Fail to endure. He left the sentence unfinished. Chun Feng approached the edge of the ice pit and glanced down. It was black as pitch, visibility non-existent. Yet, the cold had already begun to gnaw at his bones. I will descend, he declared. Li Yuxuan grasped his arm. Chun Feng, you will freeze to death. Chun Feng met her gaze. No, I will not. I promised you I would return alive. Without hesitation, Chun Feng turned and leapt into the ice pit. The frigid water engulfed him instantly. Chun Feng felt as though 1,000 needles pierced his skin simultaneously. The pain was excruciating, bone deep. His teeth chattered, muscles spasmed, and his heartbeat plummeted. Yet, he gritted his teeth and did not surface. Chun Feng sank to the bottom of the water, sitting cross-legged. He silently recited the breathing technique taught by Lao Wei. Inhale deeply, hold, exhale. Once, twice, thrice. A warmth began to rise from his lower abdomen, gradually spreading throughout his body. Yet, the icy water was too frigid. That warmth was swiftly consumed. His body temperature plummeted rapidly, and his consciousness began to blur. Chun Feng thought of Lao Wei, recalling the breathing technique he had taught him. Remembering Lao Wei's words, kid, stay alive. Go see what the peak of martial arts looks like. Gripping his teeth, he continued to circulate the energy within him. Once, twice, thrice, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Chun Feng's consciousness had become entirely hazy. His body no longer felt the cold, nor the pain, nor anything at all. Only the act of breathing persisted. Inhale deeply, hold, exhale. Suddenly, a surge of warmth erupted from his lower abdomen. It was not a gentle stream, but a torrent. A powerful, surging deluge. It coursed through his entire being, evaporating the icy water into steam wherever it flowed. Chun Feng opened his eyes. His gaze had turned golden. He surfaced, leaping from the ice pit, standing upon the snowy expanse, emanating warmth. The guardian regarded him, his expression transformed. The third trial is Ice Soul, testing the warrior's spirit. He pointed toward a distant ice mountain. Within that mountain lay the sealed souls of past awakeners. You must enter and find your father's soul. He will reveal to you the truth of the awakeners. Chun Feng approached the ice mountain. Towering and crystalline, it stood several dozen meters high, encapsulating countless silhouettes, some clear, some blurred. He reached the base and extended his hand to touch it. The icy surface rippled like water, drawing Chun Feng inside. Inside the ice mountain was a vast expanse. Surrounded by ice, transparent as a mirror, Chun Feng stood at its center, surveying his surroundings. Dad, he called out. No response. Dad, are you there? An eerie silence enveloped him. Then, a voice resonated from all directions. Son. Chun Feng turned abruptly. A figure stood behind him, thin, gentle-eyed, and bearing a striking resemblance to him. Wei Qingtian, his father. Tears streamed down Chen Feng's face in an instant. Father, Wei Qingtian gazed at him, smiling. You have grown. Taller and stronger than I am. Chen Feng rushed forward, wishing to embrace him. Yet, his body passed through his father's form, merely a shadow. Wei Qingtian looked at him with gentle eyes. Son, there is no time left. I have something to tell you. Chen Feng wiped his tears. Speak. Wei Qingtian said. The power of an awakened is not meant for vengeance. It is meant for protection. Your grandfather does not understand, but I do. Though I have failed to act upon it. I hope you can succeed. Chen Feng stared at him intently. Father, Wei Qingtian interrupted him. There is one more thing. Behind the divine creation, it is not just the divine Lord. There exists another person, one even more terrifying than the divine Lord. Chen Feng furrowed his brows. Who? Wei Qingtian replied, the master of the divine Lord. At the peak of transformation. 30 years ago, it was he who captured me. Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. At the peak of transformation, stronger than the divine Lord. Where is he? Wei Qingtian shook his head. I do not know, but he is certainly searching for you. You must be cautious. He reached out, attempting to touch Chen Feng's face. Yet, his hand passed through his form. He smiled, a bittersweet expression. Son, I am sorry. I could not be there as you grew up. Chen Feng's tears flowed ceaselessly. Father, Wei Qingtian gazed at him, his eyes tender. Take care of yourself for me. And please thank Lao Wei on my behalf. His figure gradually dissipated. Chen Feng reached out, yearning to grasp him. But he caught nothing. He knelt on the ground. Tears streaming down his face. As he emerged from the ice cavern, Chen Feng's eyes remained red. Li Yuxuan looked at him. Did you see your father? Chen Feng nodded. What did he say? After a moment of silence, Chen Feng replied. He said the power of an awakened is not meant for vengeance. It is meant for protection. Li Yuxuan paused for a moment before smiling. Your father is a good man. Chen Feng nodded. Yes. The guardian approached, observing him. You have passed all 3 trials. From now on, you are a true awakened. He extended his hand, placing it atop Chen Feng's head. A wave of warm energy surged into his body. Chen Feng felt every cell within him rejoicing. Power surged within him. Peak of bright strength. Early stage of dark strength. Mid-stage of dark strength. Late stage of dark strength. Peak of dark strength. Stopping at the threshold of transformation. The guardian withdrew his hand, looking at him. There are still seals within you. When you truly need it, they will unlock by themselves. Chen Feng clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous power within. Peak of dark strength. Only one step away from transformation. Thank you, Chen Feng said. The guardian smiled. Do not thank me. You achieved this yourself. He waved his hand, and the snowy expanse vanished. Chen Feng opened his eyes, finding himself standing outside the ice cave. The sky had darkened. Stars twinkled overhead. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong stood beside him, also awake. Did we pass? Han Chong asked. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, we did. He raised his head, gazing at the starry sky. Let us go. It is time to return. The 3 turned and walked down the mountain. Behind them, the ancient ice cavern shimmered in the moonlight, resembling a closed eye. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in a mysterious structure, an old man sat in darkness, eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Those eyes sparkled like 2 brilliantly shining stars. Someone has passed the trial in the ancient ice cavern. He stood and walked to the window. Outside, there was an expanse of unfathomable darkness. Wei Qingtian's son is intriguing. He chuckled. Come, let me see just how strong you are. Outside, the moon was shrouded by clouds, enveloping everything in darkness. Chapter 29 and Chapter 30. Alliance 3 days later, in an abandoned factory in the west of the city. Chen Feng sat by the window, eyes closed, feeling the surging power within him. It had been 3 days since returning from Chilean Mountain. During these 3 days, he had scarcely slept. It was not that he did not wish to sleep, but rather that he could not. The energy within him surged like a rushing river, crashing through his meridians, leaving him in a state of exhilaration. Peak of dark strength. Only one step away from transformation. Yet, that step felt like an insurmountable chasm. Chen Feng opened his eyes, gazing at his hand. It appeared ordinary, yet he knew it could now punch through steel. Is this the power bestowed by the trial? Not enough. Far from enough. The master of the divine Lord, at the peak of transformation, that is his true opponent. As Chen Feng pondered, Li Yuxuan entered, carrying 2 cups of tea. Chen Feng accepted one and took a sip. I was thinking about how to break through to transformation. Li Yuxuan sat beside him. You cannot rush it. My master has said that transformation is not achieved through practice, but through enlightenment. Chen Feng looked at her. Did your master also say this? Li Yuxuan nodded. He said, bright strength relies on training, dark strength on nurturing, and transformation on enlightenment. Once you achieve enlightenment, the breakthrough occurs in an instant. If you do not comprehend it, a lifetime of practice will be in vain. Chen Feng regarded her thoughtfully. Enlightenment. How does one achieve it? He closed his eyes, attempting to feel the energy within. The energy flowed through his meridians like a compliant serpent, striking wherever directed. Yet, what is required for transformation is not control over energy, but rather the fusion of energy with the heavens and earth. Chen Feng had tried for 3 days without success. The door creaked open as Han Chong entered, his face bearing a serious expression. Chen Feng, something has happened. Chen Feng stood. What is it? Han Chong handed him his phone. On the screen was a news article. Explosion in the underground city east of the city, suspected to be caused by martial artists fighting, resulting in dozens of casualties. Chen Feng cursed inwardly. It must be the people from Xinchuang, right? Han Chong nodded. They are looking for you. If they cannot find you, they will resort to destruction. This is forcing you out. Chen Feng's anger flared instantly. Li Yuxuan rose. We need to do something. Chen Feng remained silent for a moment before speaking. Let us seek the enforcers. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong both froze in surprise. The enforcers? Han Chong frowned. They will not help us. Chen Feng shook his head. Not necessarily. The power of Xinchuang is growing, posing a threat to the safety of ordinary citizens. The enforcers will not stand idly by. He looked at Li Yuxuan. Besides, Team Leader Lin owes me a favor. An hour later, at the southeast division of the enforcers, it was an unremarkable gray building, tucked away in the corner of a bustling street. There was no sign at the entrance, only 2 plainclothes security guards, making it appear like any ordinary office building. Chen Feng entered. The receptionist was a young woman who glanced at him. Who are you looking for? Chen Feng replied. Team Leader Lin. The woman hesitated for a moment. Who are you? Chen Feng stated. Chen Feng. Tell him I am here to repay a favor. The woman hesitated again, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. After a brief conversation, she hung up and her expression shifted as she looked at Chen Feng. 3rd floor, 2nd room on the left. Chen Feng nodded and led Li Yuxuan and Han Chong upstairs. The corridor on the 3rd floor was quiet, carpeted in gray, with landscape paintings adorning the walls. At the 2nd room on the left, a sign read, Action Team Leader Lin Guodong. Chen Feng knocked on the door. Come in. He pushed the door open. Lin Guodong sat behind his desk, in his 40s, with a square face, thick brows, and wearing casual clothes. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he paused for a moment, then smiled. Chen Feng, you are still alive? Chen Feng walked over and sat down opposite him. I am alive, but I have nearly died several times. Lin Guodong regarded him with a complicated expression. I have heard about your situation. You killed Zhou Batong. Chen Feng nodded. Lin Guodong was momentarily taken aback. Well done. That old fool should have died long ago. He rose to his feet and approached the window, turning his back to Chen Feng. You seek me regarding the matter of Xinchuang? Chen Feng nodded. The followers of Xinchuang are causing havoc in this city. The explosion in the underground city yesterday was their doing. They are searching for me, and when they cannot find me, they begin to act recklessly. Lin Guodong turned around to face him. Do you wish for my assistance in dealing with Xinchuang? Chen Feng replied. It is not merely for my benefit. It is for the welfare of the city. The power of Xinchuang is growing, and it will inevitably threaten ordinary citizens. The duty of law enforcers is to protect the common people. Lin Guodong pondered for a long while before sighing. You are correct, but we are ill-equipped to confront Xinchuang. Chen Feng was taken aback. Why is that? Lin Guodong explained. Because behind Xinchuang, there are masters of transformation. Chen Feng's heart sank. He understood. The master of the deity, at the pinnacle of transformation. Lin Guodong continued. The strongest martial artist among the law enforcers is merely at the initial stage of transformation. We cannot compete. He looked at Chen Feng. Unless. Chen Feng interjected. Unless what? Lin Guodong stated. Unless someone can hold off that master of transformation, giving us time to eliminate the others. Chen Feng contemplated this. To hold off a master at the pinnacle of transformation? I am currently only at the peak of the dark stage, a significant gap in realms. I will do it, he declared. Lin Guodong was astonished. You? What realm are you at? Chen Feng replied. I am at the peak of the dark stage. Lin Guodong shook his head. Not enough. 10 of you at the peak of the dark stage cannot defeat one at the pinnacle of transformation. Chen Feng stood resolute. I understand, but I have no choice. He gazed at Lin Guodong. In this city, I am the only one capable of holding him off, for I am an awakened. Lin Guodong was taken aback, his expression complex as he regarded Chen Feng. Are you certain? Chen Feng nodded. Absolutely. Lin Guodong responded, very well. He extended his hand. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Chen Feng grasped his hand firmly. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Upon exiting the law enforcers building, Li Yuxuan looked at Chen Feng. Have you truly made up your mind? Chen Feng nodded. I have made up my mind. Then I shall accompany you, Li Yuxuan stated. Chen Feng shook his head. No. You have more critical matters to attend to. Li Yuxuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Chen Feng explained. You must locate the other strongholds of Xinchuang. Team leader Li mentioned that they will act simultaneously. I need your assistance in eliminating those strongholds. He looked at Li Yuxuan. You are at the peak of the dark stage, and you are not much weaker than I am. I trust you to go. Li Yuxuan gazed at him. Her eyes slightly reddened. Chen Feng interrupted her. Do not say anything. Promise me you will return alive. Li Yuxuan remained silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I promise you. That night, Chen Feng sat alone in the factory, perusing the manuscript. He had memorized his father's handwriting. Yet he continued to flip through the pages. Once, twice, thrice. He sought to discover methods to break through to the transformation stage within those words, but found nothing. His father had not reached that stage either. He closed the manuscript and shut his eyes, attempting to sense the energy within him. The energy flowed through his meridians like a rushing river. He tried to expand the energy outward, merging with the heavens and the earth. Yet each time it reached the surface of his body, it recoiled. It was futile. Frustrated, Chen Feng opened his eyes and sighed. At that moment, a voice emerged from the doorway. Can't sleep? Chen Feng looked up to see Han Chong standing at the entrance, holding 2 bottles of liquor. Care for a drink? Chen Feng smiled. I would enjoy a drink. The two sat by the window, each with a bottle, drinking under the moonlight. Han Chong took a sip, wiping his mouth. Chen Feng, do you know? I admired your father greatly when I was a child. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. You knew my father? Han Chong nodded. I met him once. He came to visit my master at Xingyi Min for a drink. I was only 7 or 8 years old and understood nothing. But I remember he was laughing joyfully, speaking loudly, and even taught me how to punch when he was drunk. Han Chong smiled nostalgically. He said, Kid, practice well. One day, you will surpass me. Chen Feng regarded him. And then? Han Chong replied. Then he left and never returned. He took a large gulp of his drink. Later, my master said that your father was captured by the followers of Xinchuan. At that time, I did not understand what Xinchuan was, only knowing that the jovial uncle I had seen would never return. He looked at Chen Feng. So, Chen Feng, you must survive. Go see what the pinnacle of martial arts looks like. Chen Feng felt his eyes welling with emotion. All right, I promise you. The two clinked their bottles together and drank deeply. In the dead of night, Chen Feng lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. He contemplated the battle ahead. A master at the pinnacle of transformation. He had never faced such a formidable opponent. Yet he had no retreat. He touched the jade pendant at his chest, 2 pieces. One from Lao Wei, and the other from Li Yuxuan. Old Wei, he murmured, please bless me. Outside the door, Li Yuxuan's voice called out, Chen Feng, are you asleep? Chen Feng replied, not yet. The door opened, and Li Yuxuan entered. She stood by the bed, gazing at him. I cannot sleep. Chen Feng sat up. What is it? Li Yuxuan hesitated for a moment. I fear you may not return tomorrow. Chen Feng was taken aback, then smiled. That will not happen. I promised you I would return alive. Li Yuxuan looked at him, her eyes reddening. Chen Feng. Suddenly, she bent down and embraced him tightly. Chen Feng was at a loss for words, feeling her tears fall onto his shoulder. You must come back, she whispered. You must. Chen Feng reached out, gently patting her back. All right, I promise you. The next morning, Chen Feng stood at the factory door. Li Yuxuan and Han Chong stood beside him. Zhang Lei was at a distance, his eyes red but dry of tears. Ling Guodong's car pulled up at the entrance, and the window rolled down. Are you ready? Chen Feng nodded. He turned to Li Yuxuan. Wait for my return. Li Yuxuan nodded. I will wait for you. Chen Feng entered the car. The vehicle started and drove into the distance. Li Yuxuan stood in place, watching the car vanish from sight. Her hands slowly clenched into a fist. Chen Feng. She thought to herself, you must come back. In the distance, the sun rose, casting golden rays over the city. A new day had begun. End of chapter 30.